Josh Allen looking deep, going deep.
To me, talking about the Bills, what else would you rather be doing?
We're hoping to add a new dimension to the Cover One network.
Slings it deep downfield, and it's caught inside the 20.
Right now, I just want to talk about this championship level. I've never had a championship caliber team to talk about.
I want to focus more on the storylines each week. What are the big stories going on with the Bills? What are thoughts, commentary? How do these things impact Buffalo?
Deep drop. Deep throw. And it is pulled in for the touchdown.
Allen deep to the end zone and caught for a touchdown. Play action. Allen.
Deep downfield. Wide open.
Welcome into a draft day edition of the Going Deep podcast by the Cover One Podcast Network. I'm your host today, Kevin Massare, here with Mike Bundt. We have special guest Ryan Sullivan and Joe just coming off of his show. Joe had the chat room roaring earlier today for his show. Excited to be with you, gentlemen. Mike, how you feeling today, first and foremost?
I'm doing good, and I think I would be doing much better if we weren't all fighting about the Bills' third-round pick last night, but we certainly have a lot to discuss regarding that, and I'm excited to see what the Bills do with the remaining two picks this afternoon.
Got a loaded four-man panel. Ryan, welcome aboard. How are you feeling today after a pretty busy first 2 days of draft action?
I'm feeling good. It was a fun 2 days. It was exciting 2 days. I feel like that first round was one of the more unpredictable first rounds we've had in a few years, so it's always fun to see that. And, kudos to you guys for sticking around all day. I got the attention span of a goldfish here, so the ability to stay on camera and find things to talk about for 4 straight hours is a skill to say the least.
I love it. A little bit of a Ted Lasso reference there too, so I like it a lot. Joe, tell us a little bit about what was going on this morning. We need the recap. We need the update. What was going on in the chat room? How are people feeling as we kick off here? And massive trades to start round 4, which is interesting.
It's good. I apologize. My dog is barking right now. I'm dog sitting my family's dog, so she decided to start talking while I went.
Oh, that's how it works.
I'm gonna pick her up. This is Penelope, everybody. She's now.
Hello, Penelope. Welcome
Penelope
aboard.
Likes to make her voice heard, and she decided to do it right before I muted. So I apologize for that. The show this morning went very, very well. We had a great talk, Ben and I. The chat was very fun. There was some discourse about a Mr. Dorian Williams this morning that people in the chat did not seem to be too in favor of that pick. However, we tried to talk about the logic behind the pick and see, calmly navigate those waters. So I appreciate you guys letting me join you today. I'll be here for 2 hours. You're stuck with me, and let's see how this goes. I'm excited, man.
Yeah, day 3 is funner than you think it would be. So originally you think, what are we going to do till round 5? What are we going to do to it? Last year actually was the same thing. Bean says, screw those 4th round picks. I don't know that he's made one in quite some time. So used to this day 3 action of no 4th, but it gets rocking. It gets roaring, a little different than day 1. We've had some massive trades to start this up. The New Orleans comes up early in this to get somebody that they're looking for. So Mike, let's start with you. What are you looking at today? Are you looking? We got to bring it up. Are you looking to go receiver? Are you looking for D-line? Let's. What is your play to kind of get this thing started? Are you going to give me the BPA answer, or what's going on for you?
I mean, you know me too well. The BPA would be the answer you would expect from me. But there are some guys on the board at tackle that could still be a possibility if the Bills still want to try to beef up the O-line a little bit more beyond what they've already done. You have the guy from Old Dominion, I'm trying to look it up, Nick Saldiveri, that a lot of people have been high on. Could he be a 4th round target? Beyond that, bunch of other guys. We really just have to see how it plays out, though. At 137, you got 33 picks to go, and then 205. Who knows what's going to be on the board at that point? But I know 205, you just kind of take the best guy available. Some people want that Princeton wide receiver, so could he be on the board at that point? Add some size, some potential there. And then there's always the unknown. Is there still a possibility of making a move for Hopkins? I don't really believe so, but don't want to discount that entirely going into the day.
Nick Saldiveri just goes off the board as we speak. So they traded up
for me. Yeah.
they traded up for him. It was a pre-worked trade there. Ryan, welcome aboard. I got to talk to you. How do you feel about day 2 yesterday? So are you obviously feeling pretty good about Osiris Torrence? Let's get your recap of the draft to this minute.
So my big thing that I was kind of trying to work through online is, Dorian Williams could be a really good football player. And I'm just super curious about the process of everything here because, we were talking offline before this. If we're leading into a situation where the Bills kind of run a different defense than we've seen the last 3-4 years with Edmonds, and that's awesome. And I'm all for that. And maybe we don't play with like a true Mike per se, like we have the last 2 years. That's awesome. But if we end up in a situation where, where Bean's telling the truth and they see Dorian Williams as only an outside linebacker, and we end up with a situation where Balin Spector and who I know some people are high on from last preseason and Dodson are competing for a middle linebacker spot, and that's it. After spending day 2 picks on linebackers the last 2 years, I don't love that as a process choice in terms of just team building, asset allocation. I don't love that, but it's April 28th. We've seen Bean say things, about how we expect the team to look in April, and it looks totally different come week 1. I'm willing to see it play out. If it plays out that he's a backup linebacker this year, him and Bernard are backup linebackers again this year, I'm going to be a little frustrated, a little annoyed with how they built the team. But, I'm willing to still play out because there's people out there who really were high on Dorian Williams as a linebacker, as a football player, and, maybe a little bit more of a finished product than Bernard was coming out.
Yeah, absolutely. So we get the picks roaring fast and furious. We'll get a ticker up here shortly. Producer AJ's behind the scenes doing some good work for us. So as the Raiders are up making their selection now, Joe, let's go to you. So Joe, what's your kind of recap your personal opinions on Osiris Torrence, Dorian Williams? Are you in the camp that you can't take a Will in the 3rd round, special teams linebacker? Let's start off the top. That's what 3rd round picks should be doing. Like they're not active day 1, pure starters, given the job, like all pros. I mean, they are definitely playing special teams. Pretty much everyone but Matt Milano is going to be playing special teams, as they should. Or guess what the alternative is? You're carrying reserve running backs, reserve receivers that are playing special teams, and no one likes that. So Joe, bounce it to you. Give us a recap of your opinions of yesterday.
So Penelope and I think that the Osiris Torrence pick was of great value. I was taken back by it. I mentioned this earlier on my pod. I was taken back by it just because I did not think, and we said this when we did our mock draft, guys, that guard was going to be addressed, that it was a need. I distinctly remember we were looking at, I think it was Voorhees on our board, and we said, they'll probably just pass. They don't need a guard. They got McGovern. They got Edwards to back him up. Bates is going to take that side. Broeker comes back from his Achilles. There's no need. We were wrong. Very wrong. They took Osiris Torrence, and I loved it for the sake that they got it for the value they got it at. So you're looking at it as he fell to you at 59 in your lap. This is the best guard prospect that PFF had on their board. He is a great run blocker and a very good pass blocker. He struggles with speedy guys, but, that can be worked on. And it also allows for some insane versatility on your offensive line now that Ryan Bates can, should he get beaten out in the pass protector starter spot, be a versatile go around the line. What do you need? How can I help you type guy, which I really like that Torrence brings that to the table. It is shocking, though, because, again, we talk about Cromer guys for the offensive line, and he's not a Cromer guy. Like we've all said, he's not a Cromer guy. He's not an athletic freak. He's just a big boy, a refrigerator with legs, if you will. So to have him on this line is a bit of a shock, and I think a lot of people were really taken back, myself included, but I definitely am happy about it because that's insane value to get to you at 59. It does essentially give you some more depth and some more versatility on your line, so I'm happy about that. The Dorian Williams pick, that is more polarizing. I have mixed opinions on it. So like you said, Ryan, their process, I'm very curious to see how this goes because I think, again, you're talking about how they might add some wrinkles to their defense, how things might change, maybe not playing as much in nickel, but showing some new looks, whether you want to go 4-3, whether you want to do the vaunted 3-3-5 or something different. Like there are options there. And I think he could fit in well because athletically, he's a traitsy guy. He's fast. He plays sideline to sideline. He has a good motor. He can play in the pass rush or play in coverage as well. Good coverage guy, matches up with tight ends. but he's not the typical size of a Mike like we've had with Edmonds, where Edmonds, albeit a unicorn, is bigger, and you see usually bigger guys lining up in that spot. So what I wonder is Williams going to be a part of this brave new kind of concept that we see the Bills run this year, where you're talking about maybe just a platoon of smaller linebackers that are athletic enough to kind of compensate for the loss of Edmonds' size and coverage ability? Or is this just going to be depth? Is this just going to be depth and someone that starts on special teams that, listen, special teams are important. We don't want to have bad special teams. And if this guy comes in, it can be a defensive depth piece, but also an ace on the special teams or someone that's just valuable in that role. Is it the best thing they could have done in the third round? Absolutely not. But it certainly gives value to the team and makes it a little more palatable, in my opinion. So the Dorian Williams pick to me was something of a B-. The Cyrus Torrence pick to me was something of an A. I think the rest of the draft is going to be interesting. I'd like to see what Bean does, especially with potential moves and deals.
So I got to ask follow-up to you, Joe. Are you feeling like a veteran at linebacker is needed? Are you one that thinks a middle linebacker coming off the streets, even if he's not, a world beater, but one that's savvy, that has played middle linebacker before, is a bigger stature? That seems to be something I'm always arguing about, whether it's on Spaces, whether it's on Twitter, whether it's on here. But he's 6'1", he's 6 foot. The receiver's 5'7". Didn't stop Houston from taking Tank Dell before.
Nope.
Cedric Tillman and Jalen Hyatt. But what do you think about the sizing? Are you off getting a middle linebacker as a veteran? Are you fine with the linebacker room? Wrap us up on your thoughts of the linebacker room in general as we approach getting started with day 3.
Eagles have another Georgia guy, by the way.
Yeah, Ringo.
Oh,
yeah,
my God.
Yeah, Ringo just went. He was a
3
second round
Georgia
value.
players in this draft. That's wild.
Just send a scout to one school.
Any of you in the chat that were just in my pod, and you guys, I don't know if you checked it out, I was just saying how Howie just does nothing and somehow gets these picks. Like, he is always in the right place at the right time. I can't say does nothing, wrong term, he trades. But again, they just got an absolute steal. They are nailing this draft, and they are one of the best teams in the league, and they just got better. It's absolutely insane to me how they're just getting away with this. Like, they can't keep getting away with this. But anyways, so Kevin, I don't know if they should go for a veteran, because I think they've already done it with AJ Klein. Whether, we like to admit it or not, Klein's our pretty much the best suited to fill in the void of Edmonds right now. I don't think it's going to be Dodson. I think they would like to have Klein take that spot right now and just see if he can hold it down to start. I don't think it's worthwhile to just go get a veteran, because I don't think they're going to give you anything that you don't already have on the roster now. So I think the linebacker room is set, but I also think they weren't really anticipating Edmonds leaving initially. I think they probably thought they were going to get him back. And now they're dealing with the aftermath of that. And the linebacker draft didn't play to their favor. The Ravens took Simpson 2 picks before, and Overshown went a pick before. So listen, do whatever you want. Bring a veteran if you can. If it bolsters the room, gives some competition, and if this guy on his last legs can step up and become that spot that we need, then sure. But personally, you just use the 3rd round pick. You used the 3rd round pick last year. See what you got with these guys. Bernard might not be your Mike, but if he's valuable in some way in the pass rusher and coverage, I'll take it. So it's not really a situation where I think you need to get a veteran. If you feel like there's a necessary addition by getting one, then sure. But I don't think it changes anything for me. I think the room's set.
And I want to add to that too. We talked about this a little bit before we went on the air today. I don't believe that Brandon Beane believes that middle linebacker is as pressing of a need as what the fan base or the media thinks. And I'm not saying he's right or wrong, but there was a lot of clues throughout this process that the Bills didn't feel like it was an urgent thing to fill. And I know that's not going to be a popular take, but just think about free agency. You let Tremaine Edmonds walk, and you don't even replace him. There was plenty of mid-tier guys available that were not getting big-time money. Brandon Beane is not one to want to corner himself into a hole when it comes to draft picks, being forced to take a certain position. Yet, he never addressed middle linebacker in the beginning of free agency. Didn't go after any of the big-name targets. Didn't go after any of the mid-level targets. What did he decide to do? He brought back Terrell Dodson. He brought back A.J. Klein. Then you look into the draft. Obviously, Jack Campbell goes 18 to the Lions. Who knows what would have happened if Campbell falls, if he's still on the board. I still think the Bills would have added a weapon at the end of the first round regardless. But he then has an opportunity at 59 to take Drew Sanders or Trenton Simpson. If he truly believed either of those guys were worthy of coming in and starting at middle linebacker, he would have taken them at 59. That tells me he didn't think there was anyone in this draft that was going to be an instant upgrade from a middle linebacker perspective, maybe Jack Campbell, but he didn't think any of the other guys were going to upgrade you. And so what that tells me is it will be someone currently on the roster. And fans aren't going to like it, but with Dodson, he's someone that they have been grooming for multiple years. We forget that not everything in football is about drafting someone or signing a free agent or making a trade. There's this thing called development, and we forget about it. We as fans, we forget about it. We don't know what the Bills think about Dodson. We don't know if they want Klein as a stopgap. The salary cap situation wasn't great this year. There's a lot of unknowns about how the Bills want to attack the linebacker position. Where does Dorian Williams play a role in this? Well, according to Beanie, he's going to be an outside linebacker, special teams, and a backup. It doesn't seem like the greatest pick on the surface. But what was the alternative? What else was in their plans? And you look at the linebackers that the Bills have been adding in recent years. They've been going after a lot of speed guys, a lot of smaller linebackers overall. I think that it is fair to question, are there going to be some adjustments to this Bills defense in the upcoming years, especially with Leslie Frazier no longer the defensive coordinator? You see Taylor Rapp now part of this roster, a third safety. You've seen them go after guys that have good athletic testing in guys like Terrell Bernard, Balin Spector. Al Holcomb comes in. Is there going to be some changes coming? I think there's a lot of unknown when evaluating this pick because we're assuming everything is the status quo. And I just think that's a little premature to think that.
Ryan, over to you. So as we kind of see some of the picks start roaring in, I appreciate that. Like we said, it goes fast. It does go faster today than you'd think it would. Already a multitude of picks in here, Ryan. So are you of the belief that this linebacker room is set as we enter, the meat and potatoes of the draft? Do you add a veteran here? Are you good with it? And equally so, what about the no D-line additions right now? We don't know what's going to be there in round 5. Are you off getting an edge to help out with the loss of Von Miller?
I mean, in terms of linebackers, I think it's about as set as it's going to be. I think that, they're after the draft, you can start to add guys that aren't that won't count against your comp pick formula. So I think that's big. So I think there's guys on the market right now that could come in and, Yannick Ngakoue's still out there. There's been a little bit of smoke around that. So I don't think they're done adding to the room. I think there's a lot of guys out there that probably waited to see how the draft went in terms of free agents, wanted to see how the draft filled out. Let's see what kind of team they would pick, especially some of the veterans out there. So I think that's one. And I think two guys, you can only fill so many holes in an off season. And I think maybe what the Bills looked at with this draft and with this off season and said, hey, we've been adding the defense a bunch. We poured a ton of resources into the defensive line. We've poured a ton of resources in the linebacker. We poured a ton of resources into the secondary. But it ultimately, defense, regardless of what you put into it, is going to be a little fluid. It's hard to have a good defense year after year after year, just because, ultimately good offense is going to beat a good defense. We've seen that the last couple of years. So I think the Bills kind of had a come to Jesus moment with this Bengals game that, we need to get Josh weapons. We need to fortify that offensive line because, we've seen, the first Chiefs AFC Championship game, we kind of saw that trickle in. We've seen it trickle in here and there of issues with the offense, and it felt like that Bengals game was kind of the floodgate. So I think maybe, Bean's conversation, McDermott's conversation this offseason that says, hey, we need to pour our resources into fixing the offense, and Sean McDermott as a play caller is going to have to kind of work his magic and maybe work with more limited resources like he did, in 17, 18, he had fine defenses with very limited resources with not as talented players. So, I think maybe it was just the overall organizational philosophical shift in between where they wanted to put their resources. So to answer the original question, I think ultimately what we have is what you're going to see competing in training camp come July.
Mm-hmm. Feel the same way D-line too?
Yeah, I mean, once again, there's guys out there, right? The big name that's still out there is Yannick. There's been, some people who reported that there's smoke there, I'm sure. And, a lot of those guys that are out there, I'm sure, are waiting to find their sources. So I'm sure there'll be a veteran here, a veteran there that trickle their way in to the roster. But I don't think there's going to be any one game change. I don't think there's going to be a massive trade. I don't think, there's not a lot of big names out there for a reason. And, as guys get cut in August, you might see some of those guys start to trickle their way into Buffalo as well. So meaningful additions, yes, there probably isn't much left out there, but veterans that you can plug in here and there will probably trickle their way in as the offseason goes on.
Quick topic. We got to talk about it. I'm going to get it done with early in the show here today. As we get closer to our picks, we'll start talking about BPA and a couple of other draft topics. It's DeAndre Hopkins time. The Bills have not addressed receiver. Obviously, we get into debates of semantics of what did they do in the first round? Is that receiver? Is that 11.5 personnel? Is it 12 personnel? What will that look like? But technically, that doesn't affect boundary receiver, where we're talking about D-line here. We're talking about middle linebacker. There isn't, as of right now, another boundary on the team past next year. So we have to discuss the options. Do they go out and make a veteran move? Being made unprompted, discuss the receiver room of them there being enough receiver talent still on the board. I still think that there's some credence that there was a mini run in the third round. We weren't watching it because we were probably paying attention to more of that Trenton Simpson, some of the linebackers. The Bills did go off and take a linebacker, but there was a mini run. Josh Downs made it incredibly far almost to the Bills' third round pick. There was, some players in there, Hyatt and others that were flirting with the potential to be there for the Bills. I think that had the Bills taken that third receiver, everyone would have praised this as one of the best drafts he's had in a long time. And I'm going to say it. The fans are looking off their mock generators. They're looking off their big boards, they're Googling ESPN, and they're looking at rankings. And if they haven't heard that player or they haven't seen that player in the top 90, they're not going to think that. But it doesn't matter what Brandon Beane says. Brandon Beane could have said the same thing. But if Dorian was a top 50 ranked player, people would have loved it. It's the same thing as Trenton Simpson. He was just ranked like a tad higher on boards, but went literally 4 picks earlier. So I think there's some perception, and it happens with everything, not just NFL draft. There's some perception there that'll ding them. And then we're correlating it to Terrell Bernard because the same thing happened where, a productive linebacker at a pretty good university we hadn't heard of yet. So I think that kind of played a role in the situation of linebacker. But in this scenario, I still think we are monitoring the receiver market. Bean's brought it up a bunch of times now. So we got to ask the question. We'll go around the horn. Arizona's got to do something, and it's still looking like Kansas City, Buffalo. Regardless of what their GM says, our GM says, Kansas City's GM says. DeAndre Hopkins himself is communicating into Pac-Man Jones. It's pretty obvious. He believes he's traded to a contender, most notably the Chiefs or Bills. It's got to happen. Mike,
it doesn't have to happen, Kevin. It doesn't have to.
I mean, when has a player wanted to get traded that just went back and played in Arizona?
This is a brand new management staff in Arizona. We do not know what they're thinking. There is levels of incompetence in the NFL.
Yeah.
Just because Hopkins wants out doesn't mean he has to get traded. It would seem likely. I feel like they should move on from him from a salary cap dumping perspective on a team that's expected to have a horrible season. But he is a fan favorite down there. It doesn't have to happen.
Okay. Interesting. Ryan, what's your opinion on the whole D? Give us your day 3 opinion on the whole D-Hop scenario.
I mean, I agree with Mike. we've seen teams. I mean, look at Lamar. Lamar requested a trade. They figured out a way to make it work, right? They don't have to trade anyone if they don't want to trade him, and they can make him sit on his hands, and he can be inactive for the entire year, right? You know, I don't think they're going to be forced into doing anything. I don't know a lot about Austin Fort besides that he was really active in the draft this year, but I don't think they have to. And ultimately, like, I don't think it's out of the question that someone could come with more resources, with more cap space, with more draft picks could come and swipe him at the 11th hour here either, right? I know it's reported Bills, Kansas City, but I don't think it's out of the question that, you know, maybe someone doesn't have a draft that they love, board never fell their way, and they, you know, Detroit, you know, maybe Detroit, you know, didn't get the receiver they wanted in the draft. They got the resources and they make a call to Arizona, right? So I don't think it's a set in stone. You know, could happen at the trade deadline next year, because, you know, if we know anything about Bean, he's not gonna negotiate from a position of weakness either, right? He's not gonna negotiate if he doesn't have the leverage. I don't think it has to happen. You know, I think we're at a part of the draft where I don't know if, you know, the Arizona's looking for 2 day 3 picks to move him at this point, right? You know, for them, it would also be negotiating from a point of weakness if they're going to, and you don't want to start out your regime, your era of management trading, you know, one of the best receivers of a generation for a 5th and 6th round pick.
And he's not the only guy that's requesting a trade out of there. Buda Baker also was requesting a trade since February. So if you just start your new management, you just start giving in to all these demands, you're not even going to have a football team at some point. And there is a point where you got to ask yourself, is trading a fan favorite for a 5th round pick really the way to go? Even if you are a sucky team and the salary cap perspective doesn't make sense, you don't want to just give away that guy for nothing, especially when you had to give up assets to trade for him in the first place a few years ago. So we'll see. It would probably be a smart move to just get rid of the problem, but a lot of the smoke right now is coming from DeAndre Hopkins' camp. We've seen the videos where he's clearly indicated Buffalo, Kansas City, those are his preferences. But that's what's also making this a more complicated process, I think, for everyone involved. Because think about it. If he's not willing to basically go along with certain teams, he's diminishing his own trade market because he's unwilling to go to teams that don't have a star quarterback where he thinks he can contend and make the playoffs. So right there, he's narrowing down the potential suitors that Arizona can talk to. And then you talk about Kansas City. Can they even fit Hopkins under the cap? It would be very difficult with his contract, and even the Bills' current cap situation. It would be pretty difficult. Like, yes, they could probably make it work, but there's some maneuvering that would need to happen. So I would love to see it happen. But do I think it's likely that he'll come to Buffalo? Probably not. And then you have the second question. You just invested a 25th overall pick in Dalton Kincaid, who is going to be a weapon on this team. You have Dawson Knox, who I still expect to have 40-plus receptions next year. You have Stephon Diggs, who wants to get his 100-plus every year. Gabe Davis is going to be someone that is always between that 45 to 60 mark. How many targets do you have to go around if you even get a guy like DeAndre Hopkins? I'm not saying that he doesn't instantly make you better day one, but if you're going to give up a 4th or 6th and then pay him the money that he wants, it wouldn't really make sense if he comes in and then suddenly he's like a 65 reception guy on your team with what you're paying him.
Okay. Joe, you've been in spaces. Joe Cyrus Torrence, you've been in spaces. I know you've heard the chatter. Let's get your opinions right here, right now, as day 3, the 4th round is roaring on here. DeJuan Jones finally goes off the board. A player that was said to have early 2nd round value, some potential injury concerns, red flags, height, weight issues. I'm not exactly sure, but he finally goes off the board. Kelee Ringo earlier, so a couple of names. Adebawore just went off the board to the Colts. So there's definitely some really strong BPAs going now. Generally, you see people taking the players they want here, but BPA's been roaring. There's, the best available lists are starting to get more on pace with where we're at in the draft. But Joe, let me get your opinions right now as we, see what happened the last couple days. Does DeAndre Hopkins get traded? Is it a good move here? Knowing, once again, I still think that the tight ends and DeAndre Hopkins are different players. They would play in different positions on this offense. What's your opinion of that?
Well, first and foremost, I don't think the D-Hop trade happens to Buffalo,
anybody,
at least.
Okay. Oh, okay.
I don't know. So my gut feeling right now, is he goes back to Arizona. What I think happens is he goes back and they just suck it up. I think this was a lot of teams inquired about DeAndre Hopkins. They wanted him. Obviously, he's one of the best receivers in the league, even still at 31, but he has a very expensive price tag, and Arizona did not want to pay that expensive price tag. And other teams also did not want to pay that very expensive price tag. I think Buffalo did check in. They did their due diligence. They were ready to make it work if they could, but they didn't want to make it work. They didn't want to pay all that money, nor should they have to. So I don't think he gets moved to Buffalo with confidence. I'll say that. I don't think he goes to the Chiefs. I think for me, the Rashee Rice pick yesterday felt like a concession to it. It felt like they aren't going to make it happen. D-Hop had a role in their offense. They had planned for him. If it works, if not, we'll go for this prospect instead. They went for Rice. It's done. I don't think it happens for them. Again, feel free to find this stream and quote me if I'm wrong.
I'm going to. Producer AJ, clip up Josiris Torrence if we have something happen and goes down.
Yes.
Whether it's today or in a week or two.
That man gets traded. Listen, I say these things. The Chiefs, not so much. I hope he doesn't go to the Chiefs. If he gets traded to Buffalo, I'll be happy to be wrong. I will stand and shout from the mountaintop that I'm wrong and wear it with pride, because that means DeAndre Hopkins is a Bill. You have to be happy about that. But I don't think it happens at this point. What I think happens is they've waited a long time. They've wanted to see if a team will get desperate enough to go. I don't think they release him, because releasing him and eating that money would just be downright silly. I just don't know if they're going to find a suitor. And maybe a dark horse team, like I think, Ryan, you said it earlier, potentially a team that just didn't have a great draft or didn't go their way, and they decide, hey, let's just do it. Why not? We have the cap space. This is an impact player. Maybe a team with a young quarterback. Sure, like maybe if the Colts want to do it, although it's possible. They've had a pretty sneaky good draft, but like you never know, because now you would have a core of Alec Pierce, Josh Downs, and DeAndre Hopkins with Jonathan Taylor to go with Anthony Richardson. That'd be pretty sweet. That'd be a fun team to look at. AJ, please clip that off if I'm right. That'd be cool. But I think personally, I just don't see it happening with the Bills. What I do think happens is he either goes back to Arizona, or a dark horse team that we don't know about sneaks in and decides to make the move, maybe gives them a fourth and a fifth. Yes, it's not the way you want to give up DeAndre Hopkins, but there's more to it than just the capital. Like, they have a contract that goes with it, and it's a gigantic elephant in the room when you talk about his negotiations. Someone has to pay him that money. It's a lot of money to pay him. So if a team wants to take that off their hands, I think Arizona would have to eat some of it in this case, regardless. How much they eat is dependent on whether they keep him or give him up. So that's really my take on it at this point. I just hope we get an answer. That's really just what I want at this point.
Can I just jump in and say the Pats drafted a kicker? Is that the second time in 3 years? When did they draft the racist kicker? Was that 2 years ago? Or was that
racist kicker?
When was that? When was that 2 years ago?
I think it was 2. Yeah, that sounds about right.
And then Johnny Hecker was on my TV screen in Lederhosen. So I just wanted to point that out too.
Yeah.
Pat McAfee's probably pumped though. I know it's not a punter, but still, like a kicker going, like that's
one went in the 3rd round. How are we forgetting that?
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Yeah, 49. They used one of their comp picks, right? It was one of their comp picks. There was the guy from Michigan. It was the guy from Michigan.
That's exactly right.
But 49ers are one of those teams. Like, there's teams where it's
Don't
like
stop watching after the Bills pick. So
I feel like there's teams like 49ers could draft a punter in the 1st round. It wouldn't be like Kyle Shanahan, smart. And then like if I don't know who's a team, the Arizona could have drafted the greatest player ever in the 1st round, and no one would trust them. I think 49ers are one of those teams that I feel like have carte blanche to do whatever they want, because Kyle Shanahan is
that's one of the things I don't like about draft coverage. Because of who you are, you get away with certain things with the media and perception of picks. I remember for how many years everybody was all about the Patriot way, the trading down, the accumulating more picks. And when we look back at it, how many great picks did the Patriots really make during those years? There's a lot of bad ones, but when you have Tom Brady and then you have Bill Belichick coaching up the team, you can get by even when you make mistakes. Kind of the same way with San Fran. You get away with a lot of stuff, and then you have these bad franchises that once in a while do make a good pick, but you'll never give them credit because you just assume they're always making poor decisions. There's too much of the NFL draft is way too narrative based, and not enough of it is actually based on scheme, fit, where this guy should be playing in more advanced conversations, because that's difficult stuff to talk about. And it's just something that grinds my gears.
Well, that's the thing with the Kincaid pick, that the one narrative that pisses me off with the Kincaid discourse. Well, Ken Dorsey won't use him. He's still an incredibly good, hopefully he's an incredibly good player. If he fell 2 more picks to the Chiefs, everyone's heads would have been in their hands saying, what a genius Andy Reid is. He's going to be the next Travis Kelce. But because we don't like Ken Dorsey at the moment, there's a segment of people that don't like it simply because they don't like the person who's going to be calling plays for it.
100%. And those are just things that it's really inexplainable at times, because even talking about Dalton Kincaid, people are saying stuff like, well, we don't know how to even scheme Dawson Knox, so how are we going to scheme a tight end at 25? Well, when you watch Dalton Kincaid play in college, he does not do things that Dawson Knox does. He lines up in the slot. They put him all over the place. So the guy of his talent, you don't need to even scheme up a million things. He's going to do things just by having the talent that he has. We don't need to scheme up Dalton Kincaid to do things the way we would have to with Dawson Knox. So those are just lazy takes that are, I don't want to be rude, ignorant and uninformed.
All right, let's bring up our day 2 live pregame show. We do these day 2 pregame shows on purpose for this reason. We did pretty good, Mike. We passed on John Michael Schmitz, who was really a 2 picks away, which I thought, I was laughing as he got closer and closer, and I was like, we're going to end up getting clipped when we said there was no way that he'd be available for the Bills where they picked. He almost was. Bergeron was the one that went in the 30s. So we see here with our live mock, we did all right. You have, obviously Dalton Kincaid, we knew. We had the right position unit going. Obviously, if Osiris Torrence was on our board in our mock generator, that would have definitely been the selection. Had we, if Matt Bergeron went earlier and Osiris Torrence was there, we probably would have said the same thing. There's no way that he's there. Pickens ended up, being a really good player. We'll see what happens.
Early. He went way early.
He went really early in this.
Many of us
but Dorian Williams, we had selected here. So obviously, I listened to Eric earlier. I felt like that was a good fit for the roster. I think the most interesting part of the discussion here was that Bean came out and just said, sure, he's going to play special. Like, that doesn't mean anything to me. He's going to play special teams. That's how guys are active on game day. And even as the second linebacker, sometimes you're playing. Jordan Poyer plays special teams.
That was going to be happening regardless.
Micah Hyde plays special teams.
And Kevin, one other thing too. I love that you put up that mock draft, because we had this conversation all of last offseason when the Bills took Bernard in the 3rd round and then they took Khalil Shakir in the 5th round. You and I mentioned on that day 3 coverage last year that if you just flip these 2 picks and put Khalil Shakir in the 3rd round and Bernard in the 5th round, no one would have an issue with it. They would be perfectly content with the way that played out. And now, obviously, Dorian Williams, 3rd round, some people are going to say it's a reach.
Yep.
If he was a 5th round pick, no one's upset about it.
No.
So
0 people.
Where we complain about a lot of this stuff.
This 3rd round's killing us.
Where we complain about a lot of this stuff is the value perspective. And at times in the past, it appears that when Bean has a guy that he likes, especially in the 2nd, 3rd round, he's willing to take a little bit of a reach in those day 2 draft picks when maybe some people would rather feel more comfortable with them as a 4th round guy or a 5th round selection. But he does have a tendency to make up for it later in the draft. Now, obviously today, 137, 205, he's not going to have that many opportunities. But it is interesting. The placement of Williams is going to be more of why we're going to criticize the pick. more than what the actual player and what his role could be going forward.
Thomas, I have heard inside people that I know inside the program, he is taking first team middle linebacker reps. I expect that to not be the case come training camp, but I have heard as of OTAs, Matakevich was taking first team middle linebacker reps. Also, Thomas, come on the show, 2:00. Come up and hang. Joe Cyrus Torrence leaves us here in a little bit. So make sure you come up. I'd like to hear your thoughts, Thomas. So, but that's not super far-fetched. I don't anticipate him being anywhere near the lineup. But he has seen middle linebacker reps as expected. But special teams is something that's not a negative. It's a third phase of the game. The Bills were pretty good at it last year, and I'm critical. I don't like the wasted roster spots. If you're going to, this is what I ask for all the time. My 3rd through 6th round picks, 7th if they make the team, they need to play special teams. This is a loaded roster. This isn't your old school Bills team where you're playing John DeGiorgio. You're playing these undrafted free agents that are getting 120 tackles at middle linebacker. It's not that year anymore. You're putting pieces in the cupboard that are versatile, that can be new and aggressive. He's a really good closer. That is what he does. Williams is a fantastic closer. He has a huge wingspan. That is the exact type of thing you're looking for. Those are some of the issues that we were lacking, and some of the issues with Tremaine Edmunds early on in his career. Can he complete the play? Can he finish it? He's over pursuing. So he needs to follow his eyes, follow his vision, something that he needs to work on a little bit. But he's a pretty good coverage linebacker too. He might find the field day one because he's a decent coverage linebacker. He undercuts routes and he gets in lanes. That's exactly what you're looking for when you have a soft box. He could be a really good fit, and the Bills knew what they were doing. Do we even know? How about this one? We're going to play this for real quick. Do we even know that Trenton Simpson and or others were higher than him? Do we know that for sure?
Not from a Bills perspective. That's just speculation based on what we've seen guys like Mel Kiper and other mock draft people rank them. And that's the issue. We see things from media personalities that put out their rankings, and we assume that NFL teams have similar boards. The Bills could be completely different, and we'll never know either way because they'll just tell us their own side of it. They'll tell us that Dorian Williams was their higher ranked player, regardless of how it all fell out. But Kev, that's a good point. And we'll see how it all plays out. And to be fair, too, with Dorian Williams, I wouldn't completely close out the door that he could play middle linebacker one day. Just because he's starting out at outside linebacker with a primary special teams role doesn't mean that's what he's going to be exclusively in his career. And when you're talking about 3rd round picks, you're talking about guys that, for the most part, are a year or two away from being starters in the NFL. Yeah. They're players that you have to develop. So the fact that being said, yeah, he's going to come in, he's going to be a backup, he's going to contribute on special teams. I don't know why that is shocking to people. I don't understand why, oh my God, we didn't get a starting middle linebacker. Well, no crap.
At 91.
At 91.
I used to say the same thing about Darnell Wright. Like, everyone wanted Darnell Wright. He was going to be a starting right tackle at 27. Okay. What about the 26 other teams and clearly that was the point. He went way higher. We're just going to sit there and get the starting day one stud right tackle at 20. It's the same kind of idea here. You're going to get the stud middle line. Okay, you're the only team that needed that. Jack Campbell went in the top 20.
We're the only ones that know at 91. So when 90 other teams pass on a guy, we're going to get our stud middle linebacker starter at 91, and we're going to not lose a beat from Tremaine Edmunds. And I know this is hyperbole, and I'm exaggerating the truth right now. But that's where I am more of the patient. We'll see how it plays out. I still don't love the pick. I'm not going to be lying to everyone and say, oh, I love Dorian Williams. It's going to be a great fit. It's going to be perfect. I'm just telling people, I'm just not ready to crucify this team or this scouting staff for taking a chance on a guy in the 3rd round that they believe in, because I do think when you're a bad team, you do need to hit more on your middle round selections, your 3rd, your 4th, your 5th round picks. You need to improve your depth. You need guys that can provide competition and improve the overall talent level on your team. But when you're a squad like the Bills that was 13-3, I know it sounds laughable, but special teams is important. That could be the difference between them winning a game in the playoffs or falling short. There could be even a skill set that, okay, we like you for these 5 or 6 plays, if we're in this defensive formation against this type of offense. Those are the things that could make the difference in advancing in critical moments or losing. And we'll see how it plays out. I just want to take a patient approach. Don't love the pick, but give it time.
All right, Joe, what do you think?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, I think people are also forgetting how the board freaking fell right before they got Dorian Williams. It wasn't like there were better options out there, and they weren't going to trade up again just to take a linebacker. They already did that for Kincaid. Do you want to give up more capital in the later rounds for someone that's going to be more of a project? The only person that I think you would have been willing to do that for is Campbell, maybe Drew Sanders, and they went way too early out of the Bills' range. So if you're there at the third and your options are linebacker, which is a position of need, or maybe something that you see as slightly less of a position of need, like D tackle, or maybe if you want to call it offensive line, but then they addressed that the pick before that. So I think we are so used to, as Bills fans, we've grown up with the drought. We've grown up in bad football. We just have. So all of our drafts had a much different meaning back then. Like you said, Mike, this isn't a bad team. This is a 13-win team that is looking for essentially depth at this point, right? Or looking for complementary pieces to pieces they already have on the team, which is something they've done with Torrence and something they did with Kincaid. We've gone so long for seeing picks and thinking that they're going to be immediate starters, even as late as the 5th round or 6th round. And sometimes they have. Matt Milano was a 5th round pick. You look at Benford, who was getting starting snaps last season. It's not irrational to think that. However, you got to look at it as this team just went to the divisional round. Yes, they lost. Yes, they're stuck at the sticking point of the season where it seems they can't get through that final hump. And I understand the frustration that comes with that. I want this team to win a Super Bowl more than anybody else. I was disappointed when they lost to the Bengals in that divisional round, but I'm not going to crucify the team for taking a need when the board was dry and pretty much the best situation they had was taking Williams, because guess what? Damned if you do, damned if you don't. You don't take Williams, and now this draft board falls further. What do? And now you're talking about going into the draft next season, and then you have a linebacker committee that they're probably going to do anyways this year, and it might not work, and then you're going to say, oh, we should have taken this guy. I just don't understand it. And with Trenton Simpson getting poached, you're not trading up for him. With Mario Overshown getting poached, you're not going to trade up for him. You're going to wait and see who's there. They took him. They see the upside in him. There's potential with him. There could be Mike potential with him. If there isn't, they're going to figure it out. I think we've seen plenty of indicators that could tell you that they're going to throw something different out this year, not in completely different, but different enough where maybe you don't need to have that Edmonds type of Mike anymore. Maybe Taylor Rapp is half of that part, and you have one of these athletic linebackers playing closer up while Rapp kind of turns into a hybrid safety linebacker. And if that's the case, it could work. Again, something got posted this morning. I think I saw from a few people, but you got to remember, and Ben made this point on my show this morning. This is probably the best point I've seen about it. McDermott and Carolina, the year that they went 15-1 and went to the Super Bowl, had 2 linebackers. Guess how tall they were? They were both 6 foot and 6'1". They were not mammoths. They were not huge people. They weren't 6'4", 6'5" unicorns. They were slightly undersized. And guess what? It was a top defensive unit. And this defense this year is being manned by that same coach. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you Dorian Williams is going to be a stud. I'm not going to tell you that I love the pick. All of you who've watched me this morning have heard me say that this is going to be, in my opinion, B-, but also, I'm not going to crucify McDermott and the organization for sitting there at 91, seeing that there was a middle linebacker that they could see the potential in, and saying, hey, let's take a flyer on him and let's see if it works. Because if it doesn't, guess what? We'll do it again next year. They're probably still going to win double-digit games this year. So that's my take on it. And I apologize for getting heated, but it's so pessimistic. And it's just before this happened and they took Torrence and they took Kincaid, the discourse was so positive. People were so happy about it. It felt like sunshine and rainbows. And now it's just oh, Bean, what are you doing? What a
91 linebacker.
People were dropping their grades from A to. I saw somebody drop a grade for the Bills draft from an A to a C- after Dorian Williams. And 1 third-round pick is not worth changing your entire opinions about how a draft played out. And I'll toss it to you guys in just a second. This is the last thing I really want to say about it is you hit it a little bit, Joe. There's going to be scheme versatility. They didn't bring in Taylor Rapp not to play. They are going to mix things up. And I keep hearing this whole conversation of, well, they wasted a pick on Terrell Bernard last year. Now they're doing the same thing on Dorian Williams this year. Do we know that they wasted a pick on Terrell Bernard last year? So I keep hearing people talk about all the potential that Khalil Shakir has. And I do believe that Khalil Shakir will be a solid NFL player. But he was a 5th-round draft pick. But yet we're giving up on a 3rd-round draft pick.
Both of them.
Both
Both of them third-round draft picks.
We're just
Both
assuming that Terrell Bernard is going to be nothing.
He's already garbage.
Which doesn't make any sense to me at all. And what is a theme that we talk about all the time on Cover One? We talk about playing positionless football, where you don't conform to traditional position roles, like a tight end that can line up in the slot, like a cornerback, like Terrence Johnson, who's playing nickel corner, who's also lining up at linebacker. The Bills want versatility. They want guys that can do multiple different things. This is a passing league in football right now. It is not 2000 where you need downhill linebackers that are going to be colliding at the line of scrimmage. The Bills have made a clear statement with how they have drafted linebackers in recent years. They want guys that aren't necessarily big, but they want speed, agility, and coverage ability. You get Balen Spector, you get Terrell Bernard, now you get Dorian Williams. Matt Milano was already good at that skill set. Tremaine Edmonds was decent in coverage. They want guys that can fill up holes in the field and be able to have range as well. And I just think too many of us are thinking in simplistic terms. And I'm not just saying, like I said, I'm not saying it was a great pick, but I do think there's something bigger going on, and we're just not, I guess, knowing all the details of what is going to happen with this defense this offseason.
Fair enough. We're circling toward 137 here. We got 121 already put their submission in for Jacksonville. So we're getting closer. We're in striking distance somewhat of a pick coming up here in just about 15 selections. So what are we thinking here, guys? As we're getting, kind of more in range, are we thinking, apparently the move that wanted to get done was D-line. That's the thing, I guess. Just going to use Ika as an example. Had they drafted Ika, I think Bills fans would have been more than happy with this selection, with this draft. So we got to go around the horn. I guess it's D-line, right? Is that the thing that is jumping out most of us right now?
Yeah, I think that would be a good spot right here for defensive line, right? I think it's a spot if you're looking for where someone can come in and compete immediately, because the Bills like to rotate their line. That's a good, it's a good spot to do that. It's probably the biggest hole that's left on this team is someone to play opposite of or play with Ed Oliver and Daquan Jones. And, maybe there's some wide. Is Tyler Scott gone yet? Is Tyler Scott still on the board?
Yeah, his running mate went before his 5'6"
Tyler
running
Scott
mate
still on the board. I forget what I said. Tyler Scott.
You got
Go get Tyler
I was
Scott.
thinking that too.
Go get Tyler Scott.
What do you got, Joe?
Tyler Scott would be one I'd like. Again, the uncertainty surrounding Gabe Davis looms a little larger in these later rounds. Like, I don't know what their plan is for him. If they decide to let him run, then he runs and we find someone new. And receiver you can find every year. But, I mean, Tyler Scott is a burner. He's a deep guy. He could fill that role should you want him to learn under Davis for a year. And if Davis goes, then there you go. And if he doesn't, then that's just great depth. I like that idea, but I think I'm ready for a beefy dude, man. Like
dude.
I'm ready for just a beefy freaking dude. Like, let's just go get a beefy guy. Like, let's get on the D-line now. Because what I would really like to see them do is add to the defensive tackle depth. Because 1, I don't trust the health of this D-line. 2, I don't trust Tim Settle. And 3, I think there's potential for them, like you said earlier, Ryan, like the speculation has seemed, for them to add a veteran edge rusher, which now all of a sudden, let's just say they go ahead and was Roy taken? Roy yet from so he was
a top 30 visitor that's still out there that I believe would be high on our board if he falls a little further.
So and I saw Coburn is still on the board, right? Coburn,
yes.
DeAndre Coburn. Okay,
he is still available.
And then you have guys like Ojamo, I think, is still there too. I don't know if he went either, but regardless, you're talking about potentially bringing in some interior D-line depth. For me personally, I would like to see some depth.
And don't forget Carl Brooks from Bowling Green.
Brooks. Yeah, thick
good
dude.
range. Great range.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, there's still some options. Also, Isaiah McGuire, if you want to take young edge and then bring in veteran D tackle and go with the Puna Ford, like there is a path for this D line to kind of retool itself, not extremely, but very minor moves that could actually make them incredibly effective this upcoming season. They already were effective, guys. Let's remember, it was the health of the line that really ailed them. It wasn't the talent. Jordan Phillips, when healthy, is a bull. Ed Oliver, when he's not getting double teamed, is a bull. Daquan Jones is fantastic. I'd like to see them extend him. And of course, it goes without saying for Von Miller and Rousseau in year 2, now potentially leaping forward in year 3, you have this ability to automatically make this line a formidable unit despite the health by taking like 1, maybe 2 line options in this draft. And if they decide to do it in the interior with Roy, or maybe using Carl Brooks, who is okay. So this is where I'm confused. Carl Brooks, I've seen him, people say he could be interior, he could be exterior as an edge. I know he's 305 pounds. So I'm going to assume he'd play in the middle, right?
In the NFL, he was dominating people on the outside in college.
If I was 305 pounds in college, I would have been dominating people if I played football too. That's a big boy right there. So
we got 2 MAC experts here. We got 2 MAC experts, don't we?
Yeah. Yes. By the way, go Bobcats. I haven't said it on any pod yet, but Quinnipiac Bobcats are your national champions.
Oh, okay.
So let's go Bobcats. Not
same name. I'll take it as an Ohio Bobcats. Cheers.
I was like, what is going on here? Anyways, Ryan, I appreciate you popping on the show. It's great to have you for the hour. Give us your final takes. Give us your final. What are you thinking about here as you transition away? It's great having you on here, but give us your final. We're getting up to a pick. Couple left. What do you got for us?
To the point you guys were making earlier, I think some of these picks do have to start. They have to start hitting more than singles and doubles, right? They've hit a lot of singles and doubles with some of these day 1, day 2 picks. Ed Oliver's fine. Greg Rousseau has been fine. A lot of these guys have been fine, rotational, good to even up to above average players. They do need to start hitting some triples, some home runs on some of these. Not that it has to, but you look at what set Kansas City apart. When you hit on Josh Myers and Creed Humphreys, that resets your clock. That resets your salary cap. That resets and gives you freedom to do so much other stuff. And not saying that the Bills need to hit on all pro Hall of Fame talent in the mid rounds here, but they need to hit, some, 85th percentile players here. And, the last draft isn't totally, there isn't a grade on the last draft yet, right? We don't know how good Elam can be yet. We don't know how good James Cook can be yet. We don't know how good Benford can be yet. So some unfinished grades from last year, and obviously we don't know this year, but I think this draft is a bit of a tipping point because, if the Bills want to kind of reset their team a little bit as they head into the expensive Josh Allen era here, some of these picks got, it's not really a profound take. You have to draft well, but I think they're at a point where, it's been a couple years of okay drafting and they really need to start, hitting some triples here.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for popping on. It's great to see you. Make sure you chat, comment, let us know your thoughts as the day goes on, Ryan. Have a great one.
See you guys.
See you, man.
See you soon.
Have a good one, man.
That was Ryan. Appreciate having him on here. It's always good to have a third and fourth perspective as we roar through the day. Woo, Cameron Young just goes off the board. A guy I had considering here. Beefy defensive nose tackle. We also don't know the Bills even like one tax. We don't know that. We have no proof of it. Even Daquan Jones, the guy that we love, is a little undersized. He's not the world's biggest guy. For this line he is, but ultimately, we don't know that. Just like we were talking about at middle linebacker, we don't know they want Saika Ika there. We don't know that. We've seen nothing that has proved that to us. So I think they're more looking for that versatile 3-tech, lighter, movable guy. I mean, that's just what I kind of think their take is. 6'4", 317 is pretty big, but Daquan Jones plays a little bit different. So a little lighter. So Mike, we're getting a little bit into it now. Are you receiver or we've talked receiver on this show forever. Did Kincaid change your mind as there's some good receivers still on the board? What do you think? It's 5th round now. So I think we can stop worrying about, wasting a premium asset or are you beefy man?
So I'd probably prefer a beefy man at this point.
Beefy man, okay. Double beefy man.
I'll put it like this. I am not someone that gets set on one player or one position and has to see that be picked at this point. We're getting close to the 5th round. What you do right now is you take the player that you think has the best chance of actually being an NFL caliber player and someone that could potentially make an impact on your team down the road. At this point, the odds of anybody you taking being an immediate impact are very slim. So you try to see, is this someone we can develop into a starter at some point? Is this someone that has a trait, a quality that we really like, that's elite, that stands out, even though the rest of the things we're looking at that player might be pretty average? So a beefy man would probably be my preference, just because I think you can be patient with guys like that. But I'm not against taking a receiver. The reason Kincaid really changed that is if he's going to make the impact that I believe he will and can make as kind of a thick slot on this team, adding another receiver will only really take away from that. So now what type of receiver would the Bills want? If you figure that your number 1 and 2 options are Diggs, Davis, let's put Kincaid as the 3 option now. You still have Knox behind that, Khalil Shakir. You have Hardy taking over for the Isaiah McKenzie role, and then Trent Sherfield for some depth. Is there an avenue for a receiver in the 5th round at 137 to be a guy that comes in and actually sees the field this year at all? We saw it last year with Khalil Shakir barely breaking through what was considered a weak wide receiver room. Now that they've added to that, is there really a possibility of anyone at this point coming in and really seeing the field under this coaching staff?
I think so, Mike. I'm sorry, Kevin. Go on.
No, go ahead. No. Go ahead.
I think so, and I think the addition of Kincaid still allows you to do that. So I think last season you saw that kind of the 4 of this team was the likes of Kumaro and McKenzie. I think all you did was elevate your 4, but I don't think that eliminates the need to add more depth to that wide receiver room. Because if you're looking right now, take Kincaid out of it because he's technically a tight end, because I don't believe that tight end just means tight end. I think it could mean more. I don't know if other people think that, but besides the point. When you look at the receiver room right now, so you're talking about Diggs, Davis, who is your 3 right now? Shakir? You're talking about Shakir being your 3?
Technically.
And then now you're talking about Hardy, and then you're talking about Sherfield. So that's your 5. And
Hardy receiver.
If you look at it just as a receiver room, I agree with you. I view Kincaid as the 3.
Technically, yes.
This is where it gets weird, because you look at it and who's going to be the guy with the 3rd most targets?
It's going to be Kincaid.
It most likely will be Kincaid. If he's lining up in the slot in valuable times, he's essentially what in the 1st round, I kept saying slot receiver, slot receiver, slot receiver. I wanted Zay Flowers. I wanted Jordan Addison. Jackson Smith and Jigba was my pipe dream. But Kincaid is essentially going to be filling the void of what the Bills were lacking for that spot last year. So I guess at this point, are you looking for a burner, or do you already do you want someone that can extend the field? I'll tell you one guy I like. I don't know how he would fit on the Bills, but I definitely loved watching him in college. Charlie Jones out of Purdue.
Yeah, baby.
He played a few years at UB, transferred to Iowa, then transferred again to Purdue. I saw him in person twice last year against Penn State and Syracuse, and he's a guy with skills. He's a little bit older because he's played 6 years of college football, but elite skill set and burner and first real opportunity to be part of a good passing attack at Purdue, and he just lit up the Big Ten last year. I wouldn't be against a guy like that. At this point, though, what I am interested in probably doesn't line up with what the Bills are interested in. We're getting to the point of the draft where it's still early enough, but when you make a selection, you think you have a group of 5-6 guys, and then they take someone that's 30 spots lower in the rankings that you don't even think of. So this is the point where it's more of a guessing game, in my opinion, than anything else.
I got a question. Did Michael Wilson go?
Yes.
He did go. Who took him?
He went to Arizona.
Oh, okay, good get for them. Yeah, and listen, like the waters are muddy because Kincaid is essentially becoming your slot guy, right? Like he's going to inherit that role that Beasley left behind that they needed a whole. Again, not comparing him to Cole Beasley as by skill, just the fact that we need a slot receiver. Kincaid seems to be the one that's going to take that over, but I still think there's room for a burner on the team. Like
Isaiah McGuire off the board, by the way, Joe.
Oh, who took him?
the Browns are just drafting off a BPA list.
Dude, why are they freaking taking every D line?
Browns and Colts are just drafting BPA lists.
Yeah, my goodness gracious. They're literally following. They got the PFF simulator in their war room right now. And
Isn't that technically the smart way to go if you're a poor team? You just keep selecting the best players.
No, I'm off of expert lists, though, not their own. That's more what I meant.
The Browns are going to be a poor team this year. I think they're going to be nasty. I'm just saying that D-line got built back up, and they made some really sick moves with it. But to go on, I think a burner is welcome in this offense. I think if you want to go with Tyler Scott, who's a true vertical threat, or Bryce Ford-Wheaton, and listen, I hope that happens just because I would love to hear what Whittle says about it. It'd be so funny. But no, there's room for it. I think the problem is you add Kincaid, you have the slot, but now you can still cram in another receiver who I think, again, is just kind of a complementary piece on the outside line where you have maybe you want to use Diggs in the slot and take a break from using Kincaid, or just switch your matchups up. Or maybe you go up against a team that isn't good at covering speed and you want to terrorize them with packages that have Hardy involved. And then you include like Tyler Scott and then maybe someone else in the later rounds, or maybe a Bell from Michigan. Like, there's a use for receiver. I also want to point out that one sneaky thing that I think they could still do is safety. I don't know if Robinson's been taken. I don't know if I'm blanking on some of the names, but I think there's still safeties on the board that they could look at. Again, I'm for adding depth at this point in the draft. And if you lose one of Poyer or Hyde or both, what do? I mean, Hamlin's coming back, but then you're talking about maybe Rapp now having to get rid of that hybrid role that he might be inheriting and dropping back to a conventional safety. And now the defense is stuck in a box where now you have to depend on these undersized linebackers. I would like to see them provide that kind of jolt in where if you see one of them go down, there's no need to hit the red button. You're not done, because now there's another young safety that could come in, and maybe it won't be as great. Obviously, it won't be. The tandem of Hyde and Poyer is fantastic. It's one of the best in the league. There's going to be a drop-off, but you don't have to eliminate other components of your defense just because the safety went down. So I would not be surprised at all if safety's the pick here, but we'll see.
Yeah, that's an interesting perspective like that. Welcome to the show, producer AJ. What's going on down there? Keeping our beefy ticker going. The fans seem to like the beefy ticker that we have. AJ's got team, he's got player, he's got position.
He better not stop doing the ticker just because he's on air now.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna have to do like multitask here.
Yeah, welcome to the show. I better still see some typing down there.
You'll hear the clicking.
We got some fresh perspective. What's your opinion here of how day 4 is rolling? Are you thinking D-line? Are you thinking wide receiver? Those are the two jumping out. Do they go off the cuff with safety like Joe just said, or running back? Give us where you think this is going as we're getting into pretty close to round 5.
I'll go in order. I'll go wide receiver, D tackle, and safety.
Okay.
That's where I think they could go. I think there's a lot of guys that are still available. Like Xavier Hutchinson is a name that maybe if they want some help on the boundary. Thomas, Antonio Johnson still available. So there's some good safeties available, and I think Joe has a great point. I've brought it up as well multiple times. Is you kind of have a lot of question marks at the safety position with Hyde getting older, in his last year of his contract. Poyer with only 2 years getting older. DeMar Hamlin, hopefully. I mean, I think it's going to be a situation where it's just going to be like Trey White, where he might be physically ready, but mentally that's going to be such a challenge to get yourself back out on that football field and play. The game that you grew up loving. Although I think he has the right mindset going in. It's still, I can't even comprehend the challenge mentally that would be on your mind. So the safety position is a kind of a question mark. So I think that's also something they could attack. Obviously D-line, I think Roy kind of stands out like a sore thumb just because he was the top 30 visit. So he's a guy that's still there that they could go grab.
Absolutely. And we're getting closer. We're at pick 127, so we're not far at all.
10 picks away.
Andre Yosivas is still there. Pure boundary receiver, dominated a Senior Bowl, a guy that had a great week. Perfect 5th round value. I had him late in the 3rd, so he would be somebody that is really jumping out to me. I think Ryan wanted Tyler Scott. Charlie Jones is still there. A.T. Perry, Hutchinson, as we've talked about, Dontavian Wicks, Kayshon Boutte. There's some Bryce Ford-Wheaton. Ronnie Bell. We've heard him called Kayshon Boutte and Boutte. I've watched a lot of his film, and I always hear Boutte. So that's what I'm going to roll with, as people that get paid a lot of money to cover football is how they pronounce it.
We have a trade. The Lions are trading running back DeAndre Swift to the Eagles in exchange.
I knew it.
That was the most natural fourth-round trade I've ever heard of in my life.
The
fourth-round pick.
Swift to Philly.
Are killing it.
Swift to Philly.
Yeah,
for a fourth?
I'll tell you right here.
Or early 5, late 4?
In exchange for draft pick compensation. They don't have the details out. So it's got Montgomery and Gibbs, their backfield now.
He can't keep getting away with this. He can't keep getting away with this, Howie. Come on.
Oh, Howie,
it's insane.
Good for them. The Eagles are doing their thing right now. I'd like to see the Bills get aggressive here today. I would like to say that's a good sign for veteran moves. Round 5's roaring in. Will teams start getting eager to make veteran trades, not just DeAndre Swift? We talked a little bit about Hopkins. AJ, you got to round out our Hopkins talk now that we got you on. What's your opinion? Give us, before the pick comes in, give us your, we're talking receiver here, so it's seamless, but tell us what you're thinking as we're in round 5.
I'm done putting the thought in my mind just because I'm done. I just because of the fact that it's been going on. It's just like the OBJ stuff, and it just keeps coming, and it feels the same thing with Von Miller talking about it. I mean, it's just at this point I've gone from I think it's a real chance to no way, and then 2 hours later thinking, oh my gosh, it's a real possibility. And I'm just kind of set and focused on this rookie class, focusing on these free agents that are actually on the roster. Talking about those guys. I mean, DeAndre Hopkins would have been an amazing addition, and I still think he might be in the cards if the Cardinals GM decides to lower the asking price. But I think the Cardinals are going to keep him, try to play him and see what happens. I know he's not going to be happy with it, but I think he'll end up somewhere. I just think he'll end up with a team that he didn't want, like the Bills or Chiefs. I think he's going to go to some other destination at some point.
Okay. Thank you, AJ. I just think the veteran market, this is about the range that teams are eager to get more depth picks. They see players on their board. We just named a bunch of receivers. We just see this is the time where these veteran trades where Oss and Fort get eager here in the 5th round. I don't think it's far-fetched. Well, to be to Buffalo, obviously, as AJ just said, probably not likely at this stage.
Who knows? I mean, I really, who knows? I
mean, it goes back down to this. Obviously, there's money involved, but Xavier Hutchinson, Tyler Scott, Andre Yosivas, or DeAndre Hopkins, if they'll accept that kind of trade, you got to consider it they can fill with their depth receiver coming on a good rookie deal. The team gets a veteran day 1 wide receiver 2. So there's definitely, this is the range, and the Swift trade kind of really shows it to me. This is the range that a deal could get done. So if this thing happens, I think this is it. We don't have to talk about it much again. We're not going to talk about it all off season, but right here, I think in the 5th round, I think it's fair to consider to keep an eye on as we roll through, because there are those, as we all said, we've all have these replacement receivers. It makes sense both ways that a team would say, hey, there's a replacement receiver for you. Take my 5. So I think that it's definitely worth watching for, and not just for Buffalo, just in general right now, just like with Swift. So Stewie Bennett off the board, everybody. Not really going to comment too much on the Ram selection, but Stewie Bennett, my guy, he did have a really good offseason in working out. Comes up. Have we seen a quarterback in a while? We haven't.
Jake Haener they went back to back. So Haener from Fresno.
Oh, I missed Haener. Okay, yeah. Missed Haener. Okay, so there we go.
UCLA, is he still there? Thompson Robin?
Yeah, he's still on board.
Yep.
Wow.
So has no one gone since Hooker, right?
Apart from these two, no.
They just went back to back.
I want to interject.
Tanner McKee's still there. Dorian Thompson Robinson, Eden O'Connell, Jaron Hall. That's Max Duggan. That's about it.
Just a quick tidbit on the Philly trade, by the way. My buddy who's a diehard Eagles fan, I want to get him on my show eventually. I texted him just saying he can't get away with it. He goes, yeah, and he went to Georgia too. I completely forgot about that.
Oh, my God.
So another Georgia player is a Philadelphia Eagle.
Well, if you want to be the best, how about you emulate the best team in college football?
Yeah.
Okay, I like it. And keep making player-for-player trades. At some point, this doesn't need to be a Hopkins discussion, but at some point, trading a 5th, a 4, do we know what the comp is yet on that? But trading a 4, a 5, a 6, at some point, that's worth it. That's worth it to do. And it's definitely give him a comp pick next year if you have to, that elevates. But I mean, at some point, solid veterans get it done. Eagles have proved it. The Rams proved it their Super Bowl year. So I definitely think that there's some credence in going out and securing AJ Brown, DeAndre Swift, etc. and the Rams, everybody that they, had to make moves for. So I just think that this is the range to see some veteran players. And that maybe means out. Maybe here's one I want to talk to you about as our pick comes closer. Do you think at $4 million, how about this? At $4 million, Ryan Bates is a lock? Or do you think that Bean secures a pick, whether it's this year or next year, for Bates? Because is it $4 million depth players is high. It's high.
His versatility is too much to get rid of.
Is that worth $4?
He's a quality backup at every position.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's too much to give up on at this point. Now, will he be starting for the Bills this year?
No.
That could be a question.
No, he's not.
Probably not likely with the Bills investing in Osiris Torrence in the second round. But you look at it, for fans that wanted the Bills to beef up their offensive line, they did it this offseason. The guard battles, left guard, right guard, are going to be intense during camp. I think the only thing that most Bills fans might be a little bit upset about is the fact that it looks like Spencer Brown is going to go into the summer without competition at right tackle, which does go along with what you and I have been saying the entire offseason, Kevin.
Hold on, Mike. We just got the comp came in just real quickly on Swift. So Swift and a 7th for a trade up 7th and a 4th next year. So some fuel to the fire for veteran trades right now is looking like a future pick and maybe a 6 or 7 this year. So that should be said. We appreciate the 250.
And then you get DeAndre Swift. I mean, in the end, the Eagles' backfield is going to still be pretty.
Got to stay healthy though. I'm not super locked in on Swift. He's always hurt.
You check out.
Hold on, Mike. Appreciate the 250 live viewers. Smash that like button as we get closer to our pick. This is getting close. We'll see what happens. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, obviously Swift has had injury concerns in the past, but he still plays a good amount of games each year. He's only missed about 13, 14 games played the last 3 years. So he is still a productive player. I understand the concerns, but if you're the Eagles, I think that's an A-plus move for you, adding a talent like that for a relatively cheap price.
Joe, what's the face for? I saw a face, Joe. What's going on?
Oh no, I was reading the trade the boogie comment, which I thought was funny. But so one thing I'm glad we kind of got past this point, because I don't think it happens now, is next year's third and the comp third seem to be staying intact. I don't think we're going to disrupt that. I think we have that extra pick next year, and I think that's going to stay put. So that's something I like. I was willing to move it this year, but I like the idea of holding on to it and just accruing capital next year, because now we're going to be up to what we'll have.
That makes the 4 next year expendable, right?
It does make the 4 next year expendable, yes, and I think that could introduce itself if you did want to try and renegotiate the talks. But again, Arizona's got to eat the money. This can't happen until someone eats money. That's it.
They're not getting good picks if they don't. So they're getting 6s if they don't eat money. They're getting 5s and 4s and higher if they eat money. That it's simple as that. It's really it doesn't even need to be Hopkins. It could be AJ. If he has a certain salary amount, that's what's got to happen. That's what's got to happen.
AJ can play the boundary.
Sure.
I can see it.
I don't know.
AJ could actually. He's got the height.
I couldn't.
AJ's a monster. He might not look tall like in this live stream. He's a solid 6'4".
Yeah,
I'm calling. I'm
his Raz, AJ. You got to put your Raz card in. We want to see the Raz.
For the people in this chat that have never met AJ in person, I haven't, but I've been told he's actually 6'7", 280 pounds.
Oh, that's great.
Greg Rousseau, maybe.
The picks are roaring in here. We're at 131, right?
Hell yeah! I want to be here for ours, so I'm excited.
So I think as we get in here, receiver still sticks out to me. You know, we lost a little bit with edge, with Isaiah McGuire going. Cameron Young was another. Those are some of my 2 targets. Fahiko from San Jose State was on there. So we're getting a little thinner, really down to Roy, Ajomo, just a few names left at that KJ Henry, Carl Brooks. That's about it for me at the defensive line position here. Coburn, obviously, Roy. So that's
Fahiko went?
Yes.
Who took him?
He just went, so it would have been Dallas.
Yep, Dallas. And then here's some potential
what?
I was going to add real quick to the conversation about top 30 visits and the private workouts or Zoom calls. Ryan Talbot just got sent out a list on Twitter. Darrell Luter Jr. from cornerback, wide receiver Justin Shorter, Jacqueline Roy, Kevin, who you've talked about, Nick Broeker on a Zoom, Warren McClendon Jr., the tackle on Zoom, Christian Young, the safety on Zoom, Rashad Torrance on Zoom, and then tight end Payne Durham. So those are
wouldn't Roy make a lot of sense here if he's still there at 137?
Yeah.
Or Whippler. Maybe Whippler. Did he get taken?
No.
So we're into the 5th, and he's still there.
He's got to have a concern, a flag there somewhere, somehow, some way. That doesn't make any sense. Receivers really, to me, receiver jumps out to me only because of the constant comments by Bean wanting to target receiver here. He did it last year. How about this? He took a reach linebacker and then takes a receiver in the 5th round that fell. So could we see a repeat here? I don't think it's crazy. Joe Cyrus Torrance, why not?
No, I think it could happen. Just the deja vu takes you're going to see on Twitter are going to make you want to pull your hair out. Listen, I would like receiver. Like if it's a boundary guy, like I love Yossi Voss. Like the guy's a dog. Like give me him if you can. I'm not opposed to it. I like shiny new toys. You know what I mean? Like I've always looked at it like taking the trenches versus taking a receiver is like getting the Xbox or getting the clothes for Christmas. Like you need the clothes, but you'd much rather have the Xbox. Like, let's be real. But I think I would rather.
What if it's a Dalton Kincaid jersey for clothes?
Ooh, that'd be cool. I was considering cashing out and getting his jersey, but I'm like, no, wait, I'm a jinx. I don't want to do that.
Fair enough. AJ, though, the good thing about receiver here might be enough between Shakir and this 5th round receiver that would knock Hopkins probably out of here. So that should be fun for you or others.
Here's the thing, I would love Hopkins like that. It's not the fact
I'm talking about the talks.
Yes, the talks. Yeah, that's what I just want to be like. I'm just checked out. But Charlie Jones just went from Purdue, by the way.
Ooh, that run could be starting. That run on these next tier could be starting right here, right now.
Who did he go to? Because my television is delayed. I am not.
He went to the Bengals.
Mike's got to be streaming over there.
Well, now what happens? You go in Buffalo, you get Spectrum. You have a smart TV. They don't even give you cable. They stream it all. So
you can still ask for a box. I know I do. Because
I can't have my Twitter open during Bills games. I can't look at my phone. If I'm watching the game at home, everything is happening a minute and like 15 seconds before.
Yeah, it's streaming. That's the problem with Sunday Ticket on streaming to me. And I've argued this till I'm blue in the face is that you're behind. How can you use social media, fantasy apps, betting apps, anything that you do to consume, even us, like consume football and consume.
Well, you know what the worst is? The Bills playoff win against the Colts, the one that ended the playoff win drought.
Yes.
I knew we won the game because before I saw the final Hail Mary attempt, somebody was calling my phone. And I'm like, this person's only calling my phone if we won. So I guess we didn't let them score a touchdown here. But like, it took the nerves away, I'll tell you that. But the streaming is a pain in the butt. It's great quality, but for sports, you can't engage.
Social media. I sympathize because I do not live in Western New York. I live in the city. Therefore, I do not get Bills games here unless they're playing the Jets or the Giants or our national game. So I have to use totally legal streaming means, and they are awful. Their latency is bad. I have to literally put my phone on Do Not Disturb because I can't watch. And plus they buffer all the time. It's the biggest pain. So
there's less stress, like less fighting with like family and friends and other people on Twitter about stupid penalties and play calling decisions and stuff like that. I do want to say quickly about talking about that Bengals selection, getting Charlie Jones. That's an intriguing pick for them. You already look at what they have in their receiver room. You figure they're going to lose someone among that group in the upcoming years. Charlie Jones is someone that does add another burner for Joe Burrow. So that is something to look out for. That could be a sneaky, decent pick for Cincinnati.
Like it.
Maybe.
Certainly do.
You said he was a burner. I watched him when I did my receiver episode. I didn't like his top speed. I think he was more of a guy who did better when he went east to west. Like he looked like someone that could navigate the middle of the field pretty well. And I think like you might have that option for Cincinnati in that offense.
I don't have his measurables or his testing in front of me. I just from when I watched him in person at UB and then obviously last year at Purdue, the few games that I went to, he was always going vertical. He maybe burner isn't the correct use, but definitely was a vertical threat on that offense. And it wasn't always separation. He was able to make difficult catches in tight spaces at times too. So I never thought of him as an elite prospect, but in the middle rounds, 4th round, 5th round, 6th round, I thought he could add some value to a team. And what better place for him than playing with Joe Burrow in Cincinnati? He's a guy where he needs a solid quarterback to be teamed up with, and Burrow might be the best quarterback in the league for what he's going to be looking to do there.
Mm-hmm. Getting closer. So let's lock in our picks now as we get to 133. Let's lock it in. Mike, we're going to go around real quickly. Mike, AJ, then Joe Cyrus, Torrence. Lock in your picks. Go ahead, Mike.
I'll go first. I'm lagging behind, but I think Roy is still available out of LSU. As we mentioned, the visit makes sense. Adds another big man on the defense. I'm a fan of that.
Okay. AJ?
I'll second that. I'll go Jacqueline Roy.
Wow. Okay, we got double Roy. Joe Cyrus? You got something new for us? You going to triple down? No, I don't think he's going to triple down.
Tyler Scott.
Okay. He only did that because he didn't want to go with me and AJ.
No, triple. No. We'll let you redo.
That's what I like, though. That's the good part.
We'll let you redo if you want to use.
If I've learned anything, it's that I don't trust Bean to take the layup. Like, I don't trust him to be like, oh, this is our biggest need. I'll go for that.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like I'm just saying, tight end was not predicted. Guard was not predicted. I don't think D tackle, which is the one that's the most like all of us are like, oh, they need one. They'll get Roy. Yeah. Nah, that man's going receiver, boys. That man is going to pull.
That's in Bennett.
Stewie Bennett's gone. Okay.
Yeah. Congratulations to Stetson Bennett on completing his 12 years of college and also applying for ARP. I'm really happy for him.
Stetson Bennett is an old man already. It's always great when you see a 25, 26-year-old player get drafted. It just should never happen.
Yeah, some names to keep in mind too as we get closer: Jomo, KJ Henry, Carl Brooks. Herbig just went off the board, so another thinner at the edge position. So
Herbig's gone. Oof.
Yeah, so the three edges that are still there. Then you still got Roy, Coburn. That's about it there at the defensive tackle. Receivers still pretty hardy. Tyler Scott, A.T. Perry, Xavier Hutchinson, Keyshawn Boutte. You got Andre Yosivas. Justin Shorter. So those are definitely some names. To Bryce Ford Wheaton, some names to watch out for. So do they punt and go there 205 because there's so many names? That could be possible. Or do they get the guy that they think might actually have a chance to compete and grab the one of their favorites there? So it is going to be interesting. I will triple down on Roy. I think he's a pre-draft visitor. He's who I have here. But Joe Cyrus, Torrence, I'm with you though. That doesn't mean he's going to do it. He could have a veteran on the phone that they like to come in for a year for now. That could be very well possible. And Bean has referenced this receiver room a bunch of times now. So I don't think, a Tyler Scott or that would be very similar to Khalil Shakir or a Xavier Hutchinson or Yossi Voss are very much in play here. So we're getting pretty close to the selection as they're coming fast and furious. Like I said, day 3 goes faster than you originally log in and you're like, we're in for a long haul. And before you know it, 137's on the clock. So Tyler Scott just went though to Chicago.
Okay. I like that for them though. Good for the Bears. All right, guys. Well,
we'll let Joe Cyrus go again. Go
No, you're not allowed to change.
He's allowed to go again. We're not on the clock, so he's allowed to go again.
I was just kidding. Come on, I was just kidding.
At least you had the right value.
Yeah, I mean, like I could see the logic, but you know what? I'm happy for Justin Fields. All right, let's just call it Roy. Ojomo, maybe. You know what I mean?
Okay. JL Skinner is redundant with Taylor Rapp, and he would be my favorite target here if they didn't get Rapp. I just think his versatility, his willingness to play in the box. He was at the Senior Bowl. I got to talk to him. He's a very competitive and fiery guy in an interview. So JL Skinner is another guy that if Rapp wasn't the guy and he didn't follow the Bills, I think he could be an option here. There's also some other really good safeties available. Obviously Antonio Johnson, Chris Smith. That's Pro Ants guy. They call himself He actually called himself the Winter Soldier. Jamie Robinson is another guy. There's still some good safeties out there, so I would not be surprised with the safety pick either.
Yeah, I would wait on. That's where I've targeted. I've had him in the 6 my entire experience here, and then Lutter Jr. from South Alabama. I know they like Res John Wright from Oregon State. There's definitely some names that you can target, some DBs in this thing. So I've leaned in the 6th there. That's definitely where I'm going to be probably looking if they go elsewhere. But you're right. There's definitely some names of players really jumping out to me at the DB unit, just like receiver kind of. So the interior, the defensive line is actually the one getting fairly thin. So they might have to select there because, it's going to be out by the time they pick again for sure. Like it's very thin now. So that's also why I'm leaning D-line, and then best receiver, best DB available in round 6 does make sense. But like you said, they could have one of these DBs pretty high, or they could have one of those receivers glaring out at them.
See McClendon love in the comments. A lot of people like McClendon.
Yeah, he's a visit too, I think, virtually.
He's from
tackle,
Georgia.
okay.
He's from Georgia, so he's going to the Eagles.
Yeah, Warren McClendon, Jalen Duncan are 2 guys that are there at the tackle room. That's about it in my opinion, though. At the O-line spot, don't see them double downing on guard, and maybe Whippler at center. Oluwatimi from Michigan's there too if they want a Jarrett Patterson, I guess, or some guys they can look at in the interior. But that about rounds it up. If they want to go running back, Abanakanda's there, a guy that I really like from Pittsburgh. Chase Brown from Illinois. So there's definitely Deuce Vaughn. So there's definitely some running backs there if this is the range that they want to get a guy like Abanikanda in the system in the 5th round.
Raiders traded up to 135.
Interesting. Let's see where that goes with that one. As the Bills were in.
We're getting close, really close.
Yeah, about hour and 45 minutes it took to get here. And it's definitely gonna be I think they go BPA. Like I don't think they're gonna reach for any sort of need, in my opinion. They're not gonna say like we need defensive tackle. I think they're gonna look at their board and say if it's a receiver, it's a receiver. That's kind of how I anticipate this going. What if it's a tight end? I don't think there's one there, but like Zach Kuntz, they like Zach Kuntz. They like Zach Kuntz. Yeah.
Oh, dude.
I would have taken had I known what I known, I would take him in the 5th. So will they double down there? Why not? I mean, it's definitely a scenario that you can't count out. So
should we ask the chat not to tip when we get there? Has it been going for these? I know we did it on Thursday. Do we care?
I don't know. It's day 3. Whatever happens, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not for or against it. I was just curious. I didn't know.
If it was Thursday and we had like 600, 700 people and they were all watching on TV simultaneously, that's one thing. Talking about a 5th round pick, I don't know if many of us really have a high value.
We'll go around the room. Mike says he doesn't care. AJ, tips or no tips?
I was doing the
for the Bills
doing the ticker.
Do you care if the pick is tipped?
No.
Okay, so that's 2 no's. Oh, okay, so all right. So as of round 4 is over, as of where we're at,
unless it's like Hopkins traded to Buffalo for a 4th and a 6th rounder, unless it's that, I'm fine with going with whenever it's announced.
Well, that technically would have to be a tip anyways, because that would probably come out from one of the big guys, one of the big guns in there anyways. So interesting. Will they trade back? That's an interesting perspective. The Raiders got a fairly decent value, got another 6 to move back 9 spots. Maybe. I would consider that. There's some names that we've all just talked about being there. Would they move back 9 to 10 spots for 6? I would. So it's definitely, if Bean's really a man of his word and wants to trade back, it's not a terrible time to do it, if we're being honest. So we talked about there's a few defensive linemen. There's a bunch of safeties we just talked about. There's a bunch of receivers we just talked about. I'm not overly worried about moving back 10 spots if we're going to pick up another pick today. So I wouldn't hate that. And I'm not a trade back guy. Mike knows. So I think you got to take the best buy in your board at all times. I think that's more conviction I think you need to have conviction in your picks. That's what I like the most about Brandon Beane is he's the last guy in this tier. I need to go up and get Kincaid. He is the guy we want. It's not he fell. We're roped in. We got to make the selection. He goes and gets conviction, and that's super important to me. So that's why, I don't love trading back, but here definitely I think there's enough guys. They have 2 picks. Trading back to grab another 6 here would a team that has a bunch of these picks get and they're willing to give one away. I don't hate it. What's your thoughts, Mike, as we get closer to a trade?
Yeah, at this point, being a 4th round pick, there's probably a cluster of a bunch of guys that they're open to selecting. If someone offers you an additional pick, 5th, 6th round to move down a little bit, it's honestly worthwhile at this point just because you're giving yourself more chances that maybe one of these guys could actually hit. It's not a big – it doesn't swing things much either way for me. You make the selection if you have a guy. If one of those guys is down lower, you can trade it back. But either way, not a huge deal.
Raiders come up for Aiden O'Connell, quarterback. So we got a fifth round corner run here happening, or I guess the end of the 4th for him. But
the Purdue quarterback, correct?
Yeah. So now we're into the 5th officially with Jacksonville on the clock here. So into the 5th, the Bills happen to get Cody Ford away for the 2nd pick in the 5th round. The Texans forfeited theirs. I don't recall. How did they forfeit a 5th? I don't recall that scenario. But they forfeited theirs. But yeah, guys, we really, really appreciate everybody in here. Smash the like button as the picks come in.
And it's not just for us, by the way. The like button helps all of Cover One. So even if you don't like me and Kevin or AJ or Joe, it helps out Eric, Aaron, Greg, Ant. So please help us out.
We got Thomas giving us live updates on what DeAndre Hopkins is doing. Really appreciate you, Thomas. He deleted all but 3 posts on his Instagram, and he unfollowed the Cardinals. So that will tell you everything you need to know if he sees his way into training camp this year. I don't believe so. He probably feels like he's captured. I really do believe that. That's regardless of where he plays or doesn't play. But we're getting about 5 minutes away, I'd say, from really the biggest remaining selection because there isn't any. So that's why this is where they'll use some potential players who will make the roster. As you get to the 6th and 7th, the Bills don't have a 7th this year, but the Bills generally will take flyers, UDFAs, friends of the family like Ricky Prohl, son Austin. It's you're taking more guys who you don't know that will come there as a UDFA because the Bills roster is so good. Why would UDAs choose to come here at this stage? It's going to be a harder sell unless at this maybe D-line. Other than that, I'm not sure why they would choose here. So that's where you use those 6th and 7s, but this is the last real pick.
I do want to say too, like we talk about how Brandon Beane has not hit on late round picks. A lot of people, that's the narrative at least. We forget about guys like Dane Jackson, DeMar Hamlin, Christian Benford. Even though these aren't necessarily guaranteed to be solid guys later in the draft, the Bills have had a tendency of getting serviceable players at this point. It's a crapshoot, but you just never know.
Yeah, for sure. All right, looks like the Jags pick is in. The Bills are on the clock, so probably see this pick come in for the Jags here in a minute. It was Abdullah from Louisville, linebacker. So as that comes in, the Bills are on the clock, so we'll look out for that happening here now. So I think we have
a trade. We traded back. We traded back.
They did exactly what I wanted. There you go. The Bills do trade back. They did
we receive an extra
5 and a 6
round pick.
So the Bills trade back. Get that ticker up, AJ, so we can have that live. But the Bills trade back, receive a 5 and a 6. Great value. I talked about this just 5 minutes ago. Joe Cyrus Torrence, your time's going to come to a close before we can get your opinion on the pick. We'll see. We'll get closer. But I like the trade back to move down 13 slots to get that's like their original 5th, right? That's pretty close to that. It's very close to that to receive another 6. So guess what, Mike? We have 2 picks to play with today. 2 extra 6-round picks.
We don't need to have that big weight from 137 to 205. So we're going to have a little bit more fun on this show, which is going to be great for everyone tuned in. It does suck a little bit that we have to wait 2 hours.
These picks are going fast and furious, though. They really are. They really are coming in. That's maybe a 25-minute wait. So I'll take it to get that pick. I really will.
In the end, it makes sense. If you didn't have one guy that you were sold on, if you had a bunch of guys that you were okay
with. We just said about the bunch of guys were there. We look at the receiver. The Bills are looking at the receiver room and saying, there's enough guys here between their safety. They clearly don't like Roy enough because that's the selection you're obviously.
And Bean did say that he was looking to add more picks day 3. So here you go. You add one more. Now you have 3 selections to that.
Once I saw people were getting extra 6 for moving back 10 to 15 spots, like we were just talking about, I said that is just a seamless, natural. I mean, you got to do it. If teams are offering that up to move back 13 spots, we'll trade the extra 5th for Hopkins.
Here we go, Tom.
That would be quite the turn of events. But yeah, I mean, I think that's just premier value to get back your pick that you were looking to get back, and you didn't really do much, especially if your board had a bunch of guys in this range. So I like that. Yeah, is that yeah, that's great. So 130. So let's see what Washington came up for. I'm kind of interested. Like giving away picks that come up a few slots. I'm always interested in that in day 3. Like, is there someone that glaring that you need to come up here? So that's
who did the Jaguars take? Sorry.
Yasser Abdullah, edge from Louisville.
So we're back to 150. I think Chris put it in the comments. So it's 150, 205, and 215 right now.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't hate it. I mean, at this point, whatever they feel like doing, like I'm not going to lose sleep over whoever they pick now. What if Tyler Scott going just made them decide to trade back? What if my theory was true?
Well, you'll never actually know because it'll never be confirmed or denied.
I will always believe that Brendan Bean felt my same feelings about Tyler Scott, and he was gone. He was so hurt.
You're going to be one of those guys 20 years from now when Tyler Scott has a productive career saying, well, the Bills really wanted him, and then they traded down out of the slot after he was taken. And your kids are going to believe every word. And
we'll also be live with you here through the 6th round. Obviously, we have 205, 215. We will be live with you here on the Going Deep podcast, cover on draft coverage through the 6th round. So we're going to be active for you. Make that final selection at 215. Going to break it down. That's going to be the plan here for today. So we're going to be here obviously throughout the 5th and we're here for the 4th, 5th, and 6th. And, we're going to all go back and check out what UDFAs they might want later on, too. So they traded up for KJ Henry, Clemson edge. Interesting. He was fairly high on the remaining board for the most part. Thank you, Chris. Really appreciate you coming in. Thoughts on Shorter after Kincaid was drafted? Still an option? Absolutely. He was a visitor. He's someone that could play boundary, someone they really liked. I thought was somewhat in play here. Definitely now in play with the 3 picks. Shorter is definitely someone I'd love to add to this room. He was one of my draft sleepers. I know the guys at Cover One really like him a lot. So he's definitely very much so in my cards here. He's got that massive frame, 6'4", 229, threatens vertically. He can make those huge, difficult contested catches, and he's tough going over the middle and is an aggressive blocker. It's pretty much everything the Bills are looking for out of a potential day 3 pick. So I absolutely see Shorter with the extra pick being a viable option.
And everyone chose that clip of Anthony Richardson unloading like that 60-yard bomb to Shorter. They actually showed it when Richardson was drafted. But like the thing is, and on the film room last week, Anthony and Eric were talking about it. That actually really showed how good Shorter is at tracking the ball. Like his ability to readjust, find the ball in the air, and catch it over the shoulder like that was really impressive. So as good as the throw was, I would love Shorter. I think you could probably get him as a UDFA, but maybe they take a swing, and if that extra 6th round pick, you can go get him.
You got the extras. That might be what that extra 6 they wanted. Why?
Right.
Yeah, that might have been why they wanted the extra 6th, was for someone like Short. Now you have 205, 215 based on how the board falls. That's exactly why you grab that pick, because you're not sure if he'll come there as a UDFA. He'll have his selection. Maybe he'll see a different receiver room, a different weapon room, and go there. But that's why you grab the 205, 215. Because now you can make a selection on somebody like Shorter in the 6th round. That's exactly what I have him pegged. I think that's fair to take him in the 6th with one of those 2 selections. I see that happening for sure. So picks are still coming in here, fast and furious. We'll be on the clock before you know it. Will they hit us with another trade down? What do you guys think? Are they gonna pick it?
I think they're sticking. I think they got their extra pick they recouped from Kincaid.
Just one.
And stick with it.
Maybe it's a Shorter pick. They wanted
That'd be cool.
They wanted to add that pick so they could add Shorter. There you go, Chris. Maybe that was the whole idea. Joe Cyrus, what are you thinking? You still feeling D-line? You still another trade back? What do you got for us?
I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think trading back is going to happen again. I think he just wanted to recoup the 1 pick that he gave up for the Kincaid trade, and he got it. Obviously not same value, but just having an additional pick in general. I think as far as what they go for, position changes, or I don't have any position changes. I think it's still probably D-line. You can look at safety, wide receiver. I do think there's still a plethora of decent safeties on the board, and I feel like it's kind of given some of the visits of people they've kept tabs on. That seems to be the direction it might be going for one of those picks. So I'm very confident in saying that they're going to use one of those 3 to take one. Unless the Twitter space prophecy is true and this extra pick that they got is meant to be used in a trade for a Mr. DeAndre Hopkins, which I just don't think. But to me, it's probably safety, wide receiver, and D-line are going to be my guess for the final 3. I would probably say.
AJ?
Repeat it.
Now that they lost 13 picks, you still thinking the same thing? Is another trade back possible? What do you?
Yeah, I think I heard Joe talking about the safety prospect still there. That could also be an option, but I don't think they're going to move back again. I think they take the extra 6th, add more. I mean, they need to fill out this roster too. I know the UDFAs can do that, but there's still, I think a handful of guys, probably 15 range now with a couple of draft picks here to fill this roster out before camp. So I think getting that pick back is smart by Bean. I think he's really done a good job of manipulating the board and getting a pick back, dropping 13 spots in the 5th round to gain a 6th round pick. I think that's very smart. And hopefully there's going to be people that are going to be disappointed with the pick. That always happens. So we'll see what happens. And hopefully it's a pick that Bills Mafia can get behind here.
Yeah, it's a nothing trade back, really, if you really kind of consider it. Clayton, you're in the range of Hampton quarterback Clayton Tune going right now. So
right.
It's really a decent trade back for them to add that 6. So we can, have double 6 here. And they like taking a couple flyers on these guys. And he did reference getting Benford right in the 6. So maybe there's something about this range here that he really likes. So
and now Clayton, now D-Hop's going to definitely stay in Arizona because they got Clayton Tune. So you can all just stop that rumor now because Clayton Tune's the answer.
You're the one that brought it back up, to be honest.
Linda in the comment section said apparently there was something on the banner last night that the GM said himself he's not trading him. I didn't see that. Is that true?
Yeah, he did. He said they're not going to move him. Yeah, he said multiple times. But
he said it on day 1. Did he double? I'm assuming double down.
He doubled down.
Here's the thing.
Completely
missed that. About the whole DeAndre Hopkins smoke has come from DeAndre Hopkins camp. That's why I never thought it was the most likely thing in the world to happen to begin with. He wants out. Of course he wants out. Kyler Murray's going to be out to start the season. The Cardinals are going to be horrible, and he's probably not going to get the ball much from whatever bad backup is starting for them. So I get it from Hopkins' perspective. I just don't see why any general manager feels like he has to. I get it. He could be a distraction, but I don't think Arizona was ever going to do it unless they were actually going to get what they thought was fair compensation for him.
Another quarterback off the board here. Back-to-back quarterback runs. Dorian Thompson from UCLA is off the board.
Okay. A lot of
I actually liked him watching him in college at UCLA. So that's an interesting late round selection.
Yeah, the quarterbacks are flying off the board here. Interesting that there was really no middle tier but people determine that this is the range they want to take these developmental guys in. So that's definitely back to back there. Yeah, I mean, Clayton Tune had some buzz that he could be a guy that would, develop into at least a premier backup. So that's we'll see what happens there. And I like Dorian Thompson-Robinson a lot. I think he would have been a solid. I mean, we don't have the luxury to take our backup quarterback, but I would have loved the ability to add him later on today. So that's definitely some, Stewie Bennett, I think, has backup mold in him. Jake Hayner, definitely. So there's definitely some guys I like that you didn't have to sink a huge asset into post the top guys going off the board.
But talking about backup quarterbacks, I feel like this is something that's just gone under the radar this season with the Bills. It is pretty interesting that Kyle Allen is the backup quarterback on this team right now. I'm not going to say that he's horrible, but I would be a little bit concerned if – and obviously there's a massive drop-off if Josh Allen ever did get hurt. That would have been the same if Mitch Trubisky or Case Keenum had played games with the Bills. But I will say I'm a little bit less confident in the Bills quarterback room behind Josh at this moment in time going forward.
Yeah, for sure. Joe, I know we appreciate the 2 hours you have spent with us on the horn. We're getting 142-ish range. So in a series of unfortunate events here for Joe Cyrus. But why don't you tell us, what are you thinking here as we approach the final few minutes of your tenure? You had the morning session as well. How you feeling as we approach the next 8 selections?
I'll say this to Bills fans. I understand the concerns about the Williams pick, but please just give the kid a chance. I think there's a lot of upside there, and you might see a whole defensive shift happen, not a drastic scheme shift, but a slight one, where he gets involved and has a role and does pretty well. It's to be seen. But as for the draft as a whole, I love the pick that they did, or I love the 2 picks that they had prior to Williams. I think Osiris Torrence is a great addition to the offensive line and gives us some flexibility with Bates. And I love the pick of Kincaid, and I did it at first and then it grew on me. And I think we have a viable slot target that's going to be a great safety valve for Josh, especially on early downs. If you want to move the change slightly, if you need a 3rd and 6, he could be your guy, or off script plays where Allen rolls out and you're talking about finding someone down the field. I think Kincaid's going to be your guy for that. So, and by down the field or intermediate, but as far as going ahead, I would like to say it's probably going to be those positions I said before: D tackle, wide receiver, safety. And I'm ideally hoping that if they take a receiver, since Tyler Scott, Brandon Bean, and I both agree was the only reason we would stay at 137, I would hope it'd be a boundary guy that could be good depth for Davis and someone that you could probably see potential in starting if Davis walked. But it's to be seen.
Give us your final pick. We're a few away. We've joked about it. Are you still on the Roy train? Are you thinking safety, receiver? Let's hear it before you head out. What do you give us your final pick for the 5th?
Considering how thin it is right now, I think D tackle makes the most sense, and I think Roy would make a lot of sense, or Ojimo, one of those 2. That'd probably be a bad take.
Joe, we really appreciate you. Obviously, your morning show, and then you appreciate you hanging out here with us for 2 full hours on a pretty lengthy wait as the Vikings just trade up too. So there's some value here in these 5th round picks. Teams must have this value as pretty high. The value rounding out. So as I see some trades running, I won't discount another trade back for a 6th. So the value is still coming in on these picks, and will the Bills do it one more time? They could potentially do it, but I'd like to see him sit at 150 and take a selection. Joe, thank you so much for coming on. It was great having some time with you, and we will definitely see you and your opinions and your thoughts on Spaces at some point this weekend. I'm sure we'll fire some up here. So anyone check out Spaces for all of our opinions. AJ goes in, Mike's pops in a little bit now. Joe Cyrus Torrence is definitely in there. So Joe, thank you so much for coming out, and we'll definitely catch you soon.
Thank you guys so much. Go Bills.
See you soon. Yep. Talk to you soon. So we have one more guest today, another frequent visitor of Spaces and other Cover One shows, Cover One Buffalo producer. Proud to have him, and a very big proponent of playback, and I'm sure we can get him up here to talk about it. Chris Kepner. Chris, we are glad to have you, man. Welcome aboard.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
What's up, Chris?
What's up, man?
How was that introduction?
That was nice. I like that you're staying on the Spaces train.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
To that,
there's no
it's,
reason to not plug where you can catch some of our like to workshop in those things, kind of hear the fan reaction. So it's always cool to
yeah,
hear what.
it is fun. It's more, informal. It's easier for us, right? We don't have to sit in one spot and have the whole podcast rig and be on camera. So
Yeah, have notes and product, stuff like that. So it is easier to kind of get some thoughts and theories out there. But Chris, what is your reaction as you were on day one, right? Like what did you?
Yeah, I was on for a bit in
Okay.
the day one broadcast. I was mostly in the background though, like doing the the handling the graphics and the scroll and everything.
The ticker, yeah.
Yeah, tipping the guys on the show to what the picks were. It was actually pretty fun. But I mean, look, I wasn't expecting them to to trade up for Dalton Kincaid, but I'm excited about it. It's a guy that is kind of universally seen as a top 15 prospect, and we got him at 25. And Roy is gone.
Oh God.
Yeah. Well, there you go. And then Torrence. I mean, there was the only player who was mocked to the Bills more than Torrence was Bijan Robinson, and this is in the first round, and we ended up getting him at 59. So, I mean, the Bills clearly were interested in him. He was a top 30 visitor, wasn't he?
Yes, Osiris Torrance. Yep.
And I mean, obviously they met with him at the Senior Bowl too. But yeah, I mean, I think both of those picks are great. I know that the third round pick once again is kind of controversial, but I'm a wait and see kind of guy. Like, I'm not gonna discount anything that's happening right now. Like, give it some time. Let's see how it plays out. That's the way I feel.
How do you feel about right now? So we just saw Roy go off the board. What are you thinking about in 7 picks here?
Bean was talking about wide receivers and corners last night in his presser. There are a lot of those at those two positions left. A.T. Perry still out there.
A.T. Perry is still out there. Yep.
And there's some corners, and you guys were talking about safeties. I was listening to it a little earlier. Chris Smith is still out there. There's some guys that make a lot of sense at that and in the defensive backfield. So I know they've been targeting defensive tackles. So that, I mean, Roy going off the board, it kind of gives that position a little bit of a downgrade, obviously, overall, in terms of how attractive it is for the Bills coming up. But I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, they had more top 30 visitors at D tackle than any other position except wide receiver.
And didn't take one, which is
yeah,
super interesting.
No wide receivers or D tackles yet, which is interesting. But also no middle linebackers.
I mean, you're not wrong. So it's definitely interesting that some of those units they looked into a little bit, including tight end, true tight end. They looked at a lot of this range tight end. We're not talking Kincaid. We're talking, he's a special talent. We're talking tight end. We're talking defensive tackle. They pivoted from some of that they had in pre-draft visit. Receivers they had in, I would think they would have liked to select one. I still believe they were probably trying to get up. I really do. Those tickers were coming low. That's obviously what the Bills' range was. I do think they did end up trading up. I do believe that they were entertaining going up a little bit higher to select one of them. So that's that. To transition to here, I do believe that as Cam Mitchell from Northwestern corner goes off the board, I do believe that that receiver is very much in play here.
Did you guys talk about passing on Drew Sanders for Torrence? I mean, I know Torrence.
Bring it up.
Torrence stuck out in terms of BPA, the best player available. I mean, the value there at 59 was probably just too big to pass up. But I mean, a lot of people talking about, with Tremaine Edmonds going to Chicago, that huge hole at the middle linebacker position. Drew Sanders was one of those guys. People were even talking about him being a target for the Bills in the first round. They had 2 shots at him and they passed. So
I think that's a really good talking point, and that actually is something that we haven't really discussed much on our show today, much because of the Dorian Williams pick being the center of attention entering the day for most Bills fans. But it is interesting because we talked about how the Bills passed on Drew Sanders twice, but the fact that they were willing to take an offensive guard who's going to be in a battle to earn a starting spot over what you would think would be a starting middle linebacker at a position that more fans would say was a big need at that moment in time, really tells you how much they like Osiris Torrence going into the draft, and maybe how little they loved Drew Sanders as a potential starting middle linebacker for them, because I obviously you can make an argument the value was too good to pass on Torrence, but in the end, the middle linebacker need is still there, and they chose a competition between Bates and Torrence over getting a starting middle linebacker. So that is a really good point and something that probably should be discussed in greater detail going forward.
I agree. The Jets pick, Israel Abanikanda goes off the board. So it was one of my running back targets. Don't like him in the Jets. Was definitely someone I thought had an outside chance if the Bills wanted to add to the running back room. Is a name that I did like. So I agree that they just did not have this linebacker class from everything I've heard. You know, he kind of gave a short answer on the topic earlier. Jack Campbell, when he was asked by Mookie Hawkins from Buffalo Sports 1080, asked him and then just didn't give him anything, which sounded frustrated to me. You know, I think that's, you know, would I have answered that way? Probably not, but he did seem like didn't want to answer the question. So I think he might have been the only true linebacker target for the Bills in this draft. If he went early, which he did, I don't believe they overly needed to come away with someone. And they got somebody that they feel has a lot of good depth in him that can develop. He can start at weak side linebacker, can start at special teams, and then eventually develop into a potential flexible, positionless linebacker. You're playing a lot of nickel, you're playing a lot of thick dime. You know, who knows? Do you need a traditional thumping Preston Brown in the middle? No, it's just Tremaine Edmonds was such a unicorn that everyone's kind of thinking about that, but you're not going to find Tremaine Edmonds, just like you shouldn't be looking for Josh Allen if you're another team looking at quarterback. It's the same type of idea. They drafted them in the same draft. So to me, they're going to be doing different things this year. Taylor Rapp's going to play a lot. I know that for sure. Rapp is going to be in a lot of sub packages, and he's going to take a lot of the onus, the pressure away from a true crazy middle linebacker. So that's definitely something to keep in mind as we're getting closer. Let's go back around the horn. You know, now we got Roy off the board.
Can I say one thing about Campbell real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I think it's just interesting when we came into this draft talking about how weak the linebacker class was, and it seemed like a huge surprise, right? That Campbell went at 18, I think, to Detroit.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And that's higher than I think anybody really expected him to. But like looking back at it, maybe we shouldn't be so surprised when you're talking about a really thin, class at linebacker. Campbell was the standout. He was really the only guy, right, in that class who was, people were trying to talk themselves into Drew Sanders and Trenton Simpson. I think you saw both of those guys drop quite a bit. I mean, there's a huge gap between where Campbell went and where those guys went. So in the end, I mean, teams, and obviously Detroit, felt like if we want a linebacker, we just got to take him. And it's just interesting to see how that played out.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And they probably felt the same way as Mafi from UCLA goes off the board to the Patriots. Let's go back around the clock here as we're 5 picks away again. We did the same thing about 20 picks ago. Mike, what are you thinking now? Now that Roy, our consensus pick, is now off the board, and the Bills apparently decided to that trading back for a 6th was better than taking Roy. So we can tell kind of what they thought of their visitors and their defensive tackle draft class. So Mike, what are you thinking as we're 5 picks away?
I thought I had an easy, pretty solid selection there, but now I have to go back to work. I still think we're probably close to where things will go. Still possibility D tackle, possibility of a corner / safety, wide receiver. Those are the positions I would say are in play. Just looking at the best available targets right now, it's really hard for me to just pick a random person on this list. I think there's multiple different directions that they can go.
You got to pick one. Give me one.
Oh God, Kevin, you always put me on the spot like this. I'm
That's struggling. What true draft coverage is for. I need your selection. We're coming up close. I need you to get a name in of someone that you like.
Joe was high on this guy, Moro and Ojomo from Texas. I'll put him as a possibility. Okay. I'll just say this: when you get to pick 150, you're just throwing darts. How often are we going to be right with this? I just hope they get someone that makes sense and they're able to develop. Roy seemed to make a lot of sense, but obviously he's off the board now.
Okay, AJ, what are you thinking?
I'm gonna throw some darts, and I'm just gonna go with JL Skinner. That's kind of my just surprise, kind of developmental. If Rapp doesn't re-sign and gets a big extension somewhere else, I think JL Skinner's a guy that he's got the competitiveness and he's very good in the box. So I wouldn't be surprised with that pick, but it'd probably be a surprise to a lot of fans just because they went out and got Taylor Rapp. But I'm gonna throw out a flyer, total guess, and say JL Skinner from Boise State.
Okay, we got some Coburns, we got some Antonio Johnsons, we got A.T. Perry. Chris, what do you got for us? What are you thinking here?
A.T. Perry is tempting, for sure. My instinct though says Chris Smith. He's standing out to me in terms of value. I mean, we're into what pick one into the one. Sorry, what pick are we on right now?
146.
Is that what you said?
We have 150. We're on pick
so
146.
Yeah, I mean, so the consensus overall rank on Chris Smith was like 90. So, I mean, he's dropped, and that's a position group that can happen too, right? Safeties, but he's part of that Georgia defense. I don't know. I mean, I think there's room for another safety on the roster, and I think that the value kind of stands out. So that with like the idea that they're kind of leaning into BPA in this draft, which it kind of seems like they're doing, that's kind of the one that I would go with, I think.
Jimmy Robinson's off the board, potential target as the safety class is starting to use here. I don't believe they mess with the defensive line prospects based on they haven't selected it now. They traded back when maybe the best remaining one was left. So I personally do agree that with Chris and with the AJ that they're looking safety here. So Smith's definitely a guy that I could definitely see him take. Dale Skinner's a guy like Robinson was on my list. I just think he's mentioned
Smith is
receiver.
Raz. Do you think the Raz is what's pushing Smith down? Like 2.93.
The athleticism in general, yeah. No, as a guy that does trend Raz, at least I like needing to see it first. I do believe that's affecting his stature here. So I'm gonna personally, I'm going off the receiver pool, especially factoring in that I'm not sure what's gonna happen with the DeAndre Hopkins scenario. So I'm gonna go receiver, and I'm feeling pretty good about someone like Yossi Voss, about someone like Shorter, Hutchinson. I think it's the right range here to select your favorite receiver. You got the extra pick already. I'm feeling like get your receiver in the system, put him in here, and then you can do some work with DB and other selection here later in the draft. So that's kind of where I'm at as now we're getting closer to 147. So
I like that.
We'll be up. Yeah, we'll be up before we know it. But I think that he's got to play the mode a little bit and kind of see where people are going. And right now, I think you got to get ahead of the final receivers and grab one, and then add a DB to the system. That's kind of where I'm at as we approach the end of this here. But there's definitely still some receiver names that people thought were closer to late day 2, early day 3 picks that are still on the board, very similar to Khalil Shakir. So I wouldn't be shocked. They want a boundary. They have Shakir already to kind of be that young piece at the slot, but they double down on the same similar type of linebacker. That doesn't mean anything. But I do think that Dorian has a little bit more ability to play Mike than Terrell Bernard does. So I don't think just because they have, I'm sick of fighting the height thing. Just because the height's similar does not mean anyone that has the same height does not mean that they're the same player. So it's been a talking point. I think people are getting faster, smaller, more aggressive than they are those thumping Preston Brown type of players. AJ, shaking your head. What's going on?
I can't get rid of the sickness, Kevin. It just keeps coming back.
It still got you?
It's just never gone away for some reason. I don't know if it's
you've been chewed up for the last.
I don't know if it's the air in Brockport or what.
No, it's not. So it must just be the chewed upness that you've had over the last 2 weeks, man.
I think it's Bill Graves.
My daughter has been getting sick constantly this year. It's crazy.
Oh,
really?
It's the worst. Yeah.
I
have a feeling that these like young kids, there was a little bit of a halo effect from being isolated during so much in like the early years when their immune system is supposed to be developing. I haven't done any research to back this up, but like she's been getting sick constantly this year. It's crazy.
Maybe it's the draft coverage. We're bringing you the greatest draft coverage. Maybe we're getting worn down.
You're just sick of the draft.
Yeah, we're into the 5th round here, so maybe it's just quite frankly how we're feeling as we're approaching the draft coverage. That's my thinking right now. So, all right, we're tuning into the finals of the selection. Maybe Bean throws another trade back if he likes what he has to say in terms of the availability. You know, another safety off the board in Jordan Howden from Minnesota. So maybe this is the safety run that everybody's talking about here. So as we approach finally selecting what we got going on, it's going to be definitely great. Now, Chris, I got a question for you since you just joined us. Receiver. I want to ask you about receiver.
Okay.
How are you feeling about the room as it sits today, right now? I want your opinion on, are you feeling good at boundary? Do you feel like there's enough depth at the receiver room as we're getting close to this pick?
Yes and no. Like, yes, I think we're good with what we've got, but I always think it's a good idea to add a receiver in the draft. I mean, there's usually a whole bunch of talent coming up, and we were just talking about it. You just listed off 4 or 5 names that I think would be certainly worth a pick. So if they don't take a receiver, I'm not going to be necessarily upset because they've got a bunch of guys, and especially if you throw in Dalton Kincaid into that conversation and like the snaps that he takes technically as a tight end, but they're going to be in all likelihood pass catching snaps. I think they're in a good spot, but hey, it's like, that's one of those rooms where an embarrassment of riches is not a bad thing.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree with the take that it's more important than we're making out to be. And he has referenced it a few times of liking the availability here. So I'm leaning receiver here for the Bills selection. Mike, how would you feel about that?
I'd be open to that. You guys were saying A.T. Perry is still available, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
A.T. Perry, Yosibas Hutchinson.
Talk about the size that you would get from a guy like that, 6'5". That's a big boy target right there.
Yeah.
So you think about a team that really has elusiveness with Diggs, then you have speed with Hardy. You got a big boy tight end receiving target in Dalton Kincaid. If you can add a 6'5" receiver, I'm not saying he's going to be dynamic for you, but he can definitely bring something to the table that you don't currently have in your receiver room. So that would be an intriguing option at this point in time. I would definitely consider that move if the Bills want to get another lengthy body in their receiving room.
AJ, you thinking the same thing?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of question marks once you get past Davis and Diggs. Hardy hasn't been able to stay healthy. Sherfield has shown some signs of, successful football in his career so far, but he's not, I would say, a reliable guy that I would want to count on in big games just yet. So yeah, I wouldn't mind a nice 5th, 6th round receiver, which I think they're going to add a receiver. So whether that's now or in the next couple of picks, a receiver is definitely going to be one of the selections here, just because
Josh Wiley from Cincinnati off the board right before.
I mean, it would be ironic that in a year where everyone was saying they needed to add a receiver and they have all these top 30 visits on receiver, they don't end up getting a receiver, even though they fixed the need that they need at receiver. But because it's a tight end, everybody's like, oh no, they didn't add a receiver. It would be kind of funny if that's how it plays out.
How would you guys feel about Voorhees here? I know he's got a year. He's probably got a year to.
I don't like it here. They already added a guard. Okay. I think we have a couple simultaneous competitions at left guard, right guard. I don't know if I love the idea of a stash player in this situation.
Fair enough. Yeah, I'm kind of the same way.
At that position, at least.
I would definitely have loved it without, the cupboard's pretty full in the interior right now, in my opinion. But I mean, that then even furthering my, like, what are you doing with, are you keeping a $4 million Bates then? Like, so furthering my, like, you're investing in now another, I mean, it's not a huge investment, but you're investing a 5th. to stash a guard when you have a lot invested there, in my opinion, right now after the Osiris Torrence pick. But it's the 5th. If they determine it to be possible, I mean, I guess so.
Could the Bills still draft a middle linebacker, inside linebacker here?
Toto from Alabama.
I mean, could it just be that they had a lower grade? They actually had someone that they were okay with, but they just didn't want to take him in the second, third round. And
if they had a middle linebacker in this system that could come out and play middle linebacker, he would have been the pick in the 3rd. It doesn't mean they can't add a linebacker here, but no, not specifically. I don't totally. I would see it more of like an edge pass rush linebacker, like a true kind of stand up guy. But no, I don't believe there's. I mean, we haven't really seen many linebackers. There's not another middle linebacker to take.
This has just been such
Noah
a
Sewell
class overall.
Maybe
you look at
Servassier Dennis.
I don't think he has the coverage chops, unfortunately, for what the Bills like to do with their linebackers.
Servassier Dennis does. He's an interesting one. He definitely
what a great name too.
Yeah, Servassier Dennis. It's amazing. He definitely grades out well in the coverage. So it's sure linebacker right now. They traded back. They picked up Sewell. Did he just go?
Yep.
Yeah. So he's off anyway. So sure, it's possible. In 150, they could double down linebacker to continue to add guys and just have one guy take the job. It's not the craziest thought. Yeah, I mean, it's not the world's wildest idea. I mean, they could double down tight ends. Zach Kuntz is still there. Like, why not? Like, you need, more inline blockers, more inline bodies. It's not crazy to assume that they could add more 12 personnel to tight end too. So we'll have to, especially if we're going to consider Kincaid the slot. It's okay. Then they could use an inline tight end. So it's not a wild thought here as the Packers pick is in. So that means we're officially on the clock. So we will see kind of how this goes as I'm still pushing receiver, but
we're on the clock.
We are on the clock. I don't know where 149 went yet. I don't know if anyone has that yet.
Sean Clifford,
Penn State.
Yep.
I'm not a fan of Sean Clifford. I will not hide that. Yeah. Penn State had a good year, but I've seen Sean Clifford in person twice, and I just don't think he was at Penn State forever. Not a great quarterback, though.
I didn't know you were being serious, but okay.
No, I'm being completely serious.
No, AJ, I didn't know that was actually the selection there. So very, very interesting as the Bills are now on the clock. So
safe to say they weren't interested in Sean Clifford.
Yeah, no, I'll take it. Safe to say that was not the selection there for the Bills. So let's see if they
no one was standing out on their board at 137, right? That's why you do.
I would say that's fair.
I'm just going to go out on the limb and say none of us are gonna, when we hear this name, it's going to be a name none of us anticipated.
Yeah, it's going to be someone that we haven't said yet.
It's going to be so and so out of Southwest Sacramento State A&M, NAIA quarterfinalists last year. That's how it always plays out right now. As much football as we watch.
Well, from South Alabama is Darrell Lutter, which is a legitimate option. So, to your point.
Well, South Alabama's D1.
Yeah.
I'm making up brand new school names.
Okay, we got new schools. We got a new school coming from.
I always say this every year. I watch as much football as anyone. I'm watching Maction Tuesday and Wednesdays in November. I'm watching college football 12 to 12 on Saturday. Sunday night football, Monday night football, Thursday night football. I'm watching Friday ACC games at Syracuse. I still don't know half the players that are in this draft. So I don't know how people that don't watch as much football as me know some of these guys.
Oh, everyone on Twitter is a draft expert, Mike. You should know this by now.
I believe me, my wife wants to kill me during football season. So I wish I had the knowledge of the Twitter experts.
We've got producer Pickers in for the Bills, so we got producer AJ working it right now. We'll try to get you anything we can on the selection as soon as we can. As soon as we hear the name, we'll get to work on our opinions of said player. We got claps going on in some draft room. I don't know who's clapping. The Bears are very happy with their 5th round selection.
That's a franchise altering decision for them right there.
Yeah, absolutely is. Franchise altering decision there for the Bears. as we get closer to the pick here, should be announced any moment. Thank you all for tuning in. We've been on since 12. We've been talking all the 4th, almost all the 5th now. So we've been really be going on this.
Make sure to hit that like button, guys.
Yeah, please smash the like button as we see the pick, and we'll get you everything we have on the player.
Justin.
Is it actually Justin Shorter?
Yep.
That's interesting. That is very interesting. Well, we actually did talk about him on the show today, so I guess it wasn't completely out of
that's who Eric Turner wanted them to take with this pick.
Yeah, so there you go. The
If
big boss
Eric
wanted
Turner
Justin Shorter
stamp of
here.
approval, we can't debate this.
I mean, it's kind of true.
That's very true.
He knows like exponentially more about football than I
do. Justin Shorter was a fairly good athletic specimen. He's a big receiver. The Bills clearly liked him. They actually selected from their visitors list. That leads me to
229.
Yeah, leads me to believe that Josie Voss and other boundaries could have been in play, but they liked what they found from Shorter here. And definitely let's get up his
I bet Kair vouched for him.
Yeah, we got double Florida players, by the way.
Yep.
Torrence. So talk about drafting from Florida here for the Bills. Got about an 8 RAS. Really got that height, weight, bench going for him. So strong physical, vertical, broad jump going for him. 40 times okay. 20-yard split, 10-yard splits okay. Really his biggest issues there were his composite agility scores, keeping him away from a top. Prior to testing there, I think he was like a 9 RAS. So definitely has a fairly decent athletic profile there from Justin Shorter. We talked about him earlier on the show here where he is definitely a contested catches guy for people that like those contested catches guy. He's a winner in that range, with his big body and what he's able to do. You mentioned the throw from Richardson, right, AJ?
Yeah, just his ability to track the deep ball in that singular play was just very – everyone was talking about Richardson's throw. But, and a lot of people talk about Shorter too is Richardson didn't really have much time to throw in college. His line wasn't the best. Because Shorter was a guy that ran downfield routes. So Shorter was open many times, but he was, the inability of the offensive line to protect Anthony Richardson kind of, limited his target share in the offense. But no, I really like the pick, and I think he's a big target. You just brought up the RAS, which is always a good thing. I like the pick. He's another weapon for Josh Allen. Obviously, this is the plan. They're confident at D tackle. They're confident in defensive end. That's what it says most to me. They're confident in Boogie Basham and AJ Epinesa stepping up, and they're just going. If you're not going to be able to stop us. I think that's kind of the plan, the mentality that the Bills are going to go with this year.
Yeah, I mean, massive frame, long arms, build up speed, threats vertically. He makes those difficult catches. He's tough going over the middle and an aggressive blocker too. So definitely someone that they determined to be that boundary presence that they're looking for.
I have Eric's notes if you want me to read them off real quick.
Yeah, go ahead and read those on there.
So yeah, he's got the 4.55 40-yard dash. Okay, he's got a true X ceiling. Long strider, gets vertical and catches DB sleeping. You can hide him in line with the tight end in the red zone. He flashes crisp in and out breaking routes to pair with vertical game stems. Reactive athleticism on display as he works through the second level and climbs through the route stem. He's a perfect wide receiver to lift coverages. He's a willing blocker. So many more plays left on the field because Richardson didn't have the time. Double move package will be successful. His ball tracking is elite. He adjusts to inaccurate passes. 82 and 80 over an 82-inch wingspan with 33.25-inch arms. Great hands. It's a 5.5% drop rate. Only 6 drops on 177 targets.
This is an intriguing pick for the Bills, and kind of for the same reasons I was talking about A.T. Perry earlier. You have size here. You're talking about his height. That is a huge catch radius, ability to adjust to the ball. Like, this guy is an athlete. Now, the question I have, obviously, we talked about him having Richardson at Florida last year is why wasn't there more production during his college career? He started at Penn State, transferred to Florida, was at Florida for 3 years. You're talking about a person in 5 years that had 110 catches for 1,552 yards and 8 touchdowns. Never had a year with more than 3 touchdowns. You would think a guy with his measurables, with his testing skill set, would have been a higher production receiver at the college level. Now, it's probably a good situation coming to Buffalo where there's not going to be a ton of expectations day one. You're not a high round draft pick, so you don't need to just instantly be inserted into the starting lineup. But it is kind of interesting that the Bills are giving Josh bigger targets. The emphasis in recent years has always been about separation and getting guys who have a step or two on opposing corners. Now it looks like they're trying to also add the people that can make the contested catches, that can make those 50-50 balls. So it's a good risk to take at this point in the draft for someone that does bring some decent upside to the position.
Yeah, I mean, I was targeting receiver we did with Chris. We talked about Shorter earlier in the show. He asked us if we thought Shorter could be a possibility. That's where we got into it earlier. We knew the Bills liked him. Definitely a pre-draft visitor. He was definitely someone that I think was always a different type of boundary receiver. They were clearly targeting boundary. Obviously, as we've all talked about, fulfilling the slot receiver position technically with Kincaid. So it adds a name there. And we talked about it saying, hey, who's the backup boundary? You got one now. You know, we were always like, where does Shakir fit in? Is he slot? Is he boundary? We don't know. Who's the backup boundary in the Gabe Davis situation? You got your backup boundary receiver here in the 5th round. And as a guy that they've targeted throughout the draft process and on pretty much every event that happened. So he's definitely a contested catches guy that is just aggressive over the middle and is going to be a red zone weapon. So, you know, I love having a guy like him and Shakir on the roster, ton of different players, and he's going to round out your top 6 receiver room without needing a guy like Jay Kumaro on your roster taking it up for special teams. That's why you need your 3rd through 5th round, 6th, 7th round positions to play special teams. You need special teams players so that you can take players like Shorter and have Shakirs and have other talented players. So you're not using roster spots on running backs and receivers that need to play teams. So it is, you know, Brandon Beane saying that Dorian's going to play some special teams is not a shock. He needs to play special teams day one. Like, there's no issues around that. He needs to be useful in that regard and develop at the middle linebacker spot. Jordan Poyer plays special teams. Back to that initial point. Servassier Dennis off the board was a linebacker that I thought was potentially in this range that I really liked. So we got another name in the pipeline. What are we thinking of the draft as a whole now that you have, you know, 2 weapons, a blocker for Josh and a linebacker, and 2 6th? So we got the 2 6th still in the fold. They still probably going to go DB with one of them. I think that's fair to say. The other, well, questions are in the air. So, Mike, how are you feeling as a group?
I'm feeling great right now about this draft. I went into the offseason wanting the Bills to attack offense and to really put Josh in the team in a situation where there's no more excuses. And right now, you add a guy like Dalton Kincaid who will shore up the slot, who will help out middle of the field, give Josh a dependable target, big body on crucial plays. You get Osiris Torrence, who's going to just bolster up the right side of the line, assuming that he's going to be competing with Bates for the right guard spot. That's going to be protection for him. Obviously, there's questions regarding Dorian Williams. How will that pick play out? I'm going to wait and see. I'm not going to bash it. Don't love it either. But I'm thinking there's more to it. And then now you add a guy with high upside, tremendous body, height, okay speed, and it's someone that you can really hopefully mold into something more in Justin Shorter. I think it's a solid B+ for me at this point. And really, the Dorian Williams pick, the only reason why I wouldn't give it a higher mark.
And Mike, for you, this one's for you. The number 1 rated receiver in the 2018 recruiting class, above Waddle, Jamar Chase, and Amon-Ra St. Brown.
I love the recruiting ranking. So, I mean, to be that high coming out of high school means this guy has everything that you're looking for. It's, can the Bills mold him? Can they develop him? And that's the big question. Obviously, they believe they have something special, and 6'5" wide receivers don't grow on trees. So if they can make this work out, they could have something. I don't want to say special, but a solid contributor potentially added to this wide receiver room.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it's a really good addition to the roster at this stage. Traded back, got the extra pick, can now utilize that on DB, can go a couple of different ways here in the 6th round, 205, 215. So we'll get those picks fast and furious here today. We'll be on with you probably for another roughly 90 minutes, I would guess. We'll be here through the 6th round. We'll kind of recap both of those picks like we just did. We'll kind of look at the unit as a whole, and we'll get you on with your Saturdays. But I would say, we're at 155 now. So we're probably thinking, what, guys, like about an hour for the selection, longer? What are we thinking for 205, about 50 picks? We guesstimating 70 minutes?
I have no idea, but I'm just going to give my 2 cents on the draft so far. Mike, you gave it a B+. I'm going to go with an A-. Now with the shorter edition, I think it was a B+, but I think the shorter edition kind of bumps it up one notch for me. You get a guy that's got good hands. He's big. I was showing my phone. There was a picture of him. I mean, he's just absolutely just chiseled. So, when you have a guy like that, he's going to be valuable to Josh Allen in the red zone. I really like that pick. Dorian Williams, it's hard to wrap my head around, but at the same time, like, they have a plan. They know more than us. We don't really know what kind of the deal with that is, whether he said it's a backup for Matt Milano and they're going to start him there, but who knows come camp, if they see something that they like from him, giving him a shot at a middle linebacker. And then Osiris Torrence, I mean, some people had him as the best offensive guard in the class, and to get him at 59 was just, before Connor McGovern was a Buffalo Bill, Osiris Torrence was the guy that everyone was mocking to the Bills at 27. Mm-hmm. So, that's just absurd value there. So you have to grade that pick as an A, just because I think it upgrades the offensive line. And I think it'll help Spencer Brown tremendously because it seems like they're going to roll with him at right tackle. And then the first overall pick, Kincaid, or the first round pick, sorry, obviously a really good pass catcher. I think he's going to pair well with Knox. He'll kind of help Allen over the middle. I think he's able to get upfield after he catches the ball, which is huge. You don't think he can, but he's sneaky with it. He's very sudden when he catches the ball in the middle of the field and moves up the field. So that's something that I think is really going to help Josh maybe get some yards after the catch with something that they've struggled with. So overall, man, it's just been a great haul for Brandon Beane. I wish maybe they could have gotten a Sanders or Campbell, but they have to be confident with what they have, and that's kind of where I'm at.
Absolutely. Chris, what are your opinions on the draft class as a whole now adding shorter?
I'm excited, man. I always get excited by the draft, man. We're adding new players to this team. There's new Buffalo Bills today. It's a lot of fun. Just to follow up, Mike was talking about how is there, how did he not have more production? You kind of alluded to it as well, that, and it's the point you made about him being number one in his recruiting class was really interesting. So it's a guy, I think, who ended up in a situation that didn't really, it wasn't super favorable to him in terms of how he was used in that offense and how much time Richardson had for his plays to develop. So you're almost buying low on a guy, right? This is somebody who, had they gone to Alabama or Ohio State, maybe they're a day 1 or day 2 pick. I don't know. We'll never know, right? But we'll see when he gets into the NFL and he's playing with Josh Allen. What's the upside there? I'm really curious.
And this is a spot that the Bills in previous years have really liked to go wide receiver. The Bills have loved wide receiver in that 4 to 6 round range. You think about the guys they've added throughout the years: Gabe Davis in the 4th, Khalil Shakir in the 5th, Isaiah Hodgins in the 6th, and now you get Justin Shorter. And really, when you think about all those guys that they've gotten, Gabe Davis, compared to most 4th round receivers, has been a success. Khalil Shakir, there remains to be it remains to be seen. But I think all of us are optimistic about what he brings to the table for the Bills. And then Isaiah Hodgins, while it never ended up working out in Buffalo, we saw last year in New York that he did have upside and can bring something to the table. So I think it is clear the Bills, they like waiting to draft receivers, but they typically do a solid job at evaluating the position on a whole. So the buying low point that you made, I think is great. And it's one of those where if it doesn't work out, well, it's a 5th round pick at the end of the
Kind
day.
of a low risk, right?
And if it does work out, great. You just added a guy with high upside and gave up a 5th round pick for him. So I think it's hard not to like the pick at this moment.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be a beast in the red zone. I think he's going to do something special that, that not every one of their receivers can do. He's going to be by far the biggest guy there. All of a sudden, we get a big receiver and all of a sudden it's like, no, now we're, he's, almost a tight end. Like you can't win either way you can't win with the height weight thing.
Kincaid is the receiver.
We should start.
Porter is the tight end. We got it wrong, guys.
We should start putting it out there that
rules.
Shorter is more. No, because there was that one note in Eric's scouting report that he can hide as an inline tight end in the red zone. We should just start saying that Shorter's a tight end.
And then we can do the 3 tight end red zone formations with Shorter, Kincaid, and Knox. No, and then we can put Reggie Gilliam in at fullback, and we'll call it 4 tight end personnel. It'll be our thing.
Yeah. I'm tweeting out right now that Justin Shorter is exactly what the Bills are looking for a red zone target, what they were looking for earlier in his career, like Duke Williams. That's exactly the type of player that they're looking for with, obviously more physical specimen that had huge high school aspirations. So very excited to get him in. The Bills really liked him from the start. So it's going to be a great addition as we're 157. So I'm guessing Chris doing some math here, probably thinking about 70 minutes, I would guess, till 205. But we'll kind of keep everybody updated here.
Unless they trade up, right?
Let's say 2-6. I mean, yeah, that's the range. You could. If there's one guy that they really like, they have the ability to do so if they need to come away with somebody here, like if they like a safety.
Someone they love, yeah.
Sure would speed up this afternoon if we traded
Mike. It'll save us some of Mike's take the BPA comments that we're going to get over the next hour.
After like 4 hours, I start talking about Maction. So
we're not going to be talking about Maction right now, unless we draft Carl Brooks in one of those 2 picks.
You know why Kevin doesn't want to talk about Maction? He's not as optimistic about UB football as I am Ohio. So
no, I sure am. UB football has got a good class in, so I'm definitely all right with it.
No, we actually want to have viewers. That's why we're going to focus and keep with the Bills today. So
yeah, Daniel Scott off the board. Kelly cornerback off the board too. A couple of good names that I like. Darrell Lutter obviously went a little bit earlier. A couple picks after ours were some names I really liked. Lutter, Aloatimi, Servassier Dennis. There's definitely some names that probably could have been considered for the Bills as their next selection comes up. So really liked what I had to see. Sean Clifford off the board earlier. Some quarterbacks have gone. Noah Sewell went off too. So just kind of a recap of the last, 10 or so picks.
Is there anybody on this board right now, Kev? I don't know if you have any in front of you right now.
I do.
That it's surprising to you that they're still available at pick 159, 160. I know some people thought that Luke
Whippler
would be an earlier round pick, but outside him, is there anyone really standing out to you?
Yeah, outside of Luke Whippler, there are a couple of names of some players that I like. I think Chris was talking about the safety room a little bit earlier before our selection. So you got Antonio Johnson, J.L. Skinner, and Christopher Smith, the second from Georgia. So some of those names. Carl Brooks is starting to stand out to me too, Mike. So there's definitely some 4th round value players that I have in there. Obviously, if I don't know, you're going to double down at receiver, probably not. But you got Xavier Hutchinson, Yossi Voss, Parker Washington. So some of those names stick out to me. I think with one of those 6, that as I've kind of looked at the board and kind of been thinking, running back could be in play in the 6th round with that extra 6. You got Chase Brown. You got Zach Evans from Ole Miss, Sean Tucker from Syracuse, Deuce Vaughn from Kansas State.
Those
Evan
are some
Hall
guys,
from
and then there'll be Ibrahim from Minnesota.
Yeah.
This class had some solid running backs, and I think about Sean Tucker in particularly because I was a Syracuse season ticket holder last year, but it's crazy to me how many great running backs there are at the college level now. I thought Sean Tucker was a no doubt middle round prospect, maybe even better when he was at Syracuse, and now you have him. We're in round 5. He could be a round 6, round 7, and maybe there's a chance he could even be a UDFA. But a guy like that was a star at the college level. Ibrahim from Minnesota, a star, and comes to the NFL, and they're guys that are just another guy. And it always kind of is humbling to see that happen when it comes to the draft. Guys that were stars or productive players at the lower level that really never even get a chance at producing or even having an NFL career.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think it's been a really good haul as we've been talking about. It's always fun to get some additions. UDFA time is usually a fun time for me too, to see if you can grab any of these names we're talking about later on. The Bills roster is now too good to really consider UDFAs. They, might have had a receiver opening, now gone. You might have had an interior line all gone. Even with Dorian Williams in the linebacker position, there's not really even room for there. Really, maybe an interior or an edge player has a chance to do something, but that's really all that a UDFA would see. And that's if they don't address it right here in the 6th, either of those slots. I guess there's safety, but even there Hamlin's coming back. You have, Cam Lewis, you have Zane Anderson. I mean, the safety room does have some backs behind the top 3. Some players coming back behind the top 3, I should say. And the corner room's absolutely loaded. I don't know why you'd sign here. There's no path to the roster at corner here other than looking good in preseason and getting picked up, which has happened, like Nick McLeod, Rashad Wildgoose, a couple of other players have, Elijah Griffin have made it on to new teams here from the corner room. So I guess that could be a consideration for you. Tight end, if you want to come compete with Quentin Morris, is an opportunity for you to come here and possibly earn a job. Running back, I mean, sure, I think that there's a chance if you don't take one in the 6th that a running back could come in. They only have 3 on the roster now. There's a chance as a running back you can come
the
and
Bills
make
take a running back.
It's on the list for me right now in the 6th. It's on the list. Safety and corner are on the list. They clearly don't like the D-line room at all. They've passed on it multiple times. There might be a guy there that pops in 45 more picks. But I personally see safety. I think we all are kind of in agreement on safety, but I think my next pick is probably running back right now, potentially of an inline blocking tight end too. I mean, in the 6th round, a blocking tight end, that's a good range too.
Antonio Johnson off the board to the Jags. That was one of the guys that he was never going to fall to 205, but
but once again, there was a lot of good safeties just like in the D line, and they just chose to go linebacker and they chose to go receiver. So to me, they're fine with waiting till 205 to whatever D line safety is available. And I personally leaning running back there. I think that they don't necessarily think they can get a UDFA running back. Putting someone in the pipeline that has a shot, especially if there's any form of small or large injury at the running back room, would have a real shot to see the field.
You mentioned UDFAs. Our YouTube coverage obviously is going to go as far as you were talking about end of the 6th round, I think, and then we're going to have a recap with Greg and Ant later. Tonight, we're going to actually jump onto Playback, which is a new platform for us, and we're going to have a full draft recap there, and we'll cover some of the UDFA stuff because obviously a lot of those signings will happen in the hours like right after the draft ends. You got kind of a frenzy of people calling around, agents getting on the phone with teams and getting those UDFA contracts for their players. But so we'll talk about that there. I'll put the link in the chat. It's a free room. We'd love to see you guys over there tonight. It's a lot of fun. it'll be me and Anthony Prohaska and maybe Greg, maybe some other Cover One people. It's going to be kind of a, I think, an open invite sort of conversation tonight. So we'll see what happens. But the other name I want to throw out there for this next pick, someone that the Bills had a Zoom meeting with that is still out there, and that's Warren McClendon, the tackle. We still could use an offensive tackle in this draft, I think. So he's someone that they've been connected to. So
interesting. Some D-line still available: Jomo, Brooks, Clark. Definitely, like I said, that would, you're still in range. You've been in range pretty much at every pick to take one of the defensive linemen. So those, I love Carl Brooks, Jomo. I think I would be, fairly happy with going with any of those D linemen, especially. They have a path to be a developmental player on this roster. So that makes a lot of sense to me. As does running back. I still think that's where I'm looking as these picks keep coming in. I'm thinking, there could be a legitimate chance for a 6th-round running back to make a difference. What's up, Mike?
Yeah, I was just going to say, when he brought up McClendon, that'd be interesting. That would be a pick that I could get behind. Obviously, the Bills have some familiarity with him with the Zoom call. Developmental prospect. Obviously, the Bills have some guys behind Spencer Brown at the current moment. You have Tommy Doyle. You have Quesenberry. But it would be good to have another young person in the room to kind of grow, develop, and see if they can develop them into something. It is interesting when you look at this Bill squad, this roster. I know we addressed linebacker earlier and how they didn't really attack it the way many fans would have wanted. But right tackle is kind of another spot where we haven't really discussed it as much because the Bills haven't taken a tackle in this draft yet. But it almost – I don't know if you can take any other conclusion than the Bills are all in on Spencer Brown being their starting right tackle this year. I think if you would have told people that a month ago, 2 months ago, they would have been surprised at that possibility. Do you think this is a result of not the right tackles falling to them in the first round, or do you really believe that they're behind Brown and they were going to draft a weapon in the first round regardless?
Yeah, I mean, I truly think the weapon in the first. I'm still going to die on the fact of they like their offensive tackle room more than we do. They've proven it so far that they like the 3 that they have. Weapon was pretty clearly or nothing. I still firmly believe they were trying to come up for a receiver in this draft, and they were unable to do so, and then quickly pivoted to their final need and final position player that they thought was a 1st-round grade, coming up a few picks again like they did last year, and selecting Kincaid. So yes, I think I always thought it was weapons. They proved it, and I thought that they were potentially close to coming up from pick 20 to 24 in that range of the receiver run. He probably liked 2 or 3 of them and didn't like 1 or 2 of them. It's probably fair to say that I really do believe that they liked Flowers and Addison, though. And I'm assuming they like JSN. I don't know. I don't think they had any connection to Quentin Johnston, but at the same time, they went and drafted a couple of big players. We've always thought they liked the small, shifty, get open guys, and they went, and the 2 players they did take were bigger. One being a tight end / receiver, and one being Justin Shorter. So to me, it does show that they liked that bigger framed receiver here, and are going to give Josh a different type of receiver. Producer AJ's back. What's going on, Producer AJ? What did you go and hear from the pressers? Let's fill.
Yeah, he seemed very excited, obviously, to join Josh Allen in the Bills. Talked highly of the organization. Obviously, he's joining Osiris Torrence, so another Florida Gator on the roster here.
Did he bring that up?
No, someone asked him, like, how do you feel about Osiris Torrence, stuff like that. So he just spoke about him. And then he said he knows every single receiver that was taken before him. And that he's like very competitive by nature, which is a good thing. I think the Bills, his coaching staff really like competitive guys. And that's something that you need guys, especially in the receiving room, that light a fire. And obviously Stephon Diggs does that. And hopefully Justin Shorter, as he evolves and kind of, evolves his game here, in the coming years can be that kind of force in the locker room, be that competitive, fiery guy. So, very, very well spoken. Sounded very excited to join the Bills. Had a lot of good things to say. So overall, very good press conference. Obviously ecstatic about Josh Allen. Said he's been watching him for years. Can't wait to play with his bazooka arm and how he can run out of the pocket and stuff like that. So he's very excited to be a Buffalo Bill.
What was your takeaway from that, AJ? Just your personal.
I think they've been in on him he said he's talking with the coordinators. He actually, his Zoom press conference as I was listening got interrupted because there were so many people blowing up his phone that he had to go off the screen real quick. All the reporters are confused. And then he came back on and said that, sorry, I got all the coordinators texting me, like congratulating me and like saying he talked to Henry, the new wide receivers coach. So obviously I think he was the plan for a while. I think they knew he was going to be there. Obviously trading down to 150. I don't think they were worried about any other team snagging him. The Bills definitely did their due diligence on him, and that he was a guy that they fell in love with during this draft process. And that's the guy they went with.
Yeah, very true. I think he's just that physical demanding body that they were looking for in this draft. They got a couple of them now. As we turn our attention to AJ, we were talking about running back now with the extra pick as we're kind of looking through the board. Good range. Isaiah Pacheco last year, Kansas City model of taking a late round running back and seeing what they could do. I don't think anyone thought Isaiah Pacheco would be the guy. What is your guys' opinion on that late round running back being like a trend now? Because, quite frankly, cheap, young, potential, 4 years, cheap deal. Maybe it's time that we go that route rather than a second round running backs.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea here. You have 2 picks left. Kevin just had a run for a second. He'll be back in a few minutes. But, Chris, I don't know about you guys. I think adding a running back with one of these final 2 picks makes a lot of sense, especially with the talent that you still have at this spot in the draft. We mentioned some names, Sean Tucker, there's Ibrahim. It goes on and on and on. Would you guys consider that a possibility?
Chris,
I think you're on mute. Are you there still?
Chris, are you talking? Yeah, sorry. Chris, you can go ahead. I got to update this tracker.
That's my bad. Sorry, I forgot muted my mic. The idea of going running back there makes sense, but I don't. That's why I muted. My kid just got home. I think it makes more sense maybe to do UDFA running back and still kind of try to build those trenches in these last couple picks, whether it's D-line or offensive tackle. That's kind of like personally where I would lean.
What about you, AJ?
Yeah, I would rather address – I'm okay with the UDFA at the running back position. I think getting a big body on the D-line or the safety position, I think, seems more the route. But if they really like a running back, and he's the best player available, go for it. But I really – the thing with taking one here, and I know it's late in the draft, but how is he going to see where is he going to – he's going to be a special teams guy, sure. But you still have Tywan Jones. Do we have Tywan Jones still? Do the Bills still have Tywan Jones?
I don't believe so.
You think he left? No, I got to check that because. But either way, I just don't think there's any contribution for a running back. Maybe they really like one and fall in love and put him on the depth chart over Hines, but. I think they go either DB. I think they address the defense with these last 2 picks. I'll say that. I don't know what position, but I think they're going to go defense with these last 2 picks.
I think for me, when you get to the 6th round and we're picking 205 and 215, I just want to go after guys that I think have an NFL future or can compete at certain spots. I'm no longer at this point. I know we just got shorter, and I think he could be a contributor in the future for the Bills. But at this point in time, I'm no longer thinking, well, we have a need at D tackle. Let's beef up the line. Or we need speed in our secondary. I'm looking at the best available players. I'm looking at guys that have elite traits that are still on the board or have something special about them. And I'm taking risks. I'm taking chances. Basically, who can I mold into someone? Now, as we mentioned earlier on the show, the Bills have been good in that in recent years. They've gotten guys like Christian Benford who have added value, DeMar Hamlin, Dane Jackson. They've had undrafted free agents like Levi Wallace. But a lot of those guys that they've had success with these late round picks have been defensive backs. That kind of fits into McDermott's specialty in seeing something that maybe a bunch of other general managers haven't seen. Other positions, it's not as likely. Defensive back should definitely be a consideration late. I guess the one reason why I would still consider running back is Nyheim Hines a lock for this roster? Obviously, he took the pay cut. That probably helps his chances of being on this team. Damian Harris is good. Obviously, we're invested in James Cook. I don't think running back is a great room right now. I think it's a good room, but I do think you can improve with some of these guys. In worst case scenario, you get some of these guys in the 6th, 7th round. If they don't make your roster, you can always add them to your practice squad as well, assuming no one claims them. And they could be guys that could always fill in during the season if on a need basis. So we'll see. What are you guys looking for at this point? Obviously, AJ, you said defensive line, but is there any traits? Is there anybody that has qualities that you're really looking for when you get to these later rounds?
Well, I'm actually updating the best available, and there's still, some offensive line. There's still Jalen Duncan out there. A.T. Perry's still out there. I know they just went with Shorter. There's still Moro Ojomo. Like he's honestly probably a guy that I would like here in the later rounds. Moro Ojomo from Texas. From what I've read and listened to from multiple people is that he's a pretty good pass rusher. And that's what the Bills are missing. I don't know if he'll contribute this year, but he's a good that's where the value kind of I know they have 4 defensive tackles that are not going to be on the roster next year unless one resigns or extends. But, they have 4 guys that they're paying good money to. Let them see the field this year and see what you have with them. See what you can get out of Tim Settle. See what you can get out of Daquan Jones as he's getting older. And then get a Moro Ojomo later, which makes more sense to me than getting one in the 3rd or 4th round just because of the value, just because I don't think that a defensive tackle is getting on the field this year. Let Moro Ojomo develop. He's from Texas, good pass rusher in the interior, kind of weak on getting off blocks and stuff like that in the run game. But I like the dynamic of developing one here late in day 3 and seeing what you can get out of them the next 3 years, because obviously that D tackle room is going to have questions.
Absolutely, AJ. And I know Chris has to get out of here soon, so just want to toss it over to you. Any final thoughts, and then tell us where we can get some more stuff from you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys, for having me on. This has been a lot of fun hanging out with you. Got to see the Justin Shorter pick, which is exciting. I still the more I think about it, I think more Warren McClendon, if he's still there, it makes a lot of sense at that next pick. But the options that you guys are throwing out make a ton of sense too. So it'll be exciting to see what they do with these last 2 picks. Like I said a little while ago, playback tonight, the Cover One watch party. It's we'll do a full draft recap there, and it's it'll be laid back. We'll talk about we'll hit the UDFA stuff too, which we won't have a chance to do on YouTube, but we'll also give an overarching look at what the Bills have done here in terms of building the roster. Thank you, Sarah, appreciate it. And that's at playback.tv/Cover One. It's a free room. It's a new platform for us that we're trying to build up. So if you guys head over there and hang out with us for a bit, we'd appreciate it. But thank you, Kevin, Mike, AJ. Appreciate you guys having me.
Thanks for coming on, Chris. Always glad to see you. Yeah, catch you soon. Thanks for popping over.
See you guys.
See you later. Thanks for Chris for popping on here with us. We've had some great guests today. We've had, obviously, we had Ryan Sullivan to start the show for the first hour. We had Joe Cyrus Torrence in here from 12 to 2. So it's been a pretty good gamut of guests that we've had come on here. Hoping maybe we'll see a couple more pop in throughout the day here as we get going. Thoughts on Chase Brown? I kind of caught all of our running back discourse. The only stretch and problem with a UDFA running back, you have to sometimes select them. So even if you'd like that player to be a UDFA, they get their choice, they get their action, they get to pick where they go. I still think that there's some strength in the ability to draft a running back and have him locked up on that young rookie deal. There's no more Tywan Jones. There's no more Jake Kumaro. Those players are not on the roster. So you can utilize plays like Shorter and like Chase Brown to be on your roster with those cheap, cost-effective deals. Now, as we kind of look at some of the running backs here that I still like, I like Abanikanda a whole lot, but he went right before our pick. So obviously, they were probably always targeting Shorter there a whole lot. Some of the remaining running backs that are left: Dwayne McBride, Zach Evans, Deuce Vaughn, Sean Tucker, Evan Hall. Some of those are some of the names I like. Mike, you got the chance to watch up close and personal Sean Tucker, didn't you?
Yeah, I saw Sean Tucker quite a bit the last few years, and that's why I have a little bit of a bias towards drafting a running back with one of these final two picks, because Sean Tucker truly was a special college player. I think I talked about Tucker a little bit while you were gone, but he was a guy that was great out of the backfield, was a decent pass catcher. Syracuse really leaned on him. He was their offense 2 years ago. A little bit of a step back last year, and then had a few was roughed up a few times. But he's a guy that was dynamic, that I definitely think has an NFL future and can contribute at the next level. Continues to fall here. A guy like that in the 6th round, I think, would be tremendous value. But then you also have the debate from what AJ said when you were gone. You look at the Bills running back room right now. You have James Cook, you have Damian Harris, Nyheim Hines. Where's the path to a running back contributing on this team, especially when you normally want when you have 4 running backs, you're going to have to get special teams results. So that's really the counter argument to it. But in the 6th round, it's hard to turn down that type of value because that is a high upside player in that position.
I'd be looking for it, and they've seen him a lot. I'd love him in the 6th round. Sorry, I didn't answer. Chase Brown was drafted by the Bengals, so that's why I didn't get into him too much. He's already off the board, but definitely was someone workhorse in Illinois. Played with his brother Sidney Brown, who was a really good coverage safety. So that's why we didn't talk too much about Sidney Brown, but he is off the board to one of our main competitors now in the Bengals. He has a pretty strong lower half. He can change direction fairly easily. You can't catch him really in the open field. Had a lot of volume. He's a carries guy. He can catch that. He get those volumes, that volume passer, but had a really bad fumbling problem. Really, really enough to knock you down draft board for what his production looked like. He led Power 5 backs and carries. So he's not the greatest in pass protection, and he fumbles a lot. So those aren't two great qualities to have, but does have the production, does have this open field speed, and there's a little bit there to like. And obviously he comes from the MAC, Western Michigan, and transferred to Illinois, and does lead with his brother Sidney Brown to be some very quality player there at Illinois. But running back is still I believe could be on the list here. There is quite literally only 3 running backs on the roster, so it has to be now in the 3rd round, or excuse me, in the 6th round, or it has to be a UDFA. Once again, get in your best guy that will come here for sure on a young deal, and not that you have to bank on as camp fodder, the best player that you could possibly get. And you might be targeting other positions in UDFA and using up that signing bonus cap that you have to toss around in UDFA. So I just don't know how aggressive that they can get in the running back UDFA room. So that is my opinion on how we're gonna go about this the running back room. Andre Carter Army, I've seen him as high as the 2nd round in a lot of earlier mocks. I don't think there's any limitations now with the rule changes in the armed forces. So I do believe that he should be able to go. At this stage, I'm all for putting players in. Maybe I'm in for Voorhees if in the 6th round, if you want to go ahead and stash him. Bean can say, well, I got the extra pick anyways. So we can go ahead and stash him. So I'd like to see them target players that could come in and compete and play, rather than stashes or rather than flyer UDFAs. You just get UDFAs in my opinion, but I'd like to see someone like Sean Tucker who could legitimately come in and compete in this running back room in the 6th round. That's exactly what you're looking for. You're not looking for players that are five years out, and by the time you get them, they're on a different team. So I like the ability of a Sean Tucker here, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't argue with that. as I mentioned, and there's some other good ones too. Like I don't want it to be thought that I'm just high on Sean Tucker. I mean, Dwayne McBride is still on the board. Deuce Vaughn out of Kansas State. Muhammad Ibrahim out of Minnesota. So those are three guys that are catching my eyes if I'm going to go the running back route. I loved what Chris was saying earlier. If you're going to try to add some more meat, you can get Warren McClendon out of Georgia if he falls to 205. The Zoom calls, I do put some substance in that. The Bills like to have the ability to talk to these players, get to know them a little bit better. And normally I would say the Zoom calls, the in-person visits do have a higher likelihood of being these late round picks, especially when they're still on the board. So I would give some investment in that as a possibility. You look at I'll just go to the ESPN big board right now. There's still guys like Luke Whippler on the board. Crazy that A.T. Perry is still dropping at this point out of Wake Forest. Moro Ojomo from Texas, if he's there at 205, that would seem to be a possibility. We're at pick 170 right now, 35 picks to go before the Bills have their second to last selection. J.L. Skinner out of Boise State, a safety that some people were high on entering this draft process, is a name to watch. And it's interesting. In the last couple of weeks, Kev, before we took Dalton Kincaid in the first round, Zach Kuntz would have been someone I definitely would have looked at as a day 3 target. Now that doesn't seem to be a possibility, but elite testing prior to the draft. And just another name, who knows if it's a possibility or not, but there's a lot of Bills fans that were high on Ivan Pace Jr. out of Cincinnati before the draft. And we're looking at 170. If he's still on the board, 6th round Bill selection, could that be a possibility? I know that linebacker room is crowded, but you would be getting an inside linebacker at that point to add. Does he fit what they're trying to do? Is that a guy they'd be willing to take a chance on? I don't know. At this point, you're just basically guessing. What do the Bills want? What do they see in a prospect? What do they bring to the table?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that it's a fair, like I've brought it up just a little bit. I think it's a fair point to bring up the tight end room. I definitely think that they could double down there. Like there's definitely some tight ends there. I mean, some more traditional tight ends that you're like 6'7", 255, like a Zach Kuntz could come in. He's got that rare blend of size and length. He's a matchup problem. It would definitely, when he's in line, has a body and big body catching radius, 50-50 balls. Can do a lot of that different stuff. Payne Durham, another name to watch out for. 6'6", 253, can find those soft spots in the middle of the field. Seal off edge defenders in the run game. So I definitely think a traditional inline tight end is in the 6th round, definitely not out of the question. Once again, we talk about it all the time that that Dalton Kincaid is your, kind of the 11.5 personnel slot receiver. They could definitely utilize a tight end, and they did a lot of room in inline tight ends in the combine, etc. So it could definitely be something that they look at here. Pete mentions Ryan Hayes could be an O-line target. The Bills are at Michigan games a lot, according to Dean. So yeah, I mean, this is the range where you're looking at players like that as you approach here, the 6th round starting here soon. So you got to look out for where they've been, who they like, who they've tested, who they tried out. So Raiders just took Chris Smith off the board, a name that could have been a high consideration for the Bills with their picks. So I'm personally paying attention to the safety room still. J.L. Skinner still on the board. Anthony Johnson still on the board. So there's definitely some names that they can look out for. Do they go corner? I don't see corner right now. I think the corner room is fairly full. There isn't any specific names that jump out to me there at the cornerback position. And still, DT, will they go with Keandre Coburn? He's kind of sticking out to me. A Dante Stills from West Virginia. Will they go like an Ajomo, Carl Brooks? So there's still a few names there to look out for, but that has thinned and has been pretty thin outside of those 4 or 5 names. So And, a depth tackle is absolutely always going to be on the list. They took one last year. There's still really only, 3. Will they go Jalen Duncan, Warren McClendon, Ryan Hayes? Those are 3 names to look out for as a depth tackle here. Jackson Kirkland from Washington, TJ Bass from Oregon. So there's still, 4 or 5 names there at the tackle room. And we'll see which one of those rooms get even thinner. So I'm leaning JL Skinner right now as a pick. I know AJ mentioned him last round. He's definitely a name I'm watching pretty highly for here in the 6th round. Thinking about a JL Skinner / Sean Tucker combination in the 6th round, which would make me very happy to end this draft.
Yeah, I'd be perfectly on board with that. The safety room, there's still some decent guys out there at safety. There's Anthony Johnson Jr. out of Iowa State. I know some people liked Brandon Hill out of Pittsburgh. So you do have a few guys looking at safety that can bring something to the table. And as I mentioned a little while ago, when it comes to these late round picks in the secondary, the Bills do have a decent track record of turning them into valuable players. It's not often that you'll see multiple 6-round caliber people in a stretch of 5 years that turn into starting caliber players in the NFL. You look at, as I said earlier, Dane Jackson, UDFA and Levi Wallace. You have Damar Hamlin. So, and then Christian Benford last year. So safety could be a spot where the Bills could get some value late in a position that maybe not many people would have expected. Tackle definitely makes sense. Running back, I look out for those 3 positions unless there's a BPA that's on the board where the Bills are just like, you know what? Who cares about position right now? This guy is a great prospect. We see something in him. We don't know how he fell to us at this point. Let's take a chance on him now.
Yeah, Tommy, thanks for tuning in, Tommy. He loves the shorter pick. We've been talking about shorter in some of our spaces and discussions. Someone that I brought up that I knew the Bills are very interested in throughout this process. So, yep, it was a pretty good addition here to add that size and strength. One that I thought was pretty funny was all the talk around Xavier Hutchinson. People were convinced he was a high pick. As we reach the 6th round, Xavier Hutchinson's still on the board for a reason. I never really bought into the Xavier Hutchinson buzz. So we'll see if he's able to go and do something here. Skinner, stay on the board. Yeah, Skinner is definitely someone that is one of my top targets right now. I loved Skinner early on in the process, had that injury. They didn't know if he could or couldn't play. I'm not sure if he still has medical flags. Wouldn't have that notice, but if he's able to do so, I'm a big fan of Skinner to add here in this range. Payne Durham off the board here to Tampa was someone we were just talking about. Still in range of a double dip at tight end. A totally different type of player, maybe more of a blocker they could be looking for on the roster. That would be a different addition. We do not still have Dean Marlowe. Dean Marlowe is off the roster too. So the safety room is still fairly decently stocked up. Obviously, they have the 3 that we all know about, Poyer, Hyde, and Rapp. You got Hamlin saying he's going to be playing and coming back. And then you have 3 other safeties that have been on NFL rosters, and Jared Maiden has made teams. Cam Lewis, obviously, has been a special teamer. So when we talk about special teams, it's going to be hard to beat Cam Lewis's versatility in special teams off the roster. So that's why I'm looking for a different style of player. Jared Maiden as well. Zane Anderson is another special team stud. Think they're set on the DB special teamers. Now you're adding in Saran Neal too at the nickel spot. You have Jamarcus Ingram, a guy that they've liked on special teams and in the game. Filled in okay in stretches, Mike, from a UB product. So, you got Saran Neal, obviously, there at the DB position. Kyler McMurray's another guy that they like. I mean, I just think the DB room's loaded. Maybe, and that's why they will push away from safety, because you even have those developmental guys fighting for spots. I mean, you got, what's Hamlin? I mean, Hamlin, if everything's okay with Hamlin, where's he going to play? He's a special teamer, right? Isn't he a key special teamer on this route? I mean, he's a stud special team spot starter, isn't he?
Yeah, and Damar Hamlin now, even if he does come back, I mean, no longer starting, obviously was filling in last year with both safeties.
It's a deep unit.
So safety is a deep unit right now, and then you have Taylor Rapp on top of it. But if it's one of those things where it's a deep unit right now, but you have to also look out for the future. So it's almost a perfect spot to get a late round pick, because there's no pressure on whoever you draft in the 6th round, if it is a safety, to come in and really make an impact right away, but they can learn behind Micah Hyde, Jordan Poyer, Taylor Rapp, DeMar Hamlin, and take that time needed to maybe turn into something. So it's a good buying low and potentially getting something out of it at that point in time. And I gotta say, Kev, as we're 3 hours and 15 minutes into our day 3 live coverage, and we've only had one Bills pick, which is kind of amazing that we found a way to keep talking about the draft to this point. I now know what it was like to be Roger Goodell during the COVID draft, where he sat in a chair for how many hours making picks, because I am going through that at the current moment where 3+ hours straight of sitting on this chair in my kitchen it's killing me, Kevin. I don't know how we're doing this still at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. That's definitely true. It's always good to get going on this. So Pops Mafia wants a backup safety that would help the other teams receive and make catches. Yeah, absolutely. Like I'm a big fan of JL Skinner at this stage. Like, he's my top target going forward. He's definitely somebody that I'm looking for. So the picks are roaring in now. We'll update it to the second we can. We'll get the tracker updated. So we got Payne Durham going off the board. As like I said, Christopher Smith was a name that I liked a lot. Eric Gray, the halfback, is off the board, as well as we're at 173 at San Francisco here, and then Las Vegas with a bunch of picks in a row. So 6 round starts here very momentarily, and that's the round the Bills have 2 picks in. So we're here to stay through the 6th round today, and then we'll be off. We'll give you guys your 7th round back, and we'll kind of go do our work. But it's we got 2 rounds in, pretty much 2 rounds completed. It took, just for time purposes, it takes about 3.5 hours to complete the 4th and the 5th rounds, and then probably I would guesstimate another hour here, probably till 4:30. We'll be on with you roughly here today. But Mike, we're getting into the thick of it. We're getting into the thick of it. We're getting into the UDFA range after you hit about pick 200. You're thinking about who might you not be able to get in UDFAs, where maybe you think you can get a UDFA defensive lineman because there's an opportunity there, but maybe you don't think you can get a UDFA safety because of the depth. So that's why you might select the top safety on your board and allow you to go out there and sign a UDFA defensive lineman. Those are the kind of things that they're thinking about here, as you're kind of thinking about those final selections. The Cam Lewis helped make Jefferson make the catch. I guess so. I mean, that's just the ridiculous one-handed behind his back wild play. Was in great position, got his hands on the ball. Ideally, you punt that thing out of bounds, and you get yourself home field advantage throughout. But we are now 3.5 hours in. So if you guys wouldn't mind smashing the like button for us, that would be amazing. We can continue to bring you great coverage as the entire team, the Air Raid Hour, Ant Prohaska, Eric Turner, and others have spent endless hours with graphics and thoughts and notes and breakdowns. I got notes here galore right in front of me, so that I can continue to stay as informed as possible between my work and what other people are able to do. But I want to pull up a best available list now and kind of talk through some of these as we get a little bit closer. Robert Beal Jr. going off an edge defender to LA, or to San Francisco, excuse me. So Luke Whippler obviously is heading the list. He's must have injury concerns. He had a 2nd round grade on him. He's made it all the way to the 6th round now. I don't know if he'll get drafted. Anthony Johnson's another guy that I could see go here. Ajomo, A.T. Perry, Dwayne McBride from UAB. Carl Brooks, my guy, is now, reaching top 5 best available list. Deuce Vaughn, a Kansas State running back who could add something. Ivan Pace Jr., more of a rush linebacker edge. Andre Carter's there. Voorhees, a hurt guard, but, many consider to be a day 2 guard if healthy. A few receivers in there. I don't think they'll go receiver here, but JL Skinner's now top the list. Jalen Duncan, Keandre Coburn, Sean Tucker, Parker Washington, Zach Evans. So those are some of the Zach Kuntz. So those are some of the names to look out for as we're getting closer to the pick. So Robert Beal Jr. goes off the board, an edge defender who I thought the Bills could be interested in. As you know, people are stocking up on Georgia players here. That's got to be a bajillion players drafted from Georgia. But the first pick's in 205. So we are about 30 picks away from the next pick, Mike.
Yeah, hopefully it'll come here sooner than later. But you mentioned some good guys among that list of players right there. One that's been sitting for a while has been a Corey Tice out of Purdue. ESPN was very high on him. A.T. Perry was very high in their rankings as well. Both of those are falling considerably lower than what the ESPN player rankings would have had either of them going. Whippler must have an underlying issue that is impacting the draft status. At this point, if he falls to you at 205, do you consider it? I mean, I know you invested in a interior lineman, a guard day 2, but with a guy like that falling potentially to the 6th round, there comes a point where maybe you have to consider it, wonder what's going on with that situation. Like you said, Maro Ojoma is a guy that's a possibility. J.L. Skinner would feel like a perfect pick in the 6th round for the Bills at this point. Kuntz has that developmental aspect where, you have Dawson Knox and Dalton Kincaid, but could you add someone else to that room that maybe you can develop into something if Dawson Knox were to ever leave in the future? There's a lot of different directions that they could go at this point in time, Kev. In the crazy part is they have a cluster of a bunch of guys that they could go after at this point. So speculating at pick 174, what's that really going to do for us at this point? Not a ton, but I feel pretty confident that they'll be able to get another quality pick in at 205 and 215.
Yeah, Warren McClendon goes off the board. It was a tackle that people were pretty interested in at least looking at here for the Bills. Really all that's left there is Ryan Hayes, Jalen Duncan. There's not a whole lot there still at the tackle room. So I'm not sure.
I think.
You there, AJ?
What? Sorry. Go ahead.
No. What's up, man? How's
Dude, I'm uploading stuff for YouTube, Front Shorter. I'm doing this tracker. This is flying by for me. It's not too bad for me. I could go for a couple more hours here.
Oh, a couple more hours, AJ. I think we're hitting the home stretch.
I know we're hitting the home stretch, but I'm just saying I could go.
We're definitely in the home stretch. McClendon's off the board, an offensive tackle that people really
that's a little bit of a bummer. I will say that's a little bit of a bummer because you talk about the Zoom meeting, you talk about the prior communication. He was obviously someone the Bills were hoping would fall to them late, so that's a good option off the board.
Yeah, definitely. Like I was just saying with the remaining offensive tackles, I don't see too much there. I see Jalen Duncan from Maryland. I see Ryan Hayes from Michigan. Outside of that, I don't overly see anyone that jumps out to me. So I'm not sure if that might be a UDFA position that they target there. At the guard position, there's still Whippler, there's still Voorhees, Jarrett Patterson. So there is definitely some names there at the interior offensive line unit. Cornerbacks, pretty interesting to me. You still have Travius Hodges Tomlinson, Corey Tice, Jalen Jones. So there's definitely some names. I just don't think it's the most makeable unit in the league at all. And then the safety room is still pretty stocked up with Anthony Johnson, J.L. Skinner, Ronnie Hickman, Trey Dean, Brandon Hill. So there's definitely some names of players there that I'd like to see them entertain here as we hit the home stretch, AJ. So are you still feeling good? I mean, you were J.L. Skinner last round, weren't you?
I was J.L. Skinner 3rd round. I mean,
wow.
He's, for me, the concerns, and when I went to the Senior Bowl, there was some rumblings that he's kind of not coachable. That was kind of the consensus. And now that he's kind of falling down draft boards, and we're getting into the 6th round here soon, I think there might be some truth to that. because I said earlier he is a very competitive guy, but that has led to some concerns with his overall character and his willingness to be coachable, which Bills the front office really values that. Obviously, Josh Allen is probably, in my opinion, one of the most coachable quarterbacks in the NFL, just because of the fact that he was so raw coming out. He's really listened and leaned on the experts and Brian Daboll developing him, and then switching over to Ken Dorsey, and he was his quarterback coach. So, JL Skinner, I thought he was going to be a third-round guy, but we're sitting here in the 6th round, and he's still on the board. I would take a swing at him. I think he offers too much versatility. And he's a bigger guy. I think he's 6'3", 6'4". So I really like him here, but there's other options. Obviously, Ajomo makes sense to me too, just because of the fact that they can develop him behind the current 4 guys that are, not in a contract after the season. So those are a couple names that I'm looking at.
Do you think that another safety jumps out to you if they wanted to stay safety? Do you like Trey Dean? Do you like Brandon Hill, Anthony Johnson more than you do others?
In terms of the safety position, let me just.
Yeah, I think that's.
I'm grabbing the board real quick. I have it up. Let me see.
You got Anthony Johnson, JL Skinner, Ronnie Hickman, Brandon Joseph, Trey Dean, Brandon Hill.
I mean, Kevon Merriweather was at the Senior Bowl. I know he's 11th on ESPN's top list for safeties, but I like him. Brandon Hill was the guy that I actually watched some film on. He's an okay player. I'm not too big of a fan of his, but if they take him in the 6th, so be it. But Skinner, I think Merriweather went at the Senior Bowl. He looked pretty good. Obviously Riley Moss. This is kind of his. There's a lot of Iowa defensive pieces going here in the draft this year, so I don't mind him as well. So there's a couple of guys. I'm confused about the whole. I don't really know much about him, Kevin. I don't know if you do, but Anthony Johnson Jr. obviously was rated high on PFF, and he was a guy that would always be there when I did mocks in the 3rd or 4th round. But he was he was ranked higher. So do you have any thoughts on him? Adding him to
I just think PFF has him higher than he's supposed to go. Like I have him right here, right now. Like I have him more in the 170s, the 190s. So some reason PFF likes him. So he would be a good pick. He's really good at matching up with tight ends. He's not really a ball hawk, but he comes in and he can play a lot of different. He's versatile. He can play corner. Squares ball carries up and makes good tackles. 6 foot, 205 pounds. So. There's definitely some talks that he can be a versatile piece. He's definitely someone I'd consider in the 6th round, with JL Skinner, with Brandon Hill, who I like too as well. So those would definitely be the 3 that jump out to me as players that I want to target. PFF likes Anthony Johnson, Trey Dean. Those players always seem to be ranked higher than others, but I think it's a really good selection right now to look at JL Skinner here. Over the other 2, just a big commanding presence. So it's definitely going to be a safety in my opinion here, unless we start to see it thin out a little bit. But I'm still pursuing running back. I still think that's a really good range to have. And like Mike said earlier, if you can't make the roster, it's definitely someone you throw on the practice squad anyways. So it's basically like getting your UDFA practice squad running back at the least, and at the most, you never really know, like Isaiah Pacheco, what they're able to do. So that to me is what makes a lot of sense as we hit the 6th round, everybody. So welcome to the 6th round. Took 3.5 hours to get to 4 and 5, but we are in the 6th round. We are in the round that the Bills have 2 picks in. So we're going to gear up and give you everything we got for the last round that we'll be on. Obviously there's a 7th round, but we'll be leaving you right after the Bills pick at 2:15. Evan Hull just drafted. So running backs 6th round might be the range of the running back starting to come up. Maybe the Bills will surprise us and say, we like one guy will come up right here with our 2 6ths and make a selection. They are now in the range to do that if they see somebody that they like that much, where they could give away their 2 6ths here to do that. So I don't hate it. Would you rather take 2 flyers, or would you rather take the player they're convicted on that might be kind of toward the top of their tiers remaining? What do you guys like the best?
I would rather get a player you're convicted on. than getting multiple picks, especially at this point. If there is a player that you have any convictions on, go out and grab them. I more so believe when you get to the 6th round and further that they're really not in love with any of these players, because they shouldn't be falling to the 6th round if there were teams that had convictions on these players to begin with. So I think they're going to stand pat, and take the 2 selections, especially when Bean was discussing getting more picks after last night to begin with. But if there was a guy, don't be afraid to move up if there is a guy that is standing out to them at a certain point.
Okay. AJ?
Yeah, I'm kind of with Mike here. I think taking 2, I think they can be convicted on guys in the 6th round. But I do believe that, there's 2 guys here in the 6th round that they like. You can address 2 positions. Roy, I actually just took one. So, but yeah, take 2 guys here. I would like to see the DB, like I've said before, a DB, and then D tackle would be my 2 picks if I was the Bills here. But maybe they do go running back, Kev, and I don't know how that works, but you never know. You never know.
They need one. So it's either going to come today, right now in the 6th, in the next hour, or it's a UDFA. So
maybe they could go the veteran route. How about the veteran route? Like a free agency?
I don't think so.
No, like a Duke Johnson kind of pick last year. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there.
No, I think between Damian Harris and Naeem Hines, I think they're okay on the vet route. I think that it would be more.
I think a UDFA, Kev. That's my
UDFA. Yeah, no, I don't disagree with UDFA. It's where it could end up at the running back room, but there is some models that think a 6th rounder is better for many reasons, because A, they could end up being cheaper, honestly. B, you can actually focus on other positions in UDFA because you do have a limit. C, they're obviously better. They're drafted. You essentially should have them higher on your board than someone that waiting 2 more rounds and seeing who's left. So, and then if he does happen to make the team for whatever reason, he's on a really good deal. And you have him longer than you do a UDFA. So there's definitely some theories here that you select your UDFAs in the 6th round based on many factors. One being, will a UDFA running back sign here? Will a UDFA safety with the room the way it looks sign here? Maybe not. So that's why you have to select them. Even though, ideally maybe you'd be looking UDFA running back, but you might not have that option. If you're picking the 6 rounds here and the UDFA ranges here, and then you're factoring in who might sign with you, there might be that gaps are what they're looking for in the 6th and 7th rounds, are the gaps of who I can draft here compared to who we think we can get as a UDFA. If the gap is larger, that's the room that gets selected from. Or if they don't believe that their room is too deep and they can't get someone there, that's what you might select. That's why you might get a double receiver take, because maybe no receiver is going to sign here. So it's not outlandish to think they'd throw another receiver in the mix, because they're not going to get one in a UDFA. They're not going to look to sign here in Buffalo with the way the room is shaping out. So that's why you could double dip on a Yossi Voss. You could double dip on a Hutchinson. You could double dip that way to bring in one more talented receiver.
Cowboys traded up here, Kev, to the Chiefs spot. So that's okay. To the top of the 6th.
Can you see what they traded? Is that anywhere? I'm just curious the cost.
I will tell you.
It should pop up soon. But I'm just interested to know.
Number 178. Dallas sent a 2024 5th for this pick.
Huh. Okay.
2024 5th.
Okay. They straight up traded a pick for it. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. It's an early 6, but still, they must really like Eric Scott Jr.
Yeah.
I mean, that's expensive in my opinion, to trade future 5. I mean, it really is. I really like the way the 5th round looked this year for the Bills. I thought there were some talented players there, and they ended up taking shorter. So future 5 is hardy. That's not free. That's not cheap by any stretch of the imagination, but getting to 180 here soon. So that means we're only 25 picks away, as Mike
say that with such enthusiasm, Kevin.
Mike, I want to know your BPA, because you're just going to give me BPA anyways. So I need you to break down your BPA.
I won't tell you who my top 5 is, but I'll tell you players that I'm intrigued by.
Sounds good.
That fits.
Let's roll that. Let's roll it that way.
All right. I've been talking about Moro Ojomo for like the last hour, so I'll include him on this. Carl Brooks definitely has my eye overall. As I said earlier, if they do go running back, Sean Tucker, Deuce Vaughn, Dwayne McBride, those are all guys that are intriguing. I know some people have been bringing up Parker Washington from Penn State. If we're going to – let's pull this up here. And then safety, obviously, J.L. Skinner. We've been talking about him nonstop. But also Anthony Johnson Jr. and Brandon Hill are a couple guys that would be on my spotlight. So there's some versatility in my selection right there. I'm open to a couple different ways of attacking it depending on who falls.
Okay. I like Carl
Brooks.
Green
Bay take Brooks?
Carl Brooks just went off the board, so we had
I think that's like the second time that I've talked about
He just went. Carl Brooks literally just went. So, yeah, you're getting these players selected. Carl Brooks now off the board. I don't believe – my other issue with defensive linemen is the gap I was just talking about. I don't think it's big. I think the UDFA difference between that and what defensive lineman you take here isn't much. So that's other part of my reason. Now Carl Brooks is off the board. Beside like a Jomo, which apparently teams don't like him.
And then Luke Whippler too, like depending on what's going on with that scenario. I'm assuming that he's going to get picked eventually, but now you're getting to 180, got 70 plus picks remaining in this draft. Is Luke Whippler at risk of not getting selected?
Yeah, he is. He's at big risk for whatever reason.
That's very interesting. I mean, he was a second, third round guy.
There's always someone who falls, and for reasons sometimes unknown until after the draft. Is it something medical? Is it something deeper? If so, I haven't really heard a ton, but obviously something's going on.
Yeah, I'll read off the names that are in that range. Luke Whippler leading that. Jalen Duncan, is in the 80s. J.L. Skinner's in the 80s. A.T. Perry's in the 80s. So players that were borderline thirds. Andre Carter, Hodges Tomlinson, Keyshawn Boutte, Corey Tice, Xavier Hutchinson, Dwayne McBride. So those are some of the names. Jomo and Kuntz are getting close to this range. Yossi Voss too, and that starting to drop 2+ rounds from where their projections were. So I'd like to select from that. But apparently the Bills might have a different mindset as
Boutte was an interesting guy. He was supposed to be a stud at LSU at the beginning of the season and just didn't really turn into that. It had 48 catches, 538 yards. I know he's not someone that the Bills are probably targeting right now, but he is an interesting guy because it felt like there was high expectations that just didn't get met this past year, and now he's paying the price in the draft.
Yeah, what's funny is it's definitely seen the player Josh Gordon getting compared to Justin Shorter in a lot of ways too. So that's as a player, the Bills feel like they struck gold maybe with Shorter. That's someone that they spent a lot of time with. AJ got to listen to the presser. So I'm really interested to see what Bean says about him here, probably and roughly. I think he'll come out after 2:15, I believe. He'll usually come out. So we'll leave you guys with probably the Brandon Bean's comments toward the end of the day as we're getting into the 180s now, Mike. So Mike is feeling good. We're getting closer, and we're getting to the point of no return. Draft coverage is winding down. Probably a total of 3 more hours total of the draft. We'll be here probably for the next hour or so. So
you want to know something, Kev? I didn't have breakfast today. I had a strawberry banana peanut butter smoothie after my basketball shooting this morning. Every Saturday, it's a routine. But I haven't eaten anything since then. So I'm waiting until the Bills pick to have dinner today, and dinner / lunch. So
me too.
This is sacrifice. This is my stomach is growling. I haven't left this seat for 3 hours and 38 minutes and 27 seconds. And I only know that because the StreamYard tells us how long this has been going on for. Kevin, you've gone to the bathroom. AJ, you've had breaks in between. I am battling right now. Like I feel like I need to go on like a half-mile walk just to get my legs, my blood flow, and all that going. I'm going a little crazy. So at some point in the next 24 picks, you guys need to like keep convincing me to battle through this.
Go to Bill Gray's, dude.
Yeah. The closest Bill Gray's is an hour and 15 minutes, and that might happen before the Bill's next pick. So
maybe we can make the pick from Bill Gray's. Yeah, we can make the pick from. Yeah, you can make the pick from Bill Gray's. D'Amico Ryan is on there.
How about we meet halfway in Batavia, and then we can like.
There's a Tully's.
I'm always down for Tully's tenders, so I might end up going to Tully's after this is all said and done. Anyway, so let's get a sponsor from Tully's going forward.
Yeah.
I'll take a Tully sponsor. I've never had it, so that's something I got to try. Yeah, no, not Portnoy had it. I guess I have to from Barstool. He doesn't use sauce with chicken fingers, but
I
that's
thought he was pretty fair.
That's another
7.9
discussion.
is a solid grade, but I don't want to get us off topic because
I don't mind the grade. It was just more of like what
who doesn't eat a tender with sauce? Like
that's what I'm saying. Like it's crazy.
Yeah, so we'll see. Does Bean trade one of these 6 for 2 7s or something? Does he do something like that?
I don't see it happening, Kev.
Mike is now officially anti-trade back. He is all over it. He is done with it. He wants nothing to do with a trade back at this point.
I want to trade up. Just let's package 205, 215 for pick 184, and then we can wrap this up, give our analysis, and go on our way.
Tully's chicken tenders are a massive W. Their honey mustard is delightful. I couldn't agree more. That is 100% the truth.
Honey mustard ain't it.
No, you haven't had their honey mustard yet.
All right.
I was never a honey mustard guy.
Okay.
AJ, but when you try the honey mustard from Tully's, believe me,
it's not super sweet. It's not like that jarred garbage. Like it's not Ken's. It's good. It's
legit.
It's legitimate. It's
this might be sacrilegious to say this in Buffalo. But Tully's has tremendous ranch as well. I like ranch and blue cheese, but I will tell you this: Tully's has elite ranch. I love it there. It is a sports bar. They're all over Buffalo.
You can eat ranch with anything you want. It's just if you're not eating a chicken wing, it's fine. Who cares what you eat?
Okay, I just was making sure. Some people have said even tenders you're not allowed to have ranch. I lived in the Midwest for like 6 years, so from the time I went to the Midwest back to coming to Buffalo, I've learned to accept ranch is a good sauce, a good dipping sauce.
Yeah, I'm fine with ranch. It's not a big deal. I eat everything with blue cheese, but ranch is great too. 182. The Rams seem to be picking. They have all their 5th and 6th round.
I'm blue cheese and everything, by the way.
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
It just shows that you can't think outside the box, which is why you are not open to the ideas that Kevin and I suggest on our show on a weekly basis.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Okay. Me and Kevin are more outside the box thinkers than you.
Mike, you had no interest with a garbage plate. We had it right there for you, ready to go.
I love garbage plates. I just didn't know if Bill Gray's was the place to try one at. Give me to any local Hots place in Rochester. Give me Parrington Hots, Fairport Hots, Dogtown, Nick Tahoe's. I'm 100% a garbage plate guy. Throw as much ketchup and mustard on it as possible. I don't care if it's the Red Hots, the burgers. I'll even do a garbage plate with chicken tenders. Like they're all
great. The one at Jimmy Z's that I get often is the barbecue pulled pork garbage plate. It is delicious.
I am delusional too, Scoops. You try hosting day 3 draft coverage for 3 hours and 40 minutes when you only have one pick, and you're going to go crazy too.
Bill Gray's
fans get their chicken tenders and ketchup. So we have some good food takes going on right now. Bill Gray's has good custard. Abbott's is great. Abbott's is a fantastic.
Also, Abbott's and Bill Gray's are associated, like they're kind of like hand in hand. I know you guys were talking about it, but I didn't know that was a legit thing.
Yeah, no, that's a legit thing.
If you're going to talk chicken in Rochester, also have to be open to Jeremiah's. Not a lot of Buffalo people know about Jeremiah's, but they have a pow pow sauce. Some people call it boom boom sauce, but that is something that hits home.
There's some good wings. Definitely, they're very similar to Rochester and Buffalo are very similar in wings. Like there really isn't a ton of difference. We don't have the top end wings, but their wings are pretty good.
There's less good wing places in Rochester. Like they're not bad, but there's less very good wing.
Of course. There's no top end. Yeah, of course. They don't have the top 12 best places, but other than that, like they are good by average. They're still pretty good.
Do you ever have Roosters, Kev?
I love Roosters.
Roosters.
Had it last.
Roosters.
Yes, that is. I don't know. Buffalo people would criticize them though.
I just ate a Roosters wing when before I came back down here.
Well, you're lucky because that's one of the. I mean, around me right now where I'm at is the best spot.
Yeah, it's not even close. Hodges Tomlinson just went off the board. Good for him. Was one of those top 8 names I mentioned of being about 2 rounds lower than where they were supposed to go. He's like a 3rd, 4th round pick. So we'll see what he's able to develop into. Definitely a guy that I had fairly high on my board. So good to see him come off the list. So corner run, 3 straight corner or 4 out of 5 corners with Carl Brooks mixed in the middle. Eric Scott Jr., Kytrell Clark, Josh Hayes, and Hodges Tomlinson with Carl Brooks. So the cornerback market is thinning quickly. So still definitely not one that I see the Bills participate in. And AJ's guys off the board at 183. JL Skinner is off the board at 183.
Sorry, AJ.
So that's okay. I talked to him. I talked to Dorian. So that's cool because I asked him about. I legit got to ask him about Tremaine Edmonds, and because he is a mini Tremaine to me. Like, same kind of look. They got the dreads. They got the dreads going. So they kind of like. I like the little comparison. So I got to ask him about if he's watched any Tremaine Edmonds film, and it's pretty cool to actually have spoken to someone that got drafted by the team.
We'll try to make you even hungrier. So we got some Nick Tahoe's fans on here. Mike, everyone's blaming Mike for some reason. I don't know what Mike said, but garbage plate. Just think of it. It's not garbage. It's delicious.
It's so good.
Half side, delicious homemade mac salad. Half side, home fries. Throw a burger on each side, and then you put your toppings. You don't have to have any toppings if you're not a toppings person. Load it with ketchup. You load it with mustard. Not an onions guy. You can toss some raw onions on it. Not for me. Put that delicious homemade meat sauce all over it. Hot meat sauce all over it. It's a delicious plate.
Garbage plates are tremendous.
You don't mix it together. Some people might, but you don't mix it together. You don't chop it up. It's not weird. You literally have a bite of cheeseburger. You have a little home fry under it. You have a bite of your other cheeseburger, and you have home fries underneath it. Hash browns, home fries, whatever you like. You can go French fries. You can go baked beans. It is a delicious.
The only issue with garbage plates, though, is you end up regretting it.
You gotta build a stomach tolerance, Mike.
You get 75% of the way through it, and then you start hating your life. The next day is torture. You're eating like 2,000 plus calories in one sitting, so you better be comfortable with that life decision afterwards. You can't be on a diet. You got to be watching. You got to be secure in yourself when you're eating a garbage plate because those mess you up.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
fair enough. You can go hot dog too. You go red hot, white hot as top
mix it up.
Soup.
Hot dog, hamburger. You could do both.
Barbecue. The barbecue one from Jimmy Z's is good. If you like barbecue.
Really good in Rochester, country sweet sauce. Some Bills fans in Buffalo might know about it because Sal Capaccio was advertising it forever. But country sweet is incredible. It's one of the best sauces around.
There you go, Mike. Order your garbage plate now, and you can get it in time for the 7th round.
I tried to get Jimmy Z's to sponsor our show. Jimmy Z's, are you out there? I know you love the Bills.
Yeah.
See what we're doing for you?
Although he does have Tom Brady Sports Illustrated.
Yes, boy, there is mac salad on the garbage plate, and that is the best part of it.
Yeah, I agree.
It might sound disgusting, but the mixing of the burger, the mac salad, and the home fries in one with ketchup.
There's nothing that sounds disgusting about it because it's not like it's not cereal.
Kevin, people that have never had it, they see it, they think it looks disgusting. But it's great. I don't knock food until I try it. I tried octopus one time and it was a little salty, but I'm okay with trying whatever. If other people eat it, I will try it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, hey, what are you going to do? I'm definitely, I like them because they can be as mixed together or as separate as you want them to be in a garbage plate. So that's like that's the hitter of it. Like you can mix it all up. You can have no toppings. You can make it the way you want to make it. And that's what makes them so good with any topping. AJ mentioned the barbecue one. You can get pulled pork on it, shaved steak. I've got buddies who do like pizza logs, mott sticks with cheese whiz sauce on it. Like, I mean, you can get as crazy or as traditional as you'd like with a garbage plate, but they are very, very, very delicious. And definitely worth it when you're looking for a plate of food. Most people in Rochester call them a plate. So that's a proper terminology. Like, hey, I'm going to go get a plate.
That's how you know I didn't live there long enough.
You didn't call it a plate?
I was in Rochester, but if you're there for like 9 months, you're not really a Rochesterian. What do they call themselves? I don't even know if you guys have a name for yourselves. Like Buffalo, people in Buffalo are Buffalonians. What are you guys?
What's up, Mike?
What's a person from Rochester? Are they a Rochesteriat or
Rochesterian?
Yeah, it's definitely a Rochesterian.
Okay.
That's what you would say, but I don't think anyone ever really says that.
Yeah, not as cool as Buffalonian.
But yeah, the only thing that makes garbage plates look like messy or sloppy is the meat sauce. So if you get it without a meat sauce, it quite literally isn't messy.
Yeah, I don't get the meat sauce. I go ketchup mustard.
The meat sauce is good though. The meat sauce adds to it.
AJ is absolutely nutto, and Jimmy Z's has like the best meat sauce. So.
Well, to be fair, AJ is in the best shape of the three of us, and he's still able to play pickup basketball and stuff. So it makes sense. He has a healthier diet than the two of us. He doesn't think outside the box
because of the meat sauce.
AJ lives a mundane vanilla lifestyle.
I'm minimalist. I don't even have a bed frame. I just have a mattress on my ground, and this is my only laptop I got. Cheap little laptop. That's all I got. Minimalist. Nothing else.
Guys, I think it's time to get back to draft coverage.
All right, let's go.
Well, I'm just upset that JL Skinner went down the road. That's what bugs me the most is that I'm not kidding. I really like JL Skinner a lot at 205.
Yeah,
so I'm slightly disappointed there with that. Of any of the last hour and a half's worth of selections after our pick, he's like the only one that I looked up and was like, nah.
Did you see this from the comment section right here?
No,
I actually think this is interesting. So Dorian Williams said this, according to Chris Brown. McDermott told me to learn both the middle linebacker and the weak side linebacker positions. I'm looking forward to learning from Matt Milano. That is the case. That is exactly what you and I were thinking. This was never simply we're taking this guy to be only an outside linebacker. It always made sense that if you're taking this guy, he's going to get a chance at both. And that goes to why I thought the reaction last night was extreme overkill.
It was bonkers. Call it what it was. It was bonkers. You think that here's the problem with Bean coming out saying he's a middle linebacker is that now everyone's penciling him as starter. He's going to get a ton of eyes on him and a lot of requirements and a lot of anticipation. I mean, that's not good for the kid. Like, let you think, keep the expectations low. Like, let you think he's a special teamer, and all of a sudden he's having great OTAs. He's having a great summer. Like,
it's playing the expectations. If anything, that's what
he did. That's what he does.
And this is what I always. So, for those of you that don't know my background, Kev gets tired of me saying this.
Oh, here we go. Just don't let him bring up Ohio University.
What? Ohio University grad.
No, we don't want that.
Tremendous school. Recommend anyone sending their kids.
Why would you go there?
Tremendous journalism program, great sports teams. Become a Bobcats fan; it'll be worth it. But I was a sports anchor for 3 years. So I was in Indiana, Ohio, and God, I was losing my train of thought for a second. But the one thing when you're dealing with these coaches and management, they blow smoke left and right all the time. I covered Ohio State for a year. Urban Meyer would lie to the media on a daily basis. I've covered some Notre Dame basketball. I've seen Indiana football, a lot of minor league stuff. They are constantly blowing smoke. Now, I think what makes it confusing sometimes when people are covering Brandon Beane is that at times he can be a straight shooter. So people make the mistake of always assuming, well, he said this and it ended up coming true. They make the mistake that, oh, he is always telling it how it is. No way on earth is Brandon Beane telling the media at press conferences and fans the way he thinks it's going to be 6 months from now. When he takes his pick, Dorian Williams, 100% he has certain plans for him that go beyond special teams and primarily being a backup for the foreseeable future. But as you said, Kev, you put that expectation, oh, he's going to be middle linebacker. The whole fan base is going to be expecting greatness from this kid day one, when that's not a realistic thing to put on a third-round pick, 91 overall from Tulane. So we'll see how it plays out. But I'm glad that C. Rose shared that, because I do think he's going to receive an opportunity at middle linebacker at some point. And Eric Turner, you guys all love him, has told us that he thinks that Dorian Williams does have middle linebacker potential.
There you go. You heard it here, right from Mike's mouth. That straight that he does have middle linebacker potential, and so do I. We talked to him before. I asked him many times after the first three, and Dorian Williams didn't go that much later than the other two. That who's the next middle linebacker prospect? He brought him up unannounced, unprovoked. Before we even know we would be interested in it. So we talked about him on a space. So that's why you get out and get to spaces, because you do get stuff all the time that, just spitballing. We might not always need to create an article or a video log. That's what we got for it. So I'm a fan of the pick. I always was. I thought that, hey, I want to add more talent to the linebacker room. And that's just quite literally what we did. So I like that there's a bunch of guys there. I really think that there's three really young guys in there. I just don't want it to be Dodson, but other than that, I think the Bills are in pretty good shape with what they're going to potentially do at the linebacker room. Christian Young, Arizona's the last guy left that had a pre-draft meeting with Buffalo. He had a Zoom meeting. Okay, yeah, I mean safety's very much in play here. There's no doubt about that. That's a position. We talked about in the last hour or two that they'll be targeting here as we get, kind of into the third or into the sixth round here, getting pretty deep into it. So
Jalen Duncan off the board. So, I mean, guys, it's Spencer Brown at right tackle. I mean, I'm not saying that's definitive. It's still a long off season, but I think
it feels pretty definitive.
Yeah,
at this point.
I think Spencer Brown's your starting right tackle this year.
It's what I find interesting is that we have all been talking about the offensive line needs an overhaul. The Bills need to address offensive line. And I would say that we all knew Roger Saffold wasn't coming back. But I think most fans, when they would say we need to address offensive line, they were mostly talking about Saffold and Brown. And for the Bills to bring in 3 interior linemen tells me they think that Brown is, or at least are willing to give him another season. They think he still has the ability and the upside to be a good right tackle. They isolated the problem, and they think it was the interior line. And that's going to be such an interesting battle with the guys that they brought in. You're talking about tremendous depth inside this year going forward. The fact that, Kev, I don't know if you have any projections who you think would start, but I would probably give the upside to Connor McGovern at left guard and Osiris Torrence at right guard.
Yeah.
But if you have Bates and you have David Edwards as your backup guards, that's quite an upgrade. 2 guys that has starting experience. It's just the only odd part is going to be that you're going into the season with all these changes, and then you're sticking with Spencer Brown, which tells me the Bills do think that injury played a role in Spencer Brown's production. And if you look at some of his PFF grades from last year, he did have his struggles during the middle of the season. Was he fully healthy? Is that a justification for the poor play, that he was battling through some things? It did get better, slightly better towards the end at times, but I think this is a make or break year for Spencer Brown. if he doesn't show an adequate jump or a decent improvement overall, very, very good chance that right tackle will be addressed next offseason, whether in free agency or in the draft.
I agree with you. Keyshawn Boutte is finally off the board. So some of the names that we had toward the top 10, just a bunch of them just went in a row from Skinner on the way down to Boutte. So some of those names are finally getting plucked. Luke Whippler is very much so the best available name per most lists that are going on here, especially after Jalen Duncan. There is Boutte off the board. It's really him, A.T. Perry, Andre Carter, Hutchinson, Voorhees, Yossi Vash, Kuntz. Those are the kind of the last remaining potential high-end picks based on expert boards. So Parker Washington now has gone to Jacksonville. So the receivers, little mini receiver run here before the end of the sixth is taking place.
Yeah, I'm still keying in on Ojomo here. He's the guy I want the Bills to take it.
Ojomo, okay. So we got a heavy Ojomo presence here in the room right now. Something with A.T. Perry. Just apparently he doesn't.
You double down at some point if he's still there. I know.
I said that already because the whole UDFA strategy, like the whole UDFA strategy is like, will you get UDFA receivers to come here that even can compete? No. So maybe you have to consider like, okay, if I can get a DND tackle UDFA that I like, I can get a offensive tackle UDFA, already got him on the phone. You might be thinking like, all right, maybe I double down with a Xavier Hutchinson, A.T. Perry, because bring him in to compete. 6th round, Bryce Ford-Wheaton, Andre Yossi Vash. If they get caught, whatever, we throw them on the practice squad. So yeah, you can't discount the fact of who can I get in to bring in to compete UDFA and who do I need to draft. So that is 100% considered in the draft room right now as you're reaching, as you're approaching pick 200. You're kind of talking that out over like, okay, we need to take this guy because A, he won't be there, and B, he wouldn't sign with us.
By the way, I just want to say, and this is totally random on my part, I have a feeling that Justin Shorter is going to be that next guy that Bills Mafia just falls in love with and calls out the coaching staff when he ends up being the number 5-6 wide receiver at the end of training camp, and just keeps wondering, well, this guy made these 2 nice catches in the preseason opener. Why is he not active on game days? I just have a feeling that Shorter is going to be a fan favorite early on for this team. While we're still waiting for the Bills to get their next selection, let me ask you guys this. So you bring in Shorter. We know he was a big-time recruit out of high school. Didn't always put the flashy numbers at Penn State or Florida. Where does he start the season on this depth chart? Is he your 5? Is he the 6? I'd assume drafting him in the 5th round that
5. He starts your 5. He starts as your 5. He makes the team. Your 6 is sure field special teamer and can do everything. He starts as your 5. Hardy's your 4. Khalil Shakir is your 3, and that's the way it's looking right now. As looks pretty locked in. Tanner McKee just gets picked too, so quarterbacks are pretty much off the board. But that's definitely a way it could. That's the way I have it right now. I have Shorter 5, Sherfield 6.
Do you think Hardy will? So everybody's saying he's coming in to take over for the McKenzie role from 2 years ago, not last year. Right. Do you think Hardy will be similar production to what McKenzie was in that role? Or do you think the Bills have bigger plans for Hardy than what McKenzie used to do?
I think they have bigger plans for him than what he used to do, personally.
I agree. I think Hardy's just a more refined receiver. He's
because what I'm trying to figure out, is there really a path to Shorter playing this season, at least early on?
Probably not early. I mean, and you know how they are with rookie. I mean, unless he has a really good camp. But
that's unexpected. Obviously, a 5th round pick, it's going to take time.
Right.
Do we think he's going to flash at all, I guess. Like, do you have expectations of him coming out in camp and being a guy that fans are going to get behind and fall in love with early on?
The Bills have seemed to fall in love with him, bringing him in a top 30, taking him in the 5th round when some people didn't think he'd even go and get drafted. So, I mean, if they're high on him, I'm sure that they have some type of plan for him come camp. But, I mean, who knows? Could there be a situation where Justin Shorter beats out Khalil Shakir? I know they're kind of different style receiver. But you never know with this regime. You saw Christian Medford get the start over Kyer Elam week 1 last year. So you don't really know, but I would go with Kev. I think he's going to be the wide receiver 5. I would have Shakir and Hardy over him at this point, and then let Sherfield be that special teams guy and give depth if, Diggs or Davis wants to take a rest or gets hurt. So that's kind of where I'm at as well. But, he could potentially move up. You don't know. There's question marks with Hardy and even Shakir. Was a 5th round pick coming into his 2nd year. So you don't really know, but I think he could go anywhere from 3 to 5 by the end of the season, but I'm leaning more towards the, higher end of that scale.
Yeah, I think you're right. Like, why they're both the same round. Why are we considering Khalil Shakir? Yes, he's been here longer.
Right.
He has a slight edge up right now, obviously, but why would we consider that a lock? I mean, the next thing you know, it's Shorter and Hardy or Hardy and Shorter, or we don't really know the combo. Maybe, I guess, Sherfield has a way to maybe be that. I don't know. Maybe he's a really good. But that's my rankings right now. Sherfield 6, Shorter 5. We got Hardy 4, Shakir 3, Gabe 2, and Stephon 1. That's my order as we approach this. And that doesn't mean that we can't add to that still here. I mean, I still believe that if there's a guy here that they think could come in and compete in and battle Sherfield, that Sherfield's not a lock. We talked about, other players. Sherfield is not a lock. He should make the team. He's expected to make the team. I expect him as of this minute to make the team, but that's by no stretch a lock at this point. If they do find their way to a different way, he will save the team $1 million getting caught. There's no guarantees in there. So, if Shorter comes in and balls, Shakir's still pretty good, and they go and take a guy right here, a receiver that they feel is still pretty strong on the board, I think it's possible that you're going to do whatever you can. They've double dipped at receiver many times. They did it with Gabe and especially later on, adding a 5 and a 6 receiver isn't crazy by any stretch. And I do see some talented receivers, especially as edge just keeps getting decimated here. It's like really only Andre Carter, Lonnie Phelps. Other than that, like, I don't see a whole lot. I need to draft here. Andre Carter, Phelps. I don't have a whole lot of edge here that I'm overly into drafting at this stage of the game. Whatever you consider Ojomo, I mean, I guess he's kind of an edge, but I don't really see much else that I'm looking at here, guys. From that, I mean, Lonnie Phelps and Andre Carter are kind of more those pass rushing outside linebackers. Ivan Pace Jr. is in there, but in my front 7, that's about all we're looking at there. I don't have a Keandre Coburn, a DT, Dante Stills. I don't have an abundance of front 7 players that I'm looking at here to select.
I'm with you as well. I think
there goes Luke Whippler, 190. Cleveland is literally drafting off of a expert's best player available list. I'm not kidding.
Well, you know what? Cleveland's in Ohio State player. They have to do a favor for the big football team in the state. So this is a good PR move for the Cleveland Browns. You get a guy that they thought could go in the 3rd round, day 2, and you get him in the 6th round, and now the city of Cleveland can celebrate their mini draft victory after not having any picks early in this draft. And believe me, Cleveland's into those mini draft victories and PR picks at times. I know it's not smart football at times, but there are definitely teams that at certain times will take a player just to get a little press release or do someone a favor. You think about how the Broncos took Chad Kelly because John Elway was close with Jim. Obviously, Austin Proehl on the Bills the one year. I could definitely see Whippler being a Cleveland pick where, hey, it's 190. It's the 6th round. Yeah, you have some medicals that are glaring, but we'll give it a chance. We'll see how it works out. So this is the point where sometimes you have picks that just don't make sense, but that's what happens when you have 7 rounds.
Absolutely. As picks are kind of roaring in here, we're getting closer and closer and closer for getting closer to Mike getting to Tully's. But yeah, we're approaching the one into the 190s, starting to get in there now. So we're in good shape. I still think with the way the board's falling that I'm now more likely to consider running back than I even was. And you guys know I was, fairly high on that 20 picks ago. So I think I'm even more likely to consider that here with the way this thing has fallen too. So
yeah, and the thing about too is the running backs that they have behind James Cook. I know Harris is a solid guy, but it's not like he is elite by any stand. He's a good player. He's a solid player. He'll improve the running game, but not an elite player. Nyheim Hines, he's more of a pass catcher than anything else. I don't expect him to really get that many carries in the Bills offense going forward. Running back was always going to be a possibility. I think Damian Harris might have changed the plans a little bit. If Harris wasn't brought on, I would have almost expected a running back around this point in the draft. But we'll see how Harris's addition impacts that overall.
Agreed. Firm agreed, Mike.
Where do you
the Patriots just took a punter here.
Did they get a punter?
Yeah, they went punter, Bryce Behringer.
A punter and a kicker in the same draft. Good for them.
I'm glad.
That's what was wrong with their team last year. Their kicking game had nothing to do with defensive coordinators taking over the offense or Mac Jones being their quarterback or anything like that. It was the kicking game. We've isolated the problem for New England.
There you have it. Mike mentions we've isolated the kicking game. Bryce Behringer from Michigan State. They're just totally beefing up those teamers, those special teams guys. I think they have a bajillion picks though. So they're going to definitely use that punter a lot, as we're noted here. So we're getting into it. Like, we're getting close. People are tuning back in. We're getting a boost in viewers. Please smash the like button. We appreciate everybody tuning in. Mike and I and AJ, we've all been here for going on 4.5 hours of day 3 draft coverage. We had a couple of guests. Ryan Sullivan joined us. We had Joe DeRosa come in, and we had Chris Kaepner come in for a little bit too. So we've had some people pop in throughout the time here, but really getting into it. We'll probably be here through pick 215. So we're going to be here for another 23 picks together, breaking down both picks. We are only about 13 picks away now, finally. So we're finally
exciting, Kevin. It's getting exciting. I can feel everything starting to ramp up. AJ's pumped. You can tell AJ is excited right now. Kevin, you're excited. We haven't talked about food in about 15 minutes. So I will say that conversation did help pass some time. So I'm glad
we 5 minutes too. It's not like we spent all day.
I
go right back to the conversation.
I was struggling prior to that conversation. I feel like I'm surviving right now. I don't have the stamina for long broadcasts the way that you do, Kevin. You're more experienced on that side of things, but 12 picks away, it can start to put some guys together of who we I can't even speak right now. That's what happens after 4 hours. But we can put some guys together for who we would want to target at 205.
Yeah, I think we are in range to do an activity like that as some of the picks come in. I'll say we'll jump into that about 10 picks out of 190. Once I see 195 come in, we'll start to kind of strategize who we're thinking with our selection. So that is going to be in a moment here. But as we kind of start to think about it, I mean, we're going to start at the top. Really, at quarterback, all that's left is Max Duggan. Anyone considering Max Duggan here as a backup quarterback?
No.
Double no. Okay, we got a quick nose. So we're gonna quickly pivot from that. Thanks guys for your quick and strong opinions on that. Let's go to receiver now. Are we considering receiver at all as we build this board for Brandon Beane's next 2 picks? No for AJ. Mike?
I'm probably a no, but
Probably
I can't 100% rule it out. There are a couple guys on the board that are still intriguing, but probably a no.
Mike's probably a no. Okay.
If you can't figure it out on offense with Dalton Kincaid, Dawson Knox, Diggs, Davis, Damian Harris, a rejuvenated offensive line, then I mean,
do you mean Bryce Ford or Wheaton or Streeter, or I mean not Bryce Ford, Wheaton? I'm talking. Who am I still thinking here? Oh, Xavier Hutchinson is who I'm thinking. You don't think that's gonna push over the edge, AJ?
No.
Okay, that's a no. Okay, so we're gonna pivot from receiver for now, even though there's.
I'm sorry, Kevin. I know how much you wanted to talk about wide receiver.
No, that's fine. We're moving on. Tight end Zach Kuntz, really the only name
I am
left.
intrigued about Zach Kuntz. I'm not gonna lie.
Is Zach Kuntz on your list?
25 years old. You just drafted Kincaid. He's going to be here for 4 years with an option for the 5th. You have Knox under contract for a couple more years. I mean, if you want to, he's a high res guy. He's got the athletic traits. He's just got to. I mean, I guess you can do it if he's the best player on your board, and that's where they want to go.
We're going to keep Zach Kuntz on our official day 3 list. We're going to keep him. He is on the prospects list to keep an eye on. Now we're going to keep continuing going down offense, running back. I'm definitely putting running back on my list. I don't care what we got from the panel. So running back here in the 6th round, Deuce Vaughn, Sean Tucker are the 2 names that really stick out to me. Ibrahim, Zach Evans, Dwayne McBride. So there are a couple of names I think that could come in and be better than a UDFA here, and you get them for longer. You're looking there instead of looking at like Jordan Mims from Fresno State. That's like a UDFA level. And I do think the names that we just said are a nice tick above that. So Mike, AJ, you willing to add a couple to the BPA list here?
Sure. I'm definitely open to running back at this point.
Okay. So yeah, Nick Sane, McBride, Zach Evans, Chris Rodriguez Jr. could potentially make the roster. I actually agree. There's definitely a place that there is seriously only 3 running backs on the roster. So there's a push for it. So we're going to add Sean Tucker to I'm making my list now. Sean Tucker. I'm going to add Deuce.
There was a comment that Sean Tucker is dealing with a heart issue. I know that heart concerns. I know he was dealing with something. I don't have all the information, so I don't want to speak on that behalf. But if he is, that could factor into.
Was he a junior, Mike? Why didn't he stay?
I mean, the thought was that he had a chance to move on. So
guess not. Too bad.
I don't remember what year. He was an underclassman. So
bummer.
Yeah, I know. Throwing away the college career. I mean,
Rodriguez off the board. Rodriguez Jr. Just the commander.
Yeah, it's a great range. Great range for to take a running back. AJ. It's a great range. So Rodriguez is off the board. Scratching him off my list. Okay, Sean Tucker still got Deuce Vaughn. I'm gonna keep him on my list for now. Dwayne McBride, Deuce Vaughn. We'll keep Zach Evans on the list. Okay, offensive tackle Ryan Hayes from Michigan. We've talked to him a little bit. Any other offensive tackles anyone can think of keeping him on the list or no?
I'll keep it. I'll keep Ryan Hayes on the list.
Okay, we're keeping Ryan Hayes on the list. Okay, Roy says Sean Tucker was cleared. Okay, Sean Tucker is the top of my list right now, to be honest. So we're going to keep Hayes. All right, let's keep it going to guard. We thinking about Voorhees or Kirkland or Patterson at this point, guys, or no?
At this point, definitely. At this point,
yeah. Okay. Thinking about guard. Okay, Voorhees down. I'm gonna pick Patterson and Jackson Kirkland down.
Here's the thing, too. Even at this point in the 6th round, even if you're stashing Voorhees, you don't know how it's going to work out at guard this next season. There could always be things that happen with those guys. So while it looks like a great situation right now, the talent might be too good to pass up if the right guy falls.
Okay, agreed. So we added a couple guards. Now to DBs. We're at cornerback. What do you guys feel as cornerback with that deep unit right now with a pretty tough path to the roster? Do you guys get entertaining corner here still?
Yeah, I am.
AJ's entertaining corner. I'm
never against entertaining it. I'm not. There's no one that I'm looking at the corner list right now being like, oh, they have to get this guy. But I'd never rule out corner. That's a spot that teams are always looking to add to.
Any names that anyone's liking right now? The top list, Jalen Jones. We got Eli Ricks. We have Let's see if there's anyone else that I like on the list at corner. Ray's John Wright. He was a Last Chance U star on the Netflix show. Anything jump out at you, AJ, corner man?
No, I couldn't tell you anything about any of these guys, but I think if they like one of them on the board here,
Okay.
I'm totally okay with adding your corner to the mix, seeing what he can do. I know Dane Jackson. I know they got a lot of guys, and they got Kyrie Elam here for the next couple of years, Benford. But Dane Jackson has a year contract up, so maybe you can fill that void next year draft ahead of need if you really like one.
Okay, let's
put it. I'm leaning more towards safety. I mean, that's
okay.
More,
Safety's next man up.
Yeah.
Anthony Johnson, Brandon Hill, Hickman. I know you mentioned Merriweather from Iowa, Trey Dean from Florida. Any specific one of those jump out to you?
All those guys I'd be okay with.
Okay, Mike, safety sounds good.
Yeah, I'm similar. I think safety is looking like a spot that would definitely make sense to target with one of their two final picks. Johnson, Hill, you could go Dean. There's a couple guys that would definitely stand out.
Okay, so we got some news. Coburn goes off the board. So next unit is going to be the interior defensive line position. With Coburn off the board, it's pretty bare to me, guys. This is one that at defensive tackle at this stage, you got Scott Matlock, 6'4", 308, Jalen Redmond. Other than that, I don't see a whole eyes. That might be a UDFA position at this point. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I think I'm with you on that.
Yeah, I mean, you got Stills, Redmond,
Ojomo,
Matlock, Clark, Ojomo is kind of a
DJ Dow from Alabama.
Okay.
I don't
kind of mix an edge now. Andre Carter, Lonnie Phelps, Ojomo. It's pretty. It's pretty weak at the defensive line position. They would just be taking someone. Thomas Incombe from Central Michigan, Mike.
A.T. Perry just went to New Orleans.
Okay. A.T. Perry, scratch him off the board. And then last, I guess, if you want to say, but not least, is linebacker Ivan Pace Jr. You still have here. It could be a pass rushing guy. Muhammad
Sure,
Diabate.
throw him on there.
Yeah, we're going to throw Ivan Pace Jr. on the list at this point. I like him too. Diabate, I know some people do like. Any other names, guys, that you can think of between you two chat room? Any names we should be throwing on the final prospect list as we're in the range officially of a selection here? Brandon Hill on the list.
Just give chat. Give us some names and we'll put them on there if you want. Just throw out some names you guys like. If you guys have any interest in what they're going to do here in the 6th round, go for it.
Saints traded Adam Troutman from 195. Okay, interesting.
Big development, Kev.
Yeah, interesting. That's the way they got a hold of A.T. Perry. So good for them. Good for them. Andre Yosivas. I have Yosivas on my list, even though AJ kind of tried to shoot me down.
Kev, I never tried to shoot you down, man.
I've Hutchinson and Yosivas on my list. Both.
Okay, as long as you have Hutch on there, then that's cool.
So.
No UB players, Kevin?
No UB players. I don't think I've ever had a UB player on my list in like many years.
Kevin, the Bills have literally had 2 UB players on their team in last year alone.
Yeah, well, UDFAs, great. Yeah. That's talking about UDFAs. I'm great with UDFAs.
No. I do not want the UDFA conversation. If you want to talk UDFAs, you can talk to AJ the rest of the show, and I'll head out.
For UDFAs, no, I'm just saying if they were to sign a UB player, that's a perfect place to do so. Is there even any, Mike? Does UB even have anyone in that?
Justin Marshall.
Is he the only one? Okay.
I mean, he's the top one I can think of.
Keon Williams, right?
What?
Isn't Keon Williams?
Keon Williams, wide receiver. I mean, is James Patterson going to sign somewhere as a...
James Patterson is a nice addition. He's a middle linebacker.
Yeah. Starting middle linebacker for the Buffalo Bulls.
James Patterson played a ton of middle linebacker.
And his brother's already in the NFL.
Yeah, Kevin. I mean, he was very productive. 6', 240. He's played extensively in middle, led the team. He's got 400 tackles probably in college. He probably has 8 to 10 sacks, bunch of 4 to 6 picks.
Very good college player. He had a great career.
There's absolutely no reason that he wouldn't be. Maybe you could get both Pattersons. You get the one from Notre Dame and the one from Buffalo right here in the 6. How about that?
The only other, and then there might be a couple guys. There might be a guy from UB secondary that might get.
They always randomly have a secondary player somehow that could be selected. I'm not even sure how that's possible, but
yeah. Well, I mean, think about it. We didn't see any 2 years ago. Well, 2 seasons ago, UB had one of the worst secondaries in college football. Yet one of them ended up playing games with the Bills as a UDFA last season.
Right.
So,
geez, Roy, you didn't need to make that kind of comment. Donna's giving us the eyes. Donna, what are you after? Who do you want to hear? We will put on the list whoever you want, Donna. I promise. Give me a name. I'm gonna put him on the list right here. So this is Voorhees. Voorhees is on the list.
There we go, guys. There's some names coming in now.
Kevin, we're almost there. By the way, I love how we had the color coordination today. AJ obviously didn't get the text, but that's how it works sometimes.
Wait, we're supposed to color coordinate today?
AJ, look at what Kev's wearing. Look at what I'm wearing.
All right, hold on one sec.
Chris Kapner was wearing red earlier too.
It'll be more of a maroon, to be honest.
Yeah, maroon. Yeah, if AJ actually changes because of that comment, just
right.
Typical AJ.
And it looks like he's Judge too.
Yeah, no, that is Steve.
Okay. Well, we got producer AJ Judge, Steve, whomever. Bills are up now in single digits amounts of picks. 7 picks. The Bills are up.
Dude, that was quick. That you did get the text.
There we go. Got the maroon group.
We're there instead of we're maroon 3.
There we go. Perfect. There we go.
If we had Chris, we were maroon 4, and then we just needed Joe or Ryan to complete the maroon 5. But oh
wow. Donna says she wanted Coburn. Yeah, I think he was probably toward the top of the list here. So maybe the Bills are just going to do something fun for us, and they're going to say, you know what, we want more 7s, and they're going to trade it for 2 7s, and we're going to be here with you anyways. But yeah, we're scheduled to be here through the next 30 minutes probably. We're not gonna go deeper than 2:15 anyways, regardless. So we'll be on here kind of breaking down the picks. Maybe he'll get us to get a punter and a kicker. Maybe we'll get a punter and a kicker we can talk about here. Maybe we'll get a punter.
You know, I was excited last year when they drafted a punter, but I would rather not go into that, unfortunately. But it wasn't the most excited I ever got about drafting a punter. I'll tell you that.
Fun fact about this guy, Jason Taylor. I spoke with him at the combine. I asked him a food question. He said, I was like, what's the weirdest thing you eat? And he goes, he eats French toast, but not French. It's not cooked. It's just the bread and syrup. He doesn't cook the bread. It's just plain white bread. And
that's a red flag to me. That's
wait, what?
He doesn't eat, like, he doesn't cook French toast. Like, when he eats bread, he doesn't cook it. He just eats it with the syrup.
He's on my no draft list.
He eats bread with syrup.
Yep.
Butter.
Buddy the Elf, I guess.
See right there. That is a character concern. So,
no,
big time red flag.
Yeah, mayo on your hot dog.
Hey. That is just a new thing I started, and it was tremendous. And I want you to know that I don't like you anymore.
I would just like you to know that no.
A syrup sandwich.
Looks like Jarek Reed is off the board. Take him off the board. Safety. So we've got Jarek Reed off the board
that
here.
That sounds like the name of a player that is going to be good.
Jarek Reed II.
Jarek Reed II. That guy, I don't care that he's a 6th-round pick, 198th overall. He is going to be very successful in the NFL.
I guess so. Whatever you say.
Kevin wants to kill me right now. I don't know if you can tell.
If you think that he's the best and the willingness, you got it.
I just fit in now, so that's all I care about.
Ravens pick is in. We got to 200, everybody. Congratulations for tuning in. 200. We're 5 picks away, 15 picks away from pick 2. So we're going to have them keeping them coming.
Pick 200, 200 likes. That's what I.
Yeah, 200. Throw us a like if you've been in here. And I know a lot of you have been in here with us the entire day. Roy, I see you in there. A couple others. Pops Mafia, you've been in here the majority of the day. Smash that. Doug Masters, I've seen you for a little bit now. Smash that like button. As we see the 6th-round picks coming in fast and furious. The best thing I want them to do is trade both 6ths for like 4, 5, 7s at the end of the round. That's kind of what I want. That's kind of what I want to happen.
I'm done at 215, at pick 215, regardless of if it's the Bills pick or not. If they trade both these picks for like 7 picks at the end of the 7th round, I'm still done at 215. So
there you go, everybody. We are done. We're going to talk at 215 about the picks, but then we are done kind of going through our analysis, talking about the players. We'll get 205 in here shortly, so we'll have that one broken down for you. 215 comes in. We'll break down 215, kind of give you our final thoughts, and that's what we'll do here for you. And then over the next 15 picks, all AF teams. There you go. Appreciate you guys so much for grinding this out. Thank you, Jason. I appreciate you as well for tuning in. Thank you for being here with us to see exactly. 205 will tell me a lot. Will the Bills draft toward the top of the best player available list, Mike? Or will they draft UDFAs? We're going to find out here shortly. So we'll kind of have a gauge of 215.
It is important to point out the Bills have struggled a little bit with the UDFAs in recent years. Correct. Because of the roster construction. There's just not many available spots. And there have been players that even after UDFA, when it comes to trying to stash players on the practice squad, where they've been poached by other teams a little bit. So I know that it is something that take into account when we get to this point. If you really want a player, sometimes you might need to just grab them rather than hope after the draft.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's seriously been my point all night is that I think they're the lowest UDFAs in the league at the moment, and they've had 0 recently make rosters. So, at some point so you're going to have to start drafting them here in the 6th round. So this is the big range for me. This is why I say, like, I think it's a running back range that could be selected. Jarek Reed, the second Mike said would be good, was off ranked and not ranked on any boards.
That's just because people weren't aware of his greatness because he played at New Mexico.
Just thought that portion of it was funny.
Kevin, I told you there's certain players here that I haven't watched, but I have a feeling about him. I don't know how that's any different than anybody else that hasn't watched these players making their analysis. So Jarek is going to be good.
I don't know, Mike. I disagree with the way you came up with that opinion on how Jarek is going to be good. But what I don't disagree with is the Bills being up in 3 picks. That I agree with. So we're going to have a player to chat about as a unit.
What position is Scott?
Thank you so much, Nicholas. I appreciate you tuning in with us. That's really great to have you here as well. Trust me, we have a lot of notes. I have a lot of players. We built a big board a couple of times already, and we've got a big board rolling in here. Oh, Scott Matlock goes off the board. He was one of the DTs I had written down here, so it's got to scratch him off. So we'll see if they're going BPA or UDFA, but appreciate you, Nicholas. Thank you so much for chatting in with us. Let us know what you're thinking. What do you want them to do here in the next 2 picks too? You can make your 2024 draft simulator now on PFF. I'm good on that. I am not the early draft guy. I will be hitting draft hard in December, January now with the team being good. I don't hit it harder than that, other than watching college football, starting to make opinions. But January is my month for that. So I'll see when it comes to draft talk. We'll see you guys in 8 months. Exactly about 8 months. So we got receiver. John wants receiver. Doug wants D-line.
Jared Patterson, Texans.
Corbett says he's watching 3 guys not wearing pants. I promise you, that is not true. I will
say, though, when I was a sports anchor, I wore cargo shorts often. Underneath.
Why do you even own cargo shorts?
Because cargo shorts are comfortable and you have enough pocket space for whatever you need. There's no reason not to own cargo shorts.
Can we please, everyone comment on that? That is weird. No one wants cargo shorts. That's a weird comment. So Nicholas wants a high raz tackle. I doubt there's much on the board left. You're probably right. I go pull the raz on players the second we get a pick in, but I bet you are right with that. That's for sure. I'm a high raz guy too. I think athleticism at tackle is an important piece of the puzzle. It's necessary to be a competitive tackle. We've talked to the creator, Kent Lee Platty of Raz, and he has admitted as much. So that's just weird. No, that's just weird. AJ, do you agree with the cargo pants discussion? Because that's.
I'm a fan of this comment, and the person's spot on.
That is no. They're no.
I don't mind them. I don't wear them often, but I'm not like the.
I think they get such a horrible rep, and there's no justification for why people hate on cargo shorts. Like, I'm a married man. I'm not trying to impress anyone. I just want to be comfortable, and I want to have enough room in my pockets to carry what I need to carry. I have a wallet, cell phone, keys. Sometimes I might have a pop. Like, I need room. I need space.
Got to scratch off another. Jarrett Patterson gone. So off the list. So we are getting some big board players taken right here.
You know what, Kevin? You wanted them to attack me for the cargo shorts, but the comment section is on my side.
Okay.
That should be a lesson.
Disagree. I mean, that's
that should be a lesson. But speaking of the Bills pick, who are we feeling? We're almost there.
Yeah, Patterson off the board. Matlock was on my board there. So 2 names got scratched off. I had Coburn and A.T. Perry, so 4 names. Christopher Rodriguez Jr. I had jotted down here too. So 5 in the last 7 or 8 picks have gone off my list. We're now down to 12 players. So
I'm going to say they go safety at 205.
Mike says safety. AJ, we're getting 3 picks away.
D-line.
D-line. AJ is steadfast on D-line now that Skinner's gone.
You know, but we know AJ has the sources, so now I have to question, why am I going safety? The whole time he's talking safety, I start following him. Then I go safety. He goes D-line. This is classic AJ play, trying to get me to change my views to follow him, and then bang, switches it up final second.
Andre Carter, Lonnie Phelps, Ojomo, Jalen Redmond, Stills. Is that kind of the range you're thinking there, AJ?
Yeah, exactly the range I'm thinking.
Okay, that's exactly his range he's thinking. We got an Ibrahim. I agree. Running back is there for me. Corbett says that's called the D-line ruse. I agree. Pops Mafia says he likes safety, but I like Carter here.
I want Carter here.
Yeah, I think that's a. Mike needs a Snickers. He sure does. D-line ruse. Okay, yeah, we got a D-line ruse happening right now. D-line ruse. AJ's go safety, 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 and all of a sudden D-line. So it does sound like kind of like a D-line ruse. I'm going running back here. That's my selection. I think that I like Chris Rodriguez Jr., but he went. So if I'm picking one here, I don't have the medicals on Sean Tucker, but this is it. This is the range for me. I like Sean Tucker, I like Deuce Vaughn, like Dwayne McBride. So yeah, those are the 3 I'm looking at right here. Sean Tucker 1, Deuce Vaughn 2, Dwayne McBride 3.
If you take a Sean Tucker and he shows up to camp and he looks the part, do you get rid of one of the 3 guys ahead of him?
You could, sure, if he looks good, of course.
Would Nyheim Hines be the most likely of the 3 to move?
Probably.
It's not going to be Cook. So yeah, you would assume so. You would assume so.
Because you can use Tucker in the passing game.
Yeah, but the thing is, he's our returner, like our top end returner.
Well,
so.
You also have Hardy on the team now.
Right. Yeah.
Will they split those duties? That's going to be an interesting thing too. Hardy, solid punt returner. Hines, kick returner.
Yeah, you could do different things. I mean, you could come active game day roster can obviously based on injuries. You don't know, are all three of them healthy? Is Hardy hurt? So Chris, if we had you, we'd be Maroon 4. So,
Maroon 4 is good. It's not as good as Maroon 5, but it's close.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right. So we got the Raiders pick in, so we're up in just a few picks.
Which feed are you guys watching? Are you watching NFL Network or are you watching?
I got NFL Network up here right now.
I gotta say, they're in the same level of like.
Yeah, they got a puppy up there, right?
They got puppies up there right now, so that's where we made a mistake. I have my dog. I should have included my dog on the show, so I apologize to the viewers for not seeing my corgi.
Okay, well, we didn't see Mike's corgi, so that's on us. So,
man, this is taking forever.
Hunter Lemke. Is that Hunter Lepke? Do you mean the running back?
I think he's a fullback from North Dakota State. I think he meant.
Yeah. Yes. I don't think it's Lemke.
No, it's Lepke. I think it's
it's Lepke.
Lepke.
Lupke is how you say that. Fullback 1. I mean, sure, they could consider fullback 1 here if they wanted.
2 picks away, Amari Burney to the Raiders, linebacker, Florida.
Okay. Amari Burney. What are we going to do without Amari Burney? He was not on the list. He was not on our big board as we go to the list. Another not ranked player. So we're getting into the unranked player range. That's 2 players unranked so far off the list.
So
the Jets are up now.
I think they might have traded. Hold on.
The Jets?
Yeah, hold on.
As long as you're saying we didn't trade down, please.
No. Who's Aaron Wilson tweeted that the Jaguars drafted Rutgers corner Christian Braswell.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if that's just maybe it's earlier in the day, but I haven't heard that name yet. But there's no announcement that the Jets have traded their pick, so I'm not sure.
Okay. That might have been earlier in the day then.
Possibly. I mean, it still says around the clock. I'm on ESPN's feed right now.
Yeah, so. They picked 2 picks before them and took Braswell.
Okay.
So he's behind. I'm not sure why he's leaking 6 and being a couple picks behind, but the Jets are definitely running the clock down though. For some God knows what reason.
Yeah.
What's his Max Duggan? Okay. The Jets pick is in, so the Bills are now on the clock here. So
maybe he meant to say Jets and said Jaguars instead.
Yeah.
Man, Coots is intriguing here this late.
The thing about Kuntz too, and I know it's one comment earlier was saying it was redundant. You're talking about a guy that has tested extremely well. And 2 years ago at Old Dominion, he had over 70 receptions. You could be talking about a guy that would be a good backup for Kincaid for what he likes to do. Kincaid
so
goes
the Jets
down
took Jarek Bernard Converse. It's a good name. It's a great name, actually. So the Bills should have our pick momentarily here from the Bills. Gonna see which way we're gonna go. Let's see if we go BPA. Let's see if we go on more of a UDFA. Very interesting. Do we go with a Bernard Converse? Yep, that's right. That's who the Jets took. It's a great name. Bills are on the clock. They are. So let's see what
Jomo.
was
That's who I want.
Was the Bills pick really traded?
So Rob just, yeah, I think it was. I told you they were going to trade both of them for 5/7 at the end of the draft.
I'm just praying that it wasn't.
I don't have any. Yes, we traded it to the Texans, so maybe it was for a pick next year. I don't see what the. Oh, okay.
Yeah, trade.
Do we get a pick this year or next year?
I'll tell you. The details are 6th round pick in 2024 and a 7th round pick.
230.
So I wasn't kidding. So they got a 6th next year. So they got a 6 next year for a 6th this year, with the interest being a high 7th. Must have been the top of the 7th. Pick 230, I'm going to assume.
Yeah, with 230 this year and then a 6th round pick next year. So we're going to be here a little bit longer. It's okay. We've already gotten 4 hours and 45 minutes into this show. But we're going to survive.
I was just kidding when they were going to trade back. I wasn't being serious. I would have liked like a 5th next year more than a 6 and a 7. AJ Rage quit on us.
I'm still here, Kevin.
Yep. So we got Rage quit on after multiple trade backs. They traded up for Xavier Hutchinson.
Bring my dog on because NFL Network was so.
So we got Dogtown. Speaking of Dogtown in the house. Okay, we got a 6-round dogs.
So
a 6-round dogs going on here in the building. 6-round dogs.
She might be a 6th-round pick to all of you guys, but she's a number 1 overall pick to me.
Yeah,
and she doesn't want to be on my lap any longer. So, all right, there you go.
See you later. Corgi, we got some fans in the building.
Yeah.
7th round pick this year, 230. Could have been 250, I guess.
If it was 250, Kev, I was might as well just go all the way to Mr. Irrelevant at this point, Kevin.
What did the Bills get in the trade? They got a 6th next year, so they're stocking picks next year. So they got 2 3s, 2 6s with their normal draft. So they're gonna have a much different draft next year, though. And then they cashed out, only moving down 205 to 230. So they moved down 25 picks to grab a 6-round pick. So it's a pretty good deal, honestly. It's a really good deal. It makes you kind of look what they think about this draft class in totality, that the 7th round pick, they're going to feel pretty good about taking more of a UDFA style. Let's see what happens.
This is actually, sorry, Kevin.
5 7th round picks for Hopkins still happening. Hey, never know.
Sorry, guys. My computer shut.
No, you rage quit. Don't lie.
My computer is turned
AJ,
over.
that is why you plug in the charger.
No, it wasn't.
The battery goes halfway down.
It is charged. It just all of a sudden just turned off on me.
That's all right. You're allowed to admit you rage quit on us.
I rage quit. I really wanted that. I really wanted that pick to be.
Xavier Hutchinson.
Right. Yeah, it was Hutchinson. So
I mean, I do find it a coincidence that you told us you had to go after the next Bills pick. Then they trade the pick, and you just randomly tap out.
Well, I think you're overthinking.
I just want to say this is probably the greatest compliment that we have received on the show today. That we are your ambience. That is my goal. If you listen to us, great, but at least keep us on and let us keep talking. So appreciate that comment.
Appreciate it. Keeping us going. 206 coming in hot and heavy, hot and fresh, hot and delicious.
AJ, the comments aren't favorable for you right now. I'm just keeping it real. They think it was a little sus. I don't know. Any rebuttal, AJ?
Bond.
Nope. I'll let him talk.
Yeah, that was a sus quit. You probably went to the bathroom again. That was so sus.
I swear, I was sitting here. I was explaining what the hall was. I'm on my phone. I look up. My thing was shut off.
You know what the most unfortunate part about the trade, too? We were starting to get the viewers up. There was anticipation. And then, boom.
This is the best comment of the day. So that's really why it turned off, because I had to put this maroon hoodie on.
Another amazing compliment from Shane here. So I'm so glad that we were able to help with your afternoon. Sleeping is important, so I'm glad that we were able to help out with that.
I couldn't be more happy. Thank you. That's what we are trying to accomplish here at the Going Deep podcast on the Cover One Podcast Network, which reminds me, always brought to you by Sons of Erie. So appreciate everybody tuning in, and appreciate our show sponsor, www.sonsoferie.com. Check them out. Great brand. Always good to shout them out. Another kicker, Anders Carlson from Auburn. Auburn's kicker just goes off the board.
That's a big
here.
kicker, 6'5".
Yeah, he's a big dude.
All right.
Big guy. Hutchinson and Yosivas. So those are two on my list. So the Bills clearly did not double down on receiver, even though that was the range to do so. So those are two guys that I had there.
I don't even know how to respond to that. Holy cow.
I'd take her in the 6th. That's not a doubt in my mind.
Maybe that's why they traded back. Maybe they'll snagger it.
Yeah, at least the picks are coming in here. 215 will be happening shortly, unless we trade that for a 6th and a 7th round pick. Which, why not add in all? Hey, we're gonna have a lot of picks for you in the show next year. We're gonna have all of our normal compliments, an extra 6th. We're gonna be having a great time on the show next year.
I love making that move for the 6th next year. You don't need the. Yeah, I mean that helps you already. You have more ammo in case you do want to make moves, and it doesn't need to be a move to get into like the 3rd or 4th round. But you could use that 6th, pair it up with something else. Maybe get back into 5th round and get an extra selection there. So sneakily, that could be a nice little move that the Bills just made.
Agreed.
I agree with you, sir. That is very, very true. All right. As we're coming in there now, it's pick 2. Someone don't sleep at Tyson Bagnet. Tim Williams, like your comment.
No, just show it, Kevin.
That's the comment of the day.
We knew at some point this would turn into a debacle. And when you have had only one pick in 4 hours and 51 minutes,
that is true.
53 seconds.
We are reaching 5 hours of true draft coverage with
one pick.
Yeah, that is true. with Justin Shorter, who we all knew we liked. That's the only pick that we've had in 5 hours. So that's impressive for us. Congratulations, everybody. We have gone 5 hours and drafted Justin Shorter in the 5th round, basically turning one of the 6th into a 6 next year. So what did we get out of this? We got Shorter, a 6 next year, and a 7th round pick is what we got differently today. That's what we had. That's what we didn't have going into the day. So Shorter, a 6 next year, and a 7th this year is what we've gotten, and still going to take our 6th round selection here momentarily. So at least we'll have a player to talk about with everybody. Edward wants Ngakoue. I agree. I think he could be very much on the list now, especially with no edge added. I would say pumped to the edge potential of an addition there for sure with the way that this turned out today. There's definitely a 1-year short-term veteran I believe will get signed by the Bills. That's not even I don't even think there's a question. How good that edge is going to be, I'm not sure, but I do believe the Bills will add an edge next week. Not exactly sure if that'll be high end like Ngakoue or if it'll be someone barely rosterable. So we'll have to kind of see how that goes. Donna likes it. Thank you, Donna. We are here for you, Donna. We are here for you. Bills projected. I like seeing this, Nathan. Bills projected 2024 picks: first, second, third comp, fourth, fifth, sixth, Houston, and seventh.
It's a nice haul right there. I like that.
It's looking better, looking stronger than this year for sure. We'll be here for all of those in the back end. AJ will be working at ESPN somewhere. We'll be on the Going Deep podcast talking about our 6th round pick still. But yeah, that's a nice haul going into next year for sure. Like that a lot. Just go up and do that. I like that. Like that.
Oh, Mike's out of here. He's taking his first break of the day.
Mike, yeah, I think he's gonna 5 hours in. I think Mike was we don't get commercial breaks here at the Going Deep podcast. This isn't radio. So live video casts, we got to be strategic. Pops Mafia, you will be here, Con. So we'll be hosting the show and we will see you all for that haul that we have next year right here. Pick 210 is in. So we are actually going to make our second selection after 5 hours here shortly. Sure, they like Justin Zimmer if he's still in game shape, ready to go. I wouldn't see why not. You guys look at what Joe B said about the trade as relates to our comp pick total next year. What in pertaining to what?
I'll plug him in.
What did Joe B say? I'm not exactly sure what he said about comp picks.
The Bills are including this trade and the possible 3rd round comp. You say it, Kevin. I don't know how to say it.
Compensatory
pick. The Bills will get for losing linebacker Tremaine Edmonds. The Bills are currently projected to have 9 draft picks for 2024 as of right now. First, second, third. Yeah, so that's kind of just what we went through there. And then the 6 might be Dallas 6, not Houston's after the Brandon Cooks deal. So,
oh boy, what would we ever do with it being like 10 picks later?
I apologize, guys. I tried to go the entire show without having to take a break, and I feel like I let the audience down, myself down, and most importantly, you and AJ down, Kevin.
We need an official apology tweeted out in the next hour.
I will try to muster something up at some point.
We have an extra 3rd and 6th next year.
Awesome. Sophia, thank you so much for being here. The marathon is on, unlike other rounds when you have Fast and Furious, a lot of high-end prospects to talk about. The 6th round is always just here having a good time. I'm glad you didn't let your kidneys down, though. I agree. No one wants kidney stones. Like it was probably time to get it going. Your bladder let us all down. Yeah, I really did. Like seriously, like we've been here grinding, Mike and DeMario Douglas from Liberty. Bill Belichick is out here drafting Liberty receivers. Edward likes the pick. Edward, tell us about it. Why do you like DeMario Douglas? Let us know. It's a good slot option, he says. I don't have Liberty scouted, so I did not. Was he? Let me see something. Let me check some of my notes. Let's see what we got going on. Yeah, okay. He was had him in the 7th round range, so fair enough. I wasn't scouting 7th round receivers. I thought we'd get one early. I guess we did. So I didn't hit the UDFA. This is borderline UDFA market too hard there on that. So Yossi Vosh goes, Hutchinson gone. So AJ's happy. So there'll be no receiver, double dip at receiver, I should say, unless they shock us with Bryce Ford Wheaton, Jake Bobo. Like Jake Bobo a lot. Another big weapon that could be had. I'm all in on running back. I think they got to pick next year, especially. I think they could add a running back. Hey, that actually happened to me a little while ago too, Scoops. I was watching coverage and it just straight up just ended. And I was like, okay, thank you so much. Appreciate you being here with us in this great live event. 6 rounds always fun. So thank you so much. Team Cargo Shorts from Jason.
Let's go. I love
and
it.
AJ too. Like, you guys are killing me. I will never be caught dead in cargo shorts, and I'm a dad, and I still don't. No, thank you.
Kevin, I'm a commoner. I'm a down to earth guy. I don't try to be too good for other people. So I'm never gonna talk down to the cargo shorts.
Mike, too good. Mike won't wear his Adidas Superstars. His Adidas.
I'm a bowler, Kevin. I am.
God.
I'm blue.
That makes. He's a bowler. That makes sense.
When you say you're a bowler, basically what you're saying is you're a blue collar, down to earth guy that is extremely athletic and handsome, and that's what it means to be a bowler.
Yeah.
I really like the Cowboys Hall. Mozzie Smith, Luke Shoemaker, Overshown, and Fiaco.
Overshown was a guy I thought the Bills could have gone after. I will say that. I think he was in play, in my opinion, in the third round before going a pick before Buffalo.
Just wear adult diapers for next year. There you go, Mike. I like that suggestion.
All right, guys, we're almost there. We're almost to the Bills' next pick.
We're going to make our second selection after 5 hours and 15 minutes of being here with all of you great people. To make this selection, we're looking pretty excited. Take Voorhees for the name alone. Yeah, you could. You took picks into next year. There's no reason you can't add a punt player here for sure. You've already stockpiled a bunch of picks. Eddie Gomez, thank you so much. Eddie, we really appreciate you tuning in with us today. Let us know what you think. Let us know who you're looking at in this round. The day 3 is not for the faint of heart, so we really appreciate everybody tuning in and being here with us as Bean has left us out on the left us out to dry for a couple times here. Finally going to make our second selection, being as he traded one of our picks, traded our top pick on Thursday, traded back twice, and now has left us with 215 and 230, which we did not have to start the day. So, but thanks for being in here, Addie. Really appreciate you tuning in. Coons has not been picked yet. That is absolutely the truth. He is on my list.
At this point, I would think he should be a consideration. I'm not saying it's the right move or what they should do, but his measurables are off the chart. I thought he would have been okay in the 5th round, 4th round area, and now we're here late in the 6th round. I would definitely consider him.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So we're going to stay with you, probably either way, we'll probably be with you till, the next 30 to 45 minutes here, regardless of what happens here, but we should be up here momentarily. So let's see what this turns into and looks like. Looks like Titus Leo. Deuce Vaughn's off the board at 212 to Dallas, taking a guy off my board. Deuce Vaughn's off the list.
We got three more.
2, right? 13 and 14, and then us.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. 2 more.
2 more. So third being us.
Third being us.
Yep, third being us. So Deuce Vaughn was on my list, so my list is shrinking. It is shrinking.
My mom just texted me and said, "You all have the same color on." Mom, this was I was the odd one out. Mike brought it to my attention. I ended up bringing up a maroon hoodie, so I threw it on, and now we're all matching. So that's why we're rocking the maroon today.
Yeah, I don't know what it was about maroon 3, but
it just felt like the proper color for day 3 of the NFL draft.
Yeah, just feeling maroon. I'm feeling Deuce Vaughn, the pick. I actually am.
He's a good guy. He's a good back. I'll tell you that. He was a special player at Kansas State.
Yeah,
that Cowboys room.
I like Deuce Vaughn. He's a really
two-time consensus All-American. Yeah,
he's a good player. Good pick. Would have loved them in the
shout out to all the moms.
Shout out to
all the moms.
Moms are superheroes. McGovern's got a fairly long deal. He'll be here for a while. Edwards is on a 1-year, 1.7 deal. So sure. I mean, you could stash Voorhees here. You've already kind of stockpiled picks. You added a 7th, and you added picks next year. So if you really wanted to add Voorhees, I see him getting drafted. I think probably the 7th is his range. Someone that has a bunch of extra picks. 6th, you could still kind of get out in front of people here. But 7th would be the range I would consider him in here for the Bills or for anybody. And the contract's lower. It's a bunch of tiers lower. So I have the 7th pegged for someone that's getting a punt year on that.
Voorhees was a guy many people thought would have been okay.
Deuce Vaughn, he has a record. He's 5'5". He's the shortest player ever. That's wild.
I did not realize he was that short. Darren Sproles has over an inch on him.
As Jaquiz Rogers. Yeah, shortest player. That's great. I like that kind of news. Deuce Vaughn's father works for the Cowboys. That's kind of cool. That's a cool note.
I like the pick, and now I know it's all about nepotism, so I don't know how to.
I mean, we did draft.
Feel about it now.
Bean's friend's son, so we still do have 2 picks, Nathan. That is completely true. 215, 230. Pick is in at 213 here, so we will be we'll be with you shortly. Fire off a tweet. We'll get some people, see if we can get the count back up.
If you guys could drop a like, we'd greatly appreciate that as well.
Yeah, please. While you're here, throw us a like, throw us a comment. Means a lot to me. Do we double down with Kuntz here? It's always a question. I think you are in double down range for any position at 215. Do they just draft a UDFA here and say that's what I want to do? They could do that too.
I'm seeing a comment. Did the Bills really just trade it again?
That's got to be a joke. Because I was joking about that, and if I get punished for making a double trade down, I promise you.
I'm hoping it's a joke because I haven't seen anything yet.
No, I don't see it anywhere yet. I do not see that anywhere.
Because I'm one Bill straight away from like slamming my head onto my kitchen table.
Andre Carter. Someone wants Andre Carter. Dante Stills goes 2 picks in front of him. I like Dante Stills, so it's even thinner at D-line. So,
actually, never mind.
Yeah, Dante Stills was on the list. So AJ's taking some hits with his D-line prediction.
This was 50 minutes ago, but it still kind of applies. Aaron Quinn was saying a couple of guys that he wouldn't mind were Kuntz, Brandon Hill, Voorhees. So those are still guys that are all available at this point. And Ojomo. So it's crazy. Aaron tweeted that 51 minutes ago. All 4 of those options are still available to the Bills if they're interested.
What was his list? Ojomo, who else?
Ojomo, Kuntz, Brandon Hill, and then Voorhees.
Okay. Yeah, they were all on our list too. They were all on our big board that we made like at pick 195 or whatever it was. So our big board's fairly intact. Some of my running backs came off. The receivers came off. So there's definitely some things that came off. But New England, I appreciate you getting your pick right in. So we are up on the clock at this stage. So they are there. So let's see. Do we go Jalen Redmond? Do we go Kuntz? Do we go?
I'm open to Kuntz. I'm open Ojomo. Voorhees isn't the end of the world. Like I said, I think safety makes a lot of sense at this point. My bias would say I would love Sean Tucker, but we'll see.
I like Sean. I mean, Sean Tucker's my pick here. Second to Dwayne McBride. I like Zach Evans a little bit. Mohamed Ibrahim, the running back as well. So that's my 4-person running back list. Receiver, maybe Bryce Ford Wheaton if they want to double down. Jake Bobo as well. So that's pretty thin there. Zach Kuntz is really the only one I'm looking at tight end. If we want to go there right here. Quarterback, I don't know if you want to go with Tyson or Max. There's a couple names you could put in the system if you'd like to. Voorhees, Jackson Kirkland, some interior guys. At tackle, you still have Jake Witt and Ryan Hayes, McClendon Curtis as well. So that's what I'm kind of thinking on offense. Defense, you still got Anthony Johnson, trading a couple safeties there to Ronnie Hickman from Ohio State. Couple fairly highly ranked corners still there with Corey Trice, Jalen Jones, my guy Rez John Wright from Oregon State. So there's definitely a few names there to still talk about. Linebacker still has Ivan Pace Jr., Mohamed Diabate, Mikael Jones from Syracuse. So they wanted to go there. D. Winters from TCU. So we'll see. Those are the BPAs. See if they go off of that list or if they go UDFA, some guy they wanted to bring in. So let's get this New England update in here. Would be
Amir Speed, cornerback out of Michigan State.
And the Bills are on the clock.
Amir Speed. That's a really good name.
I wonder if he's fast.
Okay, let's.
He's a corner. I wonder if he was at the combine.
All right, we got Aaron Quinn commenting. He's all about Ojomo. That makes sense here. That makes sense. We've talked about a variety of the guys. Kuntz in the late 6th round. I would be okay taking a flyer there. Ojomo makes sense. We've talked the possibility of running back, possibility of safety.
No, you guys are killing me. I was kidding with the double trade. I was just trying to get under Mike's skin, and I got punished for it.
Well, they're just stocking up. They're just stocking up picks for D-Hop.
Acquired draft pick 252. We're here. Oh, yeah.
Oh, God. We've been here. Gonna be 6 hours soon, and we've taken shorter. I tried to troll Mike. I tried to troll Mike with some 7th round pick jokes.
This is like a cruel, unfair joke right now.
Is 252? Is that Mr. Irrelevant?
I don't think so.
That's close.
It's close. I think Mr. Irrelevant is like.
So what did they give us? We basically traded our pick away. What did they give us for that?
An extra 7th or an extra 6 next year and a 7th. So we got 3 6 now next year. It's we're just stocking up for D-Hop.
I mean, that's not.
It's not a terrible assumption.
D-Hop for like.
It's not. It's really
6
not.
rounders next year.
252. Let me see something here. I mean, it's got to be only a few picks away from Mr. Irrelevant. 56 is in the draft,
let's
right?
see. There is. I'm pulling it up right now.
Yep. I mean, there's enough picks there to trade him around.
There is 259 selections.
259
so
with the comp picks this year? Okay.
At this point, might as well trade down. Get Mr. Irrelevant.
Trade. What's the first 7th we have? 230, right?
Yeah. What's
so
an
trade
extra
230.
7 picks waiting right now? I'm already losing my mind. I don't know. I think you guys might be able to see I have a little mark here because I did end up banging my head on the kitchen table. So
why he traded back to trade back because both the picks he got traded back. He traded back again to get more picks and picks next year. He clearly
Guys. Wow.
I got.
You know what the good news about this is, though? We're going to have great amount of views for this episode at the end of the day.
Well, if you wouldn't mind smashing the like button, we've been here. Zach Evans goes, one of my running backs on my board. The Rams had to have, apparently. Smash the like button, if you could, for being here with you for going on 6 hours, or 5.5 hours, to basically talk about Justin Shorter.
We were scheduled 12 to 4 today, but because we love all of you in the chat, we love the Cover One audience, and just talking Bills football in general, we're going to be here 6+ hours today. So I hope you guys are having as much fun as we are.
I mean, I think as we get to our next pick at 230, right? Is 230 the next pick, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
14 away.
Okay. We're going to talk about 230 on air with you guys. Going to take off after that regardless on pick 230, whether it's them, us, or another team when we get another pick.
You're not staying for 252?
We are not going to make it to 252 today.
Oh, that's disappointing, Kevin.
Yeah, I know. It is very disappointing. But I actually love all the hardcore Bills fans in here to talk about a late 6th round pick with us. What if they turn 230? If they turn 230 into 2/7, they'll stay. How about that? If they turn 230 into 2/7, We'll be here from 2:30 throughout this entire process for you. Yeah, seriously. Instead of auto select, Bean's hitting auto trade. Like he's like on the simulator right now. Like, who's giving what? Who's doing what for me? Who's giving what pick?
In some like cruel alternate reality, like I'm imagining Brandon being somehow tuned into our cover 1 day 3 coverage, seeing how much pain he is putting the 3 of us in and getting like enjoyment out of it. Obviously he's not watching because that would be the dumbest thing for him to ever do. But
Mark,
thank you, Mark. Appreciate that.
Mark, thank you so much. Appreciate you tuning in as well. This is just as much of a marathon for you as it is for us. So thanks for jumping in and being here with us. I had all my notes ready. I had a bunch of stuff pulled up. Was ready to go with this pick both times, not just once. I was so happy about the first trade because, like, okay, we got another pick. I think that was the first trade we made was a pretty good trade. Good to go. And now we're trading these picks for future sixths while adding a 7th this year. So Brandon Bean's actively working it and was like, yeah, we don't want to pick. What are you going to give me?
Aaron Quinn just tweeted, I bet Brandon Bean is stocking up some picks to make a post-draft move for a player on an expiring deal.
I mean, it's not the world's worst thought. I mean, that's definitely the first thing that popped in my head after the first trade for a 6th was that, like, it gives you options next year to deal some picks. I mean, they're dealing picks at some point for sure. It's just a matter of might not be this week, but they're dealing. I mean, we're into the Brad Robbins punter from Michigan phase right now. So we're talking like punter 3 range right now. Any other great? Shane wants to know any other good food takes.
Hot sauce is good in tuna.
Like Frank's?
Yeah, it's very good actually. Not to be like weird or anything, but like tuna tacos, you get some hot sauce in it, some mayo. It's legit good.
Yep, we got a 3rd coming back for Edmonds. Exactly. 3rd, 2 6ths. I mean, you're definitely in range to move those picks. I mean, they're just not going to take all those players. So I think trading for a veteran, not necessarily saying this spring, but I'm saying trading for a veteran at some point in training camp or as the season gets closer to the deadline is more than acceptable. I think Bean was like, yeah, I'm sitting here with limited picks. But pushing some into next year could be fun. Next year's day 3 show could be 8 hours long. Well, we'll probably, with all the amount of picks, we'll probably try to have a rotation next year going on next year. Thank you so much there, Joseph. I appreciate it. We'll need it the next round at our local. We have to go out and celebrate here before AJ is out of here. But at our local plate place,
AJ could get his sweetest wine.
Yes.
What's your sweetest wine? All right, I'll take that.
Yeah, at our local watering hole garbage plate place to bring back garbage plates, home fries, mac salad, burger, any toppings on top that you would like to eat. That is more than fun for us today. Patrick, thank you so much. Thank you for being here. More importantly, because this is not fun. If I see Mike too much, this wouldn't be fun without you guys in here with us.
I got to thank you to all the comments because this has made today very enjoyable and a fun experience. Because, like Couch said, like just me and him talking to each other, we'd be sick of each other by this point. But you guys have made it fun. AJ, the ultimate team player.
AJ messaged us like, "Oh, it's like I got to run," and we're like, and AJ's still here. He's still producing. He's still doing our thing for us. So we're gonna definitely break down. I got so many notes up. We're gonna definitely break down pick 230 for everybody.
By the way, AJ deserves a shout out from all of the people watching here. He's going to be graduating soon. So congrats to AJ on graduating college in the next week or so.
Yes, thank you.
Greg just peeped in for a little
second. Where did Greg go?
Greg was like, I'm out of here. We got some, maybe everyone's just clipping our reaction to the second trade back. That might be what everybody's doing. AJ, congrats.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Yeah, the comments have been fun today. All the super chats have been really cool. So,
yeah, thank you guys so much for being here.
It's been a grind today.
Yeah, we got to talk about a second. I mean, I'm not leaving here without talking about a second player. So we are going to definitely talk something about pick 230. That is for show. And we'll leave. I mean, the last 254 is going to be a UDFA pick for sure.
I am really. I am.
If the Bills make it to the Super Bowl this year, they're probably going to play playing Georgia. Is that Philly? Do you mean? I think. Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna be able to break down pick 230. That's what I'm here for. If they do it again and triple down on me with a third trade, I'm glad I have that kind of influence on it. Trading back for Mr. Irrelevant plus a future 7th. That sounds about right. So trade pick 230 for the last pick of the 30th or the 7th and a future 7th. That sounds like the way to go with that. Run on punters. So we got punters going off the board.
Thank you, Ralph.
Yeah, thank you, Ralph. And Antoine Green, take him off the board. So we have a lot of different ways to go with this, but I'm still all running back. I don't think there's any D-line available, in my opinion.
Oh, we got the eyeballs.
Donna, why are you eyeballing me? Donna usually only says that if there's something going on. So
Donna's being cryptic.
Donna, what do you got for us?
I love the eyeball emoji. It can mean absolutely it could be important or it could be nothing. But it definitely catches your attention every time.
We'll be live with you here. Through 6 o'clock. We'll probably be here live through 6 o'clock. That sound
let's throw a hypothetical question on the board without even knowing who the selection is going to be. Considering the fact that the Bills have already traded down twice, does this pick at 230 even have a chance at making the team? Or will they make the team?
No. My prediction is no. That's why I'm looking at what has a chance to make the team at 230. I'm thinking running back has a chance. I don't think a DB at 230 has much of a chance. I don't see any D linemen here that could do it. Linebacker is still pretty loaded as much as we hate it. It loaded at least with players. O-line, I don't believe so. I think running back's got the only chance, if I'm being honest.
Gotta say, I don't love Zach Kuntz going to the Jets. I'm not saying Kuntz is going to be great. He might not even be good, but he was someone that had special athletic traits and had one special season at Old Dominion. Has Aaron Rodgers now? I mean, you never know. I'm not going to ever be worried about a 7th round pick, but I do like that selection for the Jets.
Roy's right. Practice squad player, especially the 2nd, 7th is definitely a practice squad player. UDFA you're trying to take off. As much as we joke about kickoff specialists, they wouldn't even have a roster spot to consider that with. I think running back's the best chance. There is not a 4th running back on the team. They've kept 4 every year under them. Usually it's a special teamer, so maybe someone that can play little teams. But Nyheim Hines is already a special teamer. I think running back has the chance to do it. So no D-Hop. Why no D-Hop?
Well, I was gonna say I'm back to it again. I think I said earlier that I'm telling you, I go back and forth with this thing so much.
We've been on air long enough for AJ to flip.
That is kind of wild.
Probably like 4 times, but I think D-Hop. I don't think it's going to be necessarily for D-Hop. I think it could be for any veteran. Like I think they're putting themselves in position
to trade.
If the season goes well and you're at the deadline and you think you can get a piece of the deadline, I think they're putting themselves in position where you still have a lot of picks to draft next year. You can use a couple of those to get a premium asset that you could use for this year to go all in. So I think it's smart what Bean's doing. You got Kincaid in the 1st. You got your starting guard in the 2nd. You have a developmental linebacker in the 3rd. And then Justin Shorter, they really liked and fell in love with throughout this draft process. So to trade back twice to acquire more picks for a potential, piece that could be added to this team next season at any point. It doesn't have to be D-Hop. I think that's a good plan, and you're setting yourself up for not just now but future needs.
I agree with that. Adding these picks is going to come in handy at some point. It doesn't mean it's going to be for a trade at the deadline, but you have to imagine they are building up this ammo to at least improve their draft positioning at some point next year, or maybe using it to try to acquire someone. With the amount of picks that they have next year, they're going to be able to move a little bit if they want. Nothing drastic, but you could turn those 6-round picks into a 5th-round pick.
At least the 7th, they are rolling a little bit quicker than the 6th. So I do believe we'll have a pick here for everybody in roughly 15 minutes. We'll talk about the pick, kind of break down the draft, get out of your hair here to wrap it up. Also, we'll be on here till about 6 o'clock. Is the now was projected for 4, and I end this thing up at 6, and we'll be out of your hair. And we'll all tweet about the remaining pick later. So that's
I like that, Tristan. Just grab 4. He said at this point, 7th round, it's not gonna do you any negatives.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Jalen Jones off the board corner, so we're 8 picks away. Probably 2 minutes per pick, roughly. So we'll have someone to talk about here soon. 7th round action. The Bills started with 0 7s and now have 2.
For both of you guys, before I get out of here, obviously I think I'll share my thoughts on the pick and then I got to run. But do you with 2 picks still to go, how do you guys feel about this offseason so far? And just your general thoughts on now they're acquiring picks, setting up for the future through this draft, which they've been doing here now for the past couple of picks. They got, just your thoughts on the overall haul and free agency and all of it from Brandon Beane this offseason. How do you think the team stands going into this year?
Kev, I'll go first and then I'll toss it to you.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think it's been a successful offseason. The Bills were facing challenges. Obviously, the cap wasn't a good situation. They weren't in a position where they could really make a showcase move, but we all knew offensive line was going to be an issue. They found a way to bring in a top quality prospect in Osiris Torrence. You bring in McGovern, Edwards. So I feel like the interior O-line is much improved. Wide receiver was a concern. You move on from McKenzie, you bring in what I think is an upgrade in Hardy. We'll see how that works out. You get some depth in Sherfield. I love the addition of Dalton Kincaid for fixing the slot problems that they were facing. Obviously, losing Tremaine Edmonds is a tough loss for this defense, and there is nobody that's going to replace it and have the impact that he did. But in the end, you think about the additions that this team is going to have. Retaining Jordan Poyer, massive. Bringing Taylor Rapp into the fold on a cheap contract, who could be your future starting safety, depending on what happens the next year or two with Micah Hyde and Poyer. And then just kind of making small little moves and adjustments throughout. I think they have gotten better overall, but it was always going to be limited what they could do. So I think they've made the most of a difficult situation.
Okay. I mean, I think that they had a pretty good, in my opinion, a pretty good offseason. They've set themselves up for success. I think we joke about, I think that's a lot of picks next year. There's a reason they're stockpiling them. They need to get some young, cheap contracts in, but at the same time, there's no way they plan to utilize all of those picks. I think that you see some out the door at some points this season. I think you'll see some training camp trades. I think they may even have one they're anticipating. Not necessarily saying D-Hop, but maybe it is a middle linebacker that they're planning on. There's some ominous moves. Maybe it's D-end. There's definitely some things that they could do. I still think that they add a veteran D-line. This is officially, in my opinion, what they do. They didn't add at the D-line. So even a 7th round pick wouldn't change my mind anyways. But I think that they would be looking to acquire or sign someone like a Yannick Ngakoue here. So I think that there's going to be some moves to be made in the next week or so. And I also believe that there could be some trades to have. So I don't think this is over with. I think the Bills know what they're planning. Hopkins scenario, we'll see if that works itself out. We'll see if, there's a middle linebacker out there to be traded for. We'll see if a defensive end is out there to be traded for. But I definitely don't think the arms race is over yet. With as Bean always says, it's just April. The arms race isn't even over until September, and not even, you still at the deadline, you can make moves. So, we'll see what they do over the next 3 to 4 months with acquiring talent for some of these picks that they've been able to stockpile for a reason. I think they're sick of having to trade one of their 7 picks and then not having when they make a move. Now they have an extra set of picks, an extra 3 picks that they can move and then not get hurt too much by it. So I definitely think that there's some trades in the works. I'm pretty comfortable saying that. And I definitely think that there's some veteran defensive players. Their offense, outside of a big receiver trade, their offense seems set. I think that there could be some big front 7 moves to be made in the next 3 months.
And to also address one of the comments earlier, talking about the arms race with Cincinnati and Kansas City, doubting that the Bills were on their level. You just never know on a year-to-year basis. Things change. Teams make adjustments. One thing I'm confident in every year is that I'm going to think Kansas City is the best team in the NFL until somebody else takes over and takes that crown from them. But I see no reason not to put the Bills in the top tier teams in the NFL still. Maybe beneath Kansas City and Cincinnati if you're going to do a ranking 1, 2, 3. But I still think the Bills are easily in the top 5 to 6 teams in the league and are in a position to be very solid once again. The main change is now that the Jets are going to give them some competition this next year with Aaron Rodgers. So the road to a division title and home field in the playoffs gets a little bit more difficult. But there's a lot, as Kevin said, that remains to be seen between now and the start of the season. And there's still going to be other moves that will be made, competitions to be had. And ultimately, we don't even know the adjustments that the Bills are going to make. Are they going to make changes to their scheme? Are they going to have improvements in other areas? So I don't want to say that they're Super Bowl favorites because they're obviously not that. But I still would go into this year with a high level of confidence, just like I have the last 3 seasons.
I'm totally with you, Mike. I think they did a really good job so far. I think with these extra picks now that they have for next year, it makes a trade, possible at any point from now until the deadline. And you can still maintain an extra 3rd or 6th round pick if you choose to use a 3rd or 6th round pick to get a weapon or a defensive end or whatever you want to do to take this team to the next level. They did a really good job getting guys back on cheap deals. Overall, better than I expected. I'll say that. Going into it, I was kind of concerned with the holes at safety and the middle linebacker position, which is still kind of a concern. But that's probably the biggest question mark going into camp. That, along with cornerback too. I know people think Kyrie Elam has it locked up, which I imagine should be the case. But they started Christian Benford last year, day 1. They still have Dane Jackson, who they like and re-signed. So there's going to be a competition there as well. But going into camp, I mean, that's really the biggest question mark for me is that middle linebacker position, which at this point, with all the bodies they have in that room, that's a problem I'm okay with having.
For sure. Voorhees, we are in range of Voorhees, in my opinion. You're only going to take a, roughly a very small cap number deal to sign him. Maybe teams are still thinking he'd rather be a UDFA. He'll get less money, but then he'll come off of his contract quicker. So we'll see what happens with Voorhees as we hit the 7th round here, if he does end up getting selected. The Bills have punted enough into next year. I don't know if they're going to want to keep continuing. They've already had a bunch of picks out there, so I'm not sure if they're going to want to punt another one into next year, basically. So it's possible, but maybe it's possible that he could sign as a UDFA somewhere too. So it's going to be, the Bills did get pretty more athletic and younger. That is true. So really only added 4 rookies so far before the 7th round pick. They're the 4 that'll make the team, in my opinion. The Bills generally keep all picks before the 5th round, even on this loaded roster. So I think they've shored up some needs. Is there a defensive end or a middle linebacker to be traded for? I tend to believe there is. So, and or signed. It's potential that there's Rashaan Evans out there. There's Cunningham. There's Yannick Ngakoue. There's definitely some veteran front 7 guys to still be had. They've shored up safety in a big way. I still think they possibly safety running back at the top of the list here for these 2 picks. So I do believe that they'll add some there. I think halfback has the best chance to make this roster. Jovan Gwynn just got picked. So the Bills will be on the pick here. Be on the board here soon in 4 picks. So we'll break that pick down for you. Get out of your hair here at around 6 o'clock. But we really appreciate everybody tuning in for 6 hours. For all the people that have tuned in for a majority of this, thank you for tuning in for this 6-hour marathon. If Bean uses these picks he's going to get from trading back, I would sit on the throne made from the skulls of my enemies and laugh and point at their descendants.
That's quite the comment right there.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks, Donna. I agree.
I don't even really have a reaction at this point. The light on my camera is blinding my eyes after 5.5 hours. The lack of food is definitely impacting me right now. I'm not one that likes to make excuses about being hangry. I wouldn't say I'm hangry at this point, but I'm definitely going through a food withdrawal.
Me too. I'm starving. I am.
Yeah, AJ's gonna be out of here. He's got to eat some food, Mike. Mike, someone Grubhub Mike something.
I gotta drive home.
I
gotta drive home.
Mike's got to pass out. AJ's trying to drive back to the.
I thought about grabbing some of the purple Doritos that my wife was eating when I took
those are the best.
Earlier.
Yeah, what are they? What purple? What is that? Like lime?
Oh, it's some sweet chili or something like that.
So good.
Unbelievable. I prefer to just call them the purple Doritos, just like the blue and the red Doritos. But I'll be talking about this day to my family at some point when I'm older.
You talk about what?
I'll be talking about this day with my family as I become an old man and just have senile thoughts.
Okay. You remember the day where you covered the draft where we made 1 selection in 6 hours? Yeah, you'll remember that.
I'll never forget it.
There we go. Donna had to update her comment. I was going to say I didn't quite understand. If Bean gets D-Hop with these new picks, he's getting I sit on the throne and made okay, there you go. So she will be very happy with those picks. It's possible. I mean, setting yourself up with future picks does make me a little bit. They don't have enough picks. Those players aren't going to make the roster, so it does make me a little bit leery of what they're planning. Yeah, that is true. Ralph Wilson Sr., you got a good point there.
The dog is okay. I don't know where Bella went. She might be with my wife, or she's just chilling somewhere else. So
Cooper Hodges,
part of me
going to Jacksonville. Good name, Cooper Hodges. I like that name.
I do have one last thing I have to say before the Bills pick.
What's that, Mike?
I do think some of this might be karma for last year, Kev, because you were hosting day 3, and I bailed on you for a large part of it because I was going to the UB Bowl spring game that day, and I decided I'd rather take part and watch that.
At least UB was smart enough to not make theirs on spring day. Like, what are they thinking? I'm glad that that's changed. Craig, thank you so much for tuning in, man. Thanks.
Thank you a ton, Craig.
That means the world to us for you visiting and viewing and being here
Craig.
Air for day 3. We're here to break down a pick, and this is going to be what we break down. I have my notes in front of me. I really do hope it's somebody that is even somewhat in the top 300, please. So that we can break it down and talk about it. Either way, we'll try to get live.
2 picks to go into
two picks for AJ. AJ's happy, Mike's happy, everybody's happy that we're going to actually get to break down a pick here for you, unless Bean says no. But I don't think anyone wants this pick. I think Bean maximized the value of all these picks. So I do think that there's one to be had here after Raymond Voshak from North Carolina goes off the board. So we'll see what happens over the next couple picks. We still thinking the same. I'm thinking running back. I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to harp running back. I think especially now I'm feeling the running back. Mike, yes?
I'm totally cool with running back at this point. Like you said, I don't know if it really even matters at this point. We're at 230. Running back is a possibility. Kuntz obviously was taken by the Jets, so that's off the board. Ojoma is still here. Like, value, 7th round. Thing is, like, the Bills have had multiple opportunities to take him. If they were really interested, you figure they wouldn't have traded down multiple times. So it could be anybody at this point, Kevin.
Yeah, Don, appreciate you tuning in. Don is one of my favorite people on Twitter. She is active on Spaces. I always appreciate Donna's comments. She gets back at the haters for when they hate when we talk about certain topics. But that's what Spaces is for. That's what podcasts are. That's what live streams are. We're here to deliver you content. If we always had to wait until what Brandon Beane does or what Arizona does, what's the point of existing? We're here to talk about potential moves. Talk about moves that would help this team win a Super Bowl. We're not here just to follow what Brandon Beane does or when it finally becomes official. We're here to kind of.
Our boy Spin had a comment. He doesn't like you right now.
What? In the Spin
I
in
love
the
Spin.
7th round?
I love Spin when he comments, but he is out for blood right now, Kevin. He's out for you.
In the 7th round, Spin? My Lord. What give me a player right now that'd make the roster. Right now, I want you to please send in a player that makes the roster, because apparently just at running back they won't make the roster, but anywhere else they would, because I don't have one. I have one that they can compete to make the roster. I'm using running back because I think that that's the best chance. I mean, like Johnson, Hickman, safety. I'm fine with safety here because I think that's the only other position that's close that could possibly do it. I don't believe Matt Sanders makes the roster. Unfortunately, he wasn't even good in college, but he's going to make the Bills. I don't believe so. He's a height, weight, speed guy. He went to the MAC and failed. I don't think so. Like, doesn't make the roster. Who's he beat? You got to beat out Sherfield. So the Bills really like his ability to play special teams. They love their veterans. So, Baltimore traded. I saw a trade and I was like, no.
We had to get in front of the Bills.
But fine. This chat is getting restless. I mean, I agree. A lot of you guys
really think I look like Barney the dinosaur?
Did someone say that?
Where did that come from?
Let's where was this? Right here, guys.
Wow, Michael, that's ruthless.
Because Barney is a great looking dinosaur, so thank you for the compliment.
Yeah, you must. Yeah, he is a good looking dinosaur. So.
We are on the clock again. Will we get 4 out of 5 trade backs? We've been on the clock 5 times and traded 4 of them.
Guys, I have a good feeling that we're gonna make a pick here.
Oh, Jomo, please.
So AJ say Jomo. I say Sean Tucker. Mike, give me a name before we make the pick.
Gotta
give me a name. I'm not going to take the best player.
Anthony Johnson.
Okay. There it is. Ajomo, Anthony Johnson, Sean Tucker.
Not the UB receiver.
I know who you're talking about. 3 of the top 7 remaining players. So all of us want. I like Andre Carter a lot too. I think that'd be a cool story. And he was a top 2 pick, 2nd round pick at some point here. Ivan Pace is another one. Eli Ricks and Voorhees, Hickman. Those are some
Voorhees. It goes at 229.
Someone traded in front of us to take Voorhees. That's interesting. That's a little bit interesting.
Yeah.
That's a little bit interesting. I'm not saying you can take much from that, but that's something.
Yeah. Well, maybe it was enough of a thought that like it was a possibility where they were like, yeah, let's not risk it.
I think someone said that they cleared him. Let's Google that. We have a minute. Sean Tucker heart issue. If anyone finds anything on Sean, can someone Google it?
Roy was saying that he was cleared. So there was something going on, but I thought I saw in the comments Roy Collins commenting that Tucker was cleared to go. So
didn't he end up holding his pro day though?
He did something. He had scouts over. I don't think he went through all of the tests, though.
Okay. Well, that's a thing. So we'll be on air here for you for another 10 minutes. We're going to break down the pick, kind of talk right before.
You guys better be kidding me. You better be kidding me.
What?
Okay, pick is in? Okay, I was going to say some of them were joking about trading the pick.
No,
I was going to say.
I don't see a trade at this stage. Okay. So we're going to have a player to talk about over the last 10 minutes of the show. So
the pick is in. Okay.
It's definitely going to be interesting to what is going on the concert there? That's bugging me out. I don't know what's happening on the so we got one on Brandon Hill, and one on Ibrahim. Unless one of those is the pick. So we should know in a minute here to finally be able to talk about a player and kind of our wrap-up thoughts over the last 10 minutes. We'll be on once again until 6 o'clock here today. Motley Crue. I thought people were joking it. I guess it is the Motley Crue, though. So we should know any minute now. So, Mike, we have a player to talk about.
Thank you.
Once again, 6-hour live show, 12 to 6. We've been on air. We have our listening count is tuning in. Please smash the like button. We have been here 6 hours. I got notes galore. I got players up everywhere. And we're ready to kind of talk about hopefully a 7th round player who can make a push. Spectre made the roster, has a chance to push for real position here.
So now a commercial, even better. Not that they would announce it, but.
Well, that means it'll end up leaking anyways before the little screen pops up. But they'll still announce the 7th round pick right across the screen. So I wonder if, speaking of which, do you think that they wanted Voorhees? Like, that's an interesting trade up right there in front of us.
I think that's more of a speculation trade up than having Intel trade.
You think so? Just that's the pick we could get? But why are you trading up?
The Bills traded down twice. If they really, really were in on Voorhees and wanted him back,
maybe they thought they could get him at 230, though.
Well, then that's a calculated mistake.
Oh, okay. I got the pick. You want me to say it?
That's fine.
I see it. Yep.
Ole Miss, O-lineman Nick Broeker.
Okay, there it goes. The Bills select Ole Miss lineman.
Kevin, what are your thoughts? Instant analysis.
I'm pulling up some notes now is what my thoughts are. Let's see.
I'm going to pull up my scouting reports that I wrote after watching Ole Miss this past season.
Yeah, well, good for you, Mike. Bills doubled down at interior, though, which is very interesting, right? Of all the picks that they determined to double down on, that
makes me think that maybe Voorhees was the guy. I mean, the fact that they just took a guard there.
They had a Zoom meeting with him. Doesn't that kind of it does kind of jump out to you that they may have been in on Voorhees for that snipe job. He got a 1 in toughness, so he's a very tough player. Sick. Let's check his RAS out. Pull his RAS. Ooh, the RAS people might like him a little bit. Does ring in an 8.21 RAS score. So it's fairly athletic there for an offensive lineman. Let's see. I'm going to put this up on the screen now. We're going to bring up the Nick Broeker RAS card. So we can talk about that for a second. He can play offensive tackle. Broeker can play OT. Yeah, I agree. That possibly jumped us. Knowing now what we know, he possibly did jump us.
I like the flat. I like. Well, I'm gonna actually. I'll finish up here. I'll just get my thoughts real quick. Obviously, the 8.22 RAS is something that. Let's see what he's got. Oh, he's a 305.
Yep. So he's got some pretty decent testing Really, his biggest knock is his weight and his bench.
Yeah.
Other than that, he scored fairly well as a RAS player, so fairly athletic, 8.22. So that's a solid score. Let's see.
Some of the things just going offline. Some of the weaknesses, I guess, with him is he has a below average win rate when it comes to landing first hands and has below average length. They say lacks desired athleticism as a move blocker. Then some of the more positive things that are being written about him are that he sustains attack with vice grips. Ooh, nice wording for hands. Hard worker, block finisher. And then this says he's efficient with his hands and hips to swivel and seal cross-face blocks. So typical what you would expect a later round pick, a guy to take a chance on and try to see if you can develop him into something.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, guys, I have to get home, but just wanted to thank everybody for tuning in. This was a really fun day. Mike, Kevin, thanks for having me on. The chat was great. Just the energy in here all day was really good. Made the 6 hours fly by. Justin Shorter and Nick Broeker, the two newest Bills. I'm excited. Broeker will add some more depth, and Brandon Beane is going out on a limb here, taking 4 offensive players with his five picks here so far. So I think that's something that you can take away kind of from all this, is that Brandon Beane, there's not some philosophy that they're just going to take defensive players early just because that's what they do. I think they're willing to adjust. They're willing to, go do the best, thing they can do. And that's, upgrade the offensive line. That is protecting Josh Allen, getting him weapons. That was a plan. And that's what, fans wanted the plan to be. And that's kind of what they went and did. They acquired more draft picks by trading back late for the possibility of a trade at some point. So overall, just a really good draft, I think, for the Bills. And again, thanks everybody for the super chats, for all the people that have been here from the beginning till now. Kevin and Mike, it's been a fun day. So I thank you guys.
Thanks for coming on, AJ. We'll see you soon. Mike, what's your final wrap-up thoughts here in the last 5 minutes? What do you got for us? Kind of break it down for us.
Is that I'm extremely saddened that we're not going to be here till pick number 252. I feel like that's a missed opportunity, but. Overall, I think this was a solid draft for the Bills. I love the first round. The second round was a solid addition, bringing Osiris Torrence. Obviously, there's the questions about Dorian Williams. How does he fit in? I'm going to wait and see. I don't think it was necessarily the most exciting pick in the world, but I don't want to bash it before I know what the Bills actually intend on doing with him. Justin Shorter in the 5th round, that's an intriguing pick. You look at what he brings to the table with his size, his length, his recruiting profile going into college. Shorter seems like a guy that could be a valuable part of the Bills receiving core in the future. I wouldn't expect immediate contributions, but definitely someone that you could work with and turn into something. The Bills front office obviously feels that way, having met with him and taking him in the 5th round. And as I said earlier in the show, the Bills have had success taking wide receivers in the 4th, 5th, and 6th round. So I'm excited about that. And obviously Nick Broeker, it's a late round pick. I don't have high expectations or wishes for him, but we will see how that works out, if there's anything to work with to develop him into something more. And at the end of the day, good job by Beane for acquiring some future assets to hopefully use towards the Bills' advantage next year.
That's for sure. Shorter, Shorter's fairly versatile, but he played most of his snaps at boundary. So almost exclusively a boundary receiver to get him in the system. So people can now not chat about who's our backup boundary. It is now Shorter. He is a pure boundary receiver. Well, thank you everybody for tuning in for 6 hours here. We're going to hit the 6 hour mark here shortly. So thank you all for being here. I'm sure we'll have a lot of analysis of the last pick here. We have toward Mr. Irrelevant here. Follow all of our Twitters at Kevin Massare, at Mike _Bundt, at Cover One. appreciate everybody tuning in for a great 6-hour run. And, a really good athletic left tackle and guard that they just drafted here in Broeker. He was fairly still high on some boards that were, for best available remaining player projection. So, Bean kind of did pick who he probably felt was one of the better players still available for them at that stage, as he was, in the hundreds on a lot of boards. So he definitely wasn't just a UDFA signing. He's someone that maybe he feels could come in and add some talent to compete for a position. Let's see. Yep. So thanks once again. Everybody have a great weekend. We'll break down some UDFAs. We'll break down everything. Thank you for being a part of this fun show. We had a roaring chat room. We had over 300 viewers, 400 viewers. Smash the like button. We'll be right back with you Tuesday at 7 to break down these picks and kind of our analysis, veteran signings, UDFAs, maybe some trades to talk about everything going forward. Thank you, Pops Mafia, Sarah, appreciate you, Roy, Doug, for everyone, Donna, Carl. Thank you guys all for
Kev. I gotta thank everybody for putting up with me too. Like I was losing it midway through today, Kev. So I gotta thank everybody for being patient, I guess is the best way to put it.
Thank you guys. Two picks in 6 hours exactly. So we're signing off here, but from the Going Deep podcast, Mike, Kevin, we'll catch you guys Tuesdays at 7 o'clock. And thank you for everyone for tuning into all of our live draft coverage, from our pregame shows to our shows, day 1, day 2, and everything. So we'll catch you guys right here Tuesday at 7 in a couple of days.
Josh Allen looking deep, going deep.
To me, talking about the Bills, what else would you rather be doing?
We're hoping to add a new dimension to the Cover One network.
Slings it deep downfield, and it's caught inside the 20.
Right now, I just want to talk about this championship. While I've never had a championship caliber team to talk about.
I want to focus more on the storylines each week. What are the big stories going on with the Bills? What are thoughts, commentary? How do these things impact Buffalo?
Deep drop. Deep throw. And it is hauled in for the touchdown.
Allen deep to the end zone and caught for a touchdown. Play action.